this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Oh, oh, my eyes open wide. I know you belong to, know you belong to, know you belong to. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Oh, oh, my eyes open wide. I know you belong to me. mission, I got rolled up sleeves. I know where I'm at and who I wanna be. Doesn't even matter what you throw at me. I made myself a promise I intend to keep. The game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. The game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. Yeah, I've been on a mission. I'm on a mission. I've been on a mission, I got rolled up sleeves. I know where I'm at and who I wanna be. Doesn't even matter what you throw at me. I made myself a promise I intend to keep. The game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. The game will slip and fall, I play it on repeat. Yeah, I've been on a mission. I'm on a mission.
No, the dead don't die. I can feel them now. When I close my eyes, yeah, my chest gets loud. I can feel my breath. I can hear that sound. I won't take no less. Gonna burn this town. I've been so lost. Now I've been found. Help me up, never let it fall. Have me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. And I don't care what you think you got. It's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. When the sun goes down and they all come out, I'ma stand my ground. I'ma scream and shout. I'll be where I wanna be, and I'll make my way. Don't make no apologies, cause I'm here to stay. I've been so lost. Now I've been found. Help me up, never let it fall. Have me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. And I don't care what you think you got. It's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. Help me up, never let it fall. Help me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. And I don't care what you think you got. It's not fair what you think you thought. That's how it goes. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch out, cause I'm in my zone. how we flex, looking real fresh, cause we out the best. Let's go. Yeah, we climb the highest, keep it the realest. Tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Let's go. Alright. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Watch how we flex when you kick it this fresh. Can't help but be the best. Let's go. This is not a test. Gotta impress. Who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Let's go. Alright. Know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go.
maximum pressure. I never crumbled, I put in maximum effort. That's how I turned into something so flawless and precious. They gon' learn about my legend like Nikola Tesla. They wrote me off, I wrote a new book. When hope was lost, I know what it took. I overcame all the odds, you could never put me in a box. I am relentless, I will not stop. Follow the scent, I am a fox. Came from the bottom and now I'm on top. And nobody's taking my spot.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I've been counting it down, bring it here and now.
Pressures, yeah, I was born to take it. Treasure, I'm fortunate to make it.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes. This diamond is never gonna break. Yeah, unbreakable, this is a bond. You witness the legend is born. I have created a storm. Yeah, I light it up when I perform. Shining bright in every place that I win. Leave a legacy, believe it's perfect timing. Look up at the sky, the stars are aligning. They tried and they failed, but no, you ain't ever gonna break this diamond. You ain't never gonna break this. No, you ain't never gonna break this diamond. No, you ain't never gonna. No, you ain't never gonna break this. No, you ain't never gonna break this. Tried and they failed and they tried and they failed. No, you ain't never gonna break this diamond. Yeah, they tried and they failed and they tried and they failed, but no, you ain't never gonna break this greatness.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I've been counting it down, bring it here and now.
Pressures, yeah, I was born to take it. Treasure, I'm fortunate to make it.
I'm ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes. This diamond is never gonna break. You cannot break me down. I refuse. You ain't never gonna break this diamond.
Diamond, yeah, I will not be broken. Too strong, defeat is not an option.
My destiny. My destiny. Don't get me started. Everything was going well, but you had to go and leave me brokenhearted. Oh, since you departed, I've been working on myself. Now it's time to let it go, 'cause I've been guarded. Oh, 'cause when we're born into this world, nobody can take what's owed to us. 'Cause we are holding the keys to all of our potential in this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. My eyes open wide, I know that you belong to me. Oh, oh, I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Oh, oh, didn't get a warning, no. All of a sudden you were here, feel the fire burning near, hear you calling. Oh, I think I'm falling. Oh, every second that goes by, I can see it with my eyes, then it's dark again. Oh, oh. 'Cause when we're born into this world, nobody can take what's owed to us. 'Cause we are holding the keys to all of our potential in this universe. I looked inside and I saw my destiny. Oh, oh, my eyes open wide. I know you belong to
feel them now. When I close my eyes, yeah, my chest gets loud. I can feel my breath, I can hear that sound.
Are we all ready? Because it's pedal to the meadow and it's go, 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 go!
Well, welcome everyone back to ESL R1. We are on the third and final frontier in our Drivers' Championship, and things have started to heat up. Plenty of names looking to find their way into, should we say, automatic, should we say, run into the EWC. But can't wait for this one. It's going to be great. The third and final frontier, as I so rightly said. My name is, of course, George Morgan. You're part of your commentary team here tonight, but I'm not alone. I'm joined once again by the one, the only, Lewis McGlade. Lewis, we are back, third and last time in this Drivers' Championship phase, leading through towards the EWC. This is where things get a little bit fraught. Tempers may fray, and the racing could get a little bit hot. Yeah, this is going to be very dramatic. Like you say, it's the last step before Riyadh. It's a big moment for the drivers. Basically, if you want to know how it works, they want to get into the top 9 of the Drivers' Championship. That will promote them straight in to the championship rundown, of course, on the Drivers' Championship day. The 12 drivers behind that, though, will go into a last chance qualifier. So basically, if you're in the top 21 of the championship, you at least have a chance of going after the big money. Yeah, and one driver in particular we've got to talk about is Joshua Rogers, haven't we? I mean, obviously a driver that has come off the back of 2 rounds in succession and has taken 2 back-to-back wins. But first and foremost, guys, the prize pool that is up for grabs, 25,000 going to the winner of the Drivers' Championship. And then, of course, we have second place, 18,000, 13.5 then for third, fourth, then delivering 10K, and then 7.5 for fifth, so on and so forth, all the way down to 12th, where 2 grand is paid out. We, of course, have already sealed the deal on the team's prize, just under in fact it's 140,000 up for grabs for that one, and second place for 85. Big money at stake, and obviously every single team and driver out there wants to win the big prizes, and no less. This is the route you have to take to get there. Knockout stages will commence the racing. Obviously the first 4 knockout phases, the first 2 knockouts will feed into semi-final 1, with the top 6 from knockout 1 and knockout 2 going into semi-final 1, with knockout 3 and knockout 4, top 6 going into semi-final 2. Top 6 in semi-final 1 go into the final. Top 6 in semi-final 2 join them in the final, and then we will find out who is going to win the round. But one man who has certainly been prudent at achieving that is Joshua Rogers, twice on the spin in the Drivers' Championship, Lewis. Yeah, I mean, look, he's started out very, very impressively so far this season. You know, it's just been really important for him to have gotten those opening 2 victories in the Drivers' Championship. It hasn't been the most perfect run. We did see at the last round there was a couple of scares for him, but you know, in the Drivers' Championship so far, all races have been finished obviously in the top 6. That's how he's worked his way through to the finals in both of them. He's had 3 victories in all of that as well, and you know, an extra podium to chuck in. He's now at 34 victories all time in ESL R1. He's been absolutely charging. He has. He's been absolutely brilliant. He's come up against some arch nemesis as well. Here are the drivers' standings leading through towards this final round in the Drivers' Championship. Rogers by a sole point ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr. I mean, what a story. Kevin Ellis Jr., who has certainly risen through the ranks as his time has gone on in ESL R1 competition for ART. Kevin Siggy down in 3rd place, with Yuri Tonen in 4th. Team Redline, who were dominant in the team's championship, with 4 of their drivers once again showing dominance once again in the drivers' standings, with Kevin Siggy, Luke Bennett, Sebastian Job and Jeffrey Rietveld all featuring in that top 9. Max Benneker right on the bubble of getting through into 9th place. And of course, newbie Charlie Collins, brand new for this year in ESL R1 for a full campaign, taking over from Big Mac Backham. I mean, it's stunning when you see it. 4 red line drivers all in the top 9, Lewis.
Yeah, and it just shows their impressive dominance so far in this championship. Of course, they did win the qualifier, the teams championship, the first 3 rounds of this spring season, which means that they get to pick I think it's the first track or something on in Rio. We'll talk about that as we get to it. They were very impressive in that. Were a dominant force, and they have been a very impressive force in this as well. And it does seem as though they are carrying that towards Riyadh. And when you're looking at the drivers, between Siggy, Bennett, Job and Rietveld, let's be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if any one of those 4 won the championship.
No, probably the greatest squad we've seen in sim racing, certainly in the modern era. Taking a look then, those that are looking to try and force their way into the finals at Riyadh as well. Of course, you've got Enzo Benito, Marcel Chinchik, Dara McCormack, Thomas Tatler, Dane Warren, Johan Harth, Jamie Fluke, Ulas Gilderim, as well as Moritz Lerner, Nikodem Wisniewski, Michael Schmiedel, as well as Kaiki Oliveira. Quite a few names there, Lewis, that you would expect that, could, without any shadow of a doubt, break into that top 9. Probably one of the biggest names, or the 2 biggest names, I would say, Dara McCormack and Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, I mean, look, those 2 we would expect coming into this to be in the inside the top 9. But I will say, Enzo Benito, the last couple of rounds has been very, very impressive. I wouldn't be too surprised if he kept up that form. Here on the second page, you can see a few drivers that we would expect to be up there as well. 35th place, Han Yuyovsky, who, crazily speaking, if you take his the team championship, if you take the team events that Erhan Yuyovsky had done, I'm pretty sure he would be very comfortably in the top 9. Yet the last 2 rounds of the Drivers' Championship, he's not had the form. In the first 9 races of the season when we did the Team Events Championship, he racked up 5 podiums, including a victory.
Yeah, no, he did. And he's one of the stellar performers. And of course, RHE, back in the day, in the very first spring season major, it was Marcel Chinchik, his teammate, who would go on to take victory and take the championship, the first ever ESL R1 championship. And it's quite bizarre to see someone of Erhan Yuyovsky's caliber sinking right below that as well. Don't forget as well, folks, if you want to get involved in the survey here at ESL R1, you certainly can do using !survey. They are, of course, available for you to have your say. But actually, looking ahead to tonight, we've got some fantastic names once again in Knockout Race 1, Knockout Race 2, Knockout Race 3. A few drivers talking about Spa-Francorchamps tonight, Lewis, because that is, of course, our destination here this evening. It opens doors for furious racing. We've been discussing it, obviously, off-air. We could see some drama tonight.
Oh, I think we are almost certainly going to see some drama. The slipstream's going to be really high. It's obviously 2 kilometres of almost flat-out driving from La Source all the way down to Les Combes. So I think we're going to see plenty of side-by-side and a couple of cheeky head-to-heads.
We certainly will. And speaking of head-to-heads, let's take a look at these 2. Kevin Ellis Jr. Up against Yuri Toman. Total points swinging in the favour of Kevin Ellis Jr. And the average points per race, doesn't that speak volumes? 16.57 against 14.14 for Yuri Toman. The average grid position, just look at that, second there for Kevin Ellis Jr. That is astonishing, ahead of the 4th that Yuri Toman holds. Top 6, still Kevin Ellis Jr.'s favour, with them matching the podiums at 4. I think this says a lot about Kevin Ellis Jr.'s rise, does it not, Lewis?
I mean, look, the top 6 there being 6 means that he's done all 6 races, and he's been in the top 6 in all of them. We've had 6 races so far in the Drivers' Championship, and he's been absolutely flawless throughout the running, of course. And to be fair, he was very good in the Teams Championship, picked up 4 consecutive podiums to open out the season of the Teams Championship. So far in the run this season, he has picked up 4 podiums as well, a second, and the first, and then it's a 6th and 4th being the other 2 results. Expectations are he's going to come in probably do strongly around here. Remember the head-to-head that he had with Marco Pejic around Spa in Riyadh last year, and that 1-lap shootout they had to do to progress in the Drivers' Championship. There's a lot to talk about for Big Kev.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think that perhaps the change from Audi to Mercedes has helped their cause?
Oh, 100%. They weren't the spring season last year when they were in the Mercedes. It wasn't ideal for them. When they moved into the Mercedes for the full season last year, they just moved forward as an entire squad, and I think that certainly helped. It's obviously not to say that the Audi is a bad car, because Marcel Chinchik won the spring season championship in that car. It just doesn't quite work out for the Apex Racing team, and they've seemed to have fallen into the Mercedes camp quite well. We've seen them working quite well with Dara McCormack. Not on this start though, because they did make contact down at T1. That was in the final. They started first and second, and the pair of them having quite a bit of drama down at the first corner.
Yeah, we saw lots of it, certainly around this track. I mean, Road Atlanta never fails to excite and obviously impress. I mean, Yuri Toman, definitely one of those consistent performers. Whilst, of course, he hasn't quite got the numbers that Kevin Ellis Jr. has, you can always hang your hat on Yuri Toman.
He had 3 second-place finishes at Road Atlanta, so second in all 3 of the races, which, to be fair, is not super shocking for Yuri Toman. In his time in ESL R1, he's done 94 races, which, by the way, I've got a stat on that in a second. He's done 94 races, 35 of which have been on the podium. Only 6 have been victorious, which I think is impressive. It shows that he's always there or thereabouts, but doesn't quite take the victories. But for him, it's just about getting on the podiums. That's the important bit.
Yeah, I think for a good portion last season, he was actually the only driver, I think, to actually break into, well, feature in every single round of action. I think going through, I think it was spring season or something like that, and he was featured in every single race leading up through to each round. But so panning the pictures across Stavolo, of course, here at Spa-Francorchamps, a track that certainly has offered so much in the past. There's the section coming out of Jackie X Bend coming in towards Pouhon. Where are the danger points, Lewis? I would say probably the middle sector, where things get a bit technical, though I will say this, the opening sector is quite tough.
Obviously down into T1, down into Lake Com, on the run down Malmedy into Rivage, that can be quite dangerous. I don't think the run through the X-Curve, no name speakers, whatever you want to call it, into Pouhon, that's not particularly dangerous, nor is Fagny, because you don't have enough time to use to get that move done. You will see moves into them, don't get me wrong, but you just don't really have that much time to do so. When it comes to a solo drive, just you making a mistake yourself, really the only major sore spot for drivers around here is actually Campus, which can be a really tricky corner because of the gravel trap on the left-hand side, but they're all well aware of that. My fun fact of the day, we were talking about various stats and stuff. Obviously, recently we've passed 200 races in ESL R1. There is a certain driver who could pick up quite an impressive stat today. Should they do all 3 races, if Josh Rogers can go from the semi-finals, progress in the top 6 into the semis, progress in the top 6 into the final, he will be the first driver in ESL R1 history to pass 100 races in ESL R1. It'll be his 100th one, of course, in the final, if he can get there.
Sensational, indeed. Well, we'll soon find out. Here is the lineup, though, for Knockout 1. Bono House is lining up for Guild Esports. Marcel Chinchik, the reigning spring season champion for Team Vitality. Moritz Lerner for Mouse. Sebastian Job, the ever-relentless Sebastian Job for Team Redline. ART's Jamie Fluke. Ferris Stanley for BS Plus Competition. Thomas Tatler as well for Team Falcons, who has been certainly stellar of late, leading that team from the forefront. Joshua Rogers, of course, back-to-back wins now in our last 2 rounds. Isaac Price for G2, Dominic Blyer lines up for Williams, and Daniel Tillich for Virtus Pro, and Will Chadwick back in for FaZe, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, Chadwick's been jumping in behind the scenes. He's been obviously helping the squad quite a lot from more of a managerial perspective. But yeah, sometimes we see him behind the wheel and we see how mediocre it can be. It's fine. My 6 drivers to progress from this one at the moment. My picks: Jamie Fluke, Moritz Lerner, Josh Rogers, Sebastian Job, Marcel Chinchik, Dom Blyer. Those are the ones that I think can go through. But that's obviously ignoring the immense speed of the likes of Thomas Tatler, Isaac Price. This is a strong knockout race to open the day, and we'll have to wait and see if Josh Rogers can progress his way through. I do believe he will be in the top 9, by the way, because I think the cut-off point for the top 9 of the championship is about 100 points.
Yeah, we've got to watch out for some of the dark horses, I think, at the championship. I mean, the likes of Team Falcons, for example. I mean, they've been brilliant since they come to the series. I think by far the best newcomer or the best new team we've seen ever step foot into ESL R1. Would you agree? Yeah,
well, I mean, it depends if you really want to go, if you want to go back to the history books and then compare that to how Mouse have been, because obviously they were new in ESL R1. But
that's true.
I get your point. I think that doesn't take away the fantastic season that they've had thus far. The fact that they are most certainly in contention of getting some drivers into the Drivers' Championship. Obviously, Przemysław Lamanek is 24th in the championship, so he can move up a few more positions. He might find himself inside that top grouping. Obviously, you've got Thomas Tatler, who is in that top grouping. It is in the top 21, not the top 9 though. Tatler running in 13th position, but could sneak his way through into the top 9. But needs a very, very solid round. Obviously, according to my predictions, he ain't doing it. But you never know.
No, you certainly don't. One man you can almost count on every single time is Sebastian Job. One of the forces to be reckoned with, certainly this season. Many claim him to be the current greatest driver in the world. I'm sure Joshua Rogers is going to try and take that away from him once again. But, I mean, he has been the cherry on the cake, I think, really, for the Team Redline lineup, because, of course, we've seen him at the very top now for quite some time. Of course, he's been successful in Porsche Carrera Cup in the past, but now on top of that, now successfully making his way through ESL R1 competition, was decent for G2 previously, but you've got someone like him leading the way at Team Redline, and then you've got someone like Luke Bennett coming in as well. I mean, all other teams and these other drivers, they're going to be living in fear, aren't they, with Team Redline being so dominant?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's always going to be the way. Obviously, for the Drivers' Championship, you can kind of leave it up to your very best. Like, Williams will be pretty content with the pace and experience of Dara McCormack, and obviously, the other teams like Porsche Carrera will be pretty happy with Joshua Rogers' pace, for example. But when it comes to the Teams' Championship, where all that 140 grand for the winner comes out, that's going to be very concerning that Team Redline are this strong. But if they get 4 drivers into the Drivers' Championship, which they are likely to do so, it's very, very scary indeed. You may have seen a couple of the drivers out of the rig, like Marcel Chinchik wasn't in the rig. There is a delay at the moment, so they'll be restarting the server and getting us back underway, but it does mean that there will be a delay before we go into qualifying for the first race of this evening, before we can see those 12 drivers do battle to see who's going to be in the top 6. But looking at the top 9 of the championship, again, obviously, you've got Rogers up there for Porsche, Charlie Collins there for Porsche, so at least he has some assistance, but the rest of them, with the exception of Redline, they're all solo entries, and as much as it's a driver championship, I think it is really important. Let's say, for example, Marcel Chinchik, who's in 11th. It's really important for him to get in the top 9 so that he and Yuri Toman can work together to go off the ground, because as much as it is a driver's championship, you need that assistance. We saw this in the spring season, of course, at Munich, where Marcel Chinchik won because of Erhan Yayovsky's excellent defence and Moritz Lerner's send. We don't talk about that, it's fine.
Yeah, no, it's very true. I mean, obviously, I think if you are Marcel Chinchik, you are going to want that little bit of help. And I think having someone like Yuri Tobin in your corner, because you're going to be without Erhan Yayovsky, obviously, as well as Thibaut Kazibon, who obviously isn't going to be featuring up in the top end. But, you've got to look at, some of the names that we've got here already. We're seeing a couple of cars now in Porsche Carrera in the top 9. Charlie Collins coming into this championship, seemingly coming of age as well in this series, and really coming to life. One of the future stars. I certainly have no issue saying that. For a long time we've seen him improve time on time. Very young, but still has risen to the forefront in professional sim racing in great style. And we've been talking about him time on time through the course of this championship. He is such a talisman, a figure that could yet be a dominant force in years to come, Lewis.
Yeah, which is the kind of thing with a lot of the drivers on the grid, the likes of, like I say, McCormack there, the likes of Bennett and such. You got to remember, a lot of these drivers are quite young. They're either in their late teens, early 20s, in that kind of age. They're not going anywhere in the wide world of sim racing for a long time. I mean, it's not like it is in motorsport, where the physicality can effectively rule you out. Once you progress past a certain age. Realistically speaking, in sim racing, you can race for as long as you wish. Again, I think we've said before, we've raced against people in their 70s and stuff. I don't know if Dara McCormack and the likes want to be racing in sim racing in their 70s, but the difference really is that because you can do so many races, is that if you're not careful, you get some very serious burnout in sim racing, where you just can't race because mentally you can't take it anymore. That's the struggle point in sim racing. Even in an evening like this, you got to remember how much practice they put in for an event like this. And then how long the day of racing is. Sure, you're only doing 3 15, 20-minute races, but it's spread out over such a long period of time, and they're so high-stress races.
Yeah, I think it's more mental exhaustion than physical, probably exhaustion in many ways, but physical exhaustion just does come into play. In the meantime, folks, just to wet your whistles and get those taste buds ready for more racing action here in ESL R1, we've got to show you this. Who won the very first round of ESL R1?
Beneke, yeah.
Correct.
Beneke.
Correct, Seb. Well done.
Beneke.
Spot on. Absolutely correct. First point goes to Isaac.
Maxim. Beneke. Yep. Yeah, Max. Yep. Poland. Yep.
Correct. Who won the Season 1 Spring Major?
Marcel Cintiq.
Yes, yes. Marcel Cintiq.
Correct.
Cintiq.
Cintiq.
Correct.
Cintiq.
Marcel.
Yeah, spot on. I tell you what, they're good.
Marcel Cintiq.
I think so. Yeah. You weren't even in there. I just spectator. I just it was yeah.
Who goes by the name Mustachio?
Kevin Siggy.
Correct. Zemislav coming in there at the very last minute there with a fantastic answer. It was indeed Kevin Siggy.
Kevin Siggy.
Correct, Seb Hawkins. Tell you what, team manager, he's done you the world good here.
George thinks my voice is Bono's voice, and that's going to be confusing.
Kevin Siggy, no?
That's correct. Well done, Cooper.
Had no idea on that one.
You adopted that just due to
I had to dig deep for that one.
the twitch of the twitch of moustache. Brilliant.
Tried to take a wild guess, probably Siggy.
Oh yeah.
Is it Kevin?
Yeah.
It's Kevin Siggy.
Yeah.
Correct. Well done, guys. Well, folks, as we do get ready and set for another trip to finals, I suppose, when it comes down to Esports World Cup time, it's going to get furious. And we just got a little snippet there, Lewis, of the procedure that is going to be undertaken in deciding the overall crown and where it's going to go. We were talking about mental fortitude and toughness, and the drivers are going to need every bit of that heading through that sequence, or those sequence of races and rounds.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to need to be perfect. I guess, you know, they're on these circuits they've kind of fairly well practiced. I don't know if we're going to get anything new by the time we get into Riyadh. We'll have to wait and see on that. I did see a little bit on social media, speaking of new things. I don't know if you caught this, Mr. Morgan, but there is the whole thing that everyone sat there watching, everyone that fancies driving on Rennsport. Your opportunity is coming on the greatest day of all time, July the 10th, my birthday, where we will have open beta time on Rennsport. Finally, it is here, so everyone can drive and see how absolutely disgustingly rapid this field is, and it's pretty quick.
It is pretty quick, and if you ever get a chance to try out the touring cars, highly recommend it.
Just remember, you have to be within 12 seconds of me as far as be better than George Morgan. 12 seconds. 12.
It was awful. It was appalling. I was disgusted at myself, Lewis McLean. It has to be said. But yeah, as you can see from the countdown in the top left, folks, we're only moments away from getting stuck into qualification for our very first knockout race. Remember, 4 knockouts ahead of us to decide, obviously, our semi-final grids. Remember, the first 2 knockouts deciding the first semi-final, then the second 2 knockouts, providing us with the second semi-final grid. So remember, top 6 from each knockout will then form the grids for the semi-finals. So lots to look forward to, but also, you know, in terms of plenty to look forward to here, of course, based on the fact that the top 9 obviously go through to the finals in Riyadh, Lewis, we've got to talk about those 3 second chance spots, because remember, of course, we have 12 drivers that need to take part in the series. So, you know, they're going to be immensely tough spots to fill.
Yeah, again, so like you say, top 9, they're automatically through to the Drivers' Championship. Then we have 12 drivers behind that, so those between 10th and 21st that we put into the last chance qualifiers. So they'll be the ones that will be battling out. The top 3 from that will join the grid. That's why when we saw the championship standings, the top 9 have a green check, then the next 12 drivers have a yellow, and then everyone behind that, you're not in the Drivers' Championship. You're not a part of it at all. Your time in ESL R1 as a Drivers' Championship is over, and so there's a lot of drivers that will be vying for those spots, and it's why there's a lot of drivers that will be, obviously they're aiming for the top 9, but quite a lot of drivers that are kind of around that cut-off point that, you know, likes of Bonnerhouse and James Baldwin, of course, for Guild Racing, yeah, they're sat there not that far away. Laminate, Mitchell de Jong, who's just outside, Yuri Kasdorp and stuff, they're only looking at this, they're only looking to get inside that top 21, so they at least have a shot of taking part in the Drivers' Championship in Riyadh. It's not an easy one. I don't know if we'll see our champion come from outside of the top 9, but let's be honest, it's very possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you qualify into the EWC, you've got a shot, haven't you, of winning the overall driver's crown. But we've got to talk about Guild Esports, funny enough, haven't we? Because obviously Bono House will be marking his appearance here in this third drivers' championship round once again, and obviously Guild taking on you know, many of the members, or 3 of the members anyway, from the old Mercedes team. Let's show you the lineup again. Bono House indeed representing Guild Esports. Marcel Chinchik in for Team Vitality, Moritz Lerner for Mouse, Sebastian Joe for Redline, Jamie Fluke for ART, Vera Stanley for BS Plus Competition, and then there's Thomas Tatler for Team Falcons. We then have Joshua Rogers for Porsche Coanda, Isaac Price for G2 Sim Racing, Dominic Blyer for Williams, Daniel Tillich for Virtus Pro, and Will Chadwick for FaZe. But speaking of Guild, obviously you mentioned Bono House, and obviously the you know, James Baldwin, one of the great sim racers as well. You know, right on the cusp of getting to within potential qualification. Of course, they'll have to go through the second chance phase, you'd fathom. But you know, you've got some talented individuals there. I mean, we speak about Bono House. It's almost like he's written in the echelons of sim racing that date way back, and then of course you throw James Baldwin into the mix, you're talking 2 huge characters as part of the team, and especially considering that Baldwin's just come back from a stint in the 24-hour of Spa in real life.
Yeah, indeed, which is relatively impressive. We'll see him out in race 3. Obviously, you know, great to see him. I saw him posting all the stats and stuff from all the lap times and some of the drivers that he was around. Very impressive lap times, and that's from a consistency perspective. We'll see him out in knockout 3. But like I say, it's an important one for Guilds to step their way up. Of course, they've got Bonnerhouse out in this, who does sit slightly higher in the Drivers' Championship, but that he has done both the rounds, whereas Baldwin did not. I think Baldwin's actually a really good shout of actually moving into the top 21. There is Bono at the moment. We're only a few seconds away from moving into the first qualifying session of the evening. Of those 12 drivers that you saw, by the way, there might be a potential issue for Will Chadwick, so we might not see the FaZe Clan driver out on circuit, but still important moments. Again, I'll run you through my 6 that I think we'll go through. That man there, Bosch, Jamie Fluke, will be one of them. We saw Moritz Lerner a little bit earlier on. Bosch, chuck him in there. Josh Rogers, obviously. Sebastian Jobe, obviously. Marcel Chinchik, not as obviously, I will say. And then this driver here, Dom Blyer, who's been pretty solid so far since his start as a full-time driver in ESL R1, of course, for Williams. Team Quad D, as I called them last round, because all their drivers start with the letter D.
Well, I'd argue and say that we, you know, despite Dominic Blyer being so consistent, I don't think we've quite seen the best of him yet. I think there's a lot. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot more to come for as far as Dominic Blyer is concerned, because we know what he's capable of, Lewis, which, you know, it can be frustrating when we know, you know, what drivers are capable of. You know, we were very much putting Dominic Blyer at the end of last season, in the sporadic appearances that he did make, in the same category and column as Dara McCormack in terms of pace.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's shown it on various occasions, but unfortunately his results so far this season, yeah, sure, he started out the season with a podium in the Teams Championship, and the Drivers' Championship is yet to make it out of one of these knockout races. Someone who certainly has made it out of a knockout race, this driver here, Thomas Tattler, picked up a couple of podiums this season, including open up the Drivers' Championship with a podium in that very first race of this season. Has competed in 5 of the 6 races in ESL R1, of course, this season, and obviously has had a few top 6s in that. He's finished outside the top 6 in one of the semi-finals and, of course, in the final last round, but has shown some incredible speed. Obviously, he takes round the 7-kilometre circuit. I have been passed over some numbers as to what sector times we should expect, but if there's something that I know about drivers and teams and so on, blah, 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 thank you very much to Felix. But every time I get these, these are the sector times you're aiming for, it'll be, you're expecting a 0.4 in sector 1, a 0.6 in sector 2, and a 0.1 in sector 3. I can't tell you a point of what. So 39.4, it is a 0.4, so we'll keep our fingers crossed that it's pretty solid, although I'm not sure the exit there looks particularly ideal from Thomas Tattler as he works his way out a 1 minute 0.2. I can imagine that's not what we're aiming for, George. I think that's pretty slow.
Yeah, I think maybe a mistake coming through that middle sector, diving into Campus and Stavilo. There was quite a high degree of frustration on the face of Thomas Tattler, but heading down through towards bus stop, he'll be the first to register a time across the board here in this final and third round of the Drivers' Championship here in ESL R1 action. The road to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Across the line to finish it off, and that's a 36.959 in the final sector, which gives him a 2:16.641, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. So Tattler to the top of the sessions. First sector looking okay for Tillich, but the second sector not looking ideal as they head their way. We're more aiming for like somewhere in the mid to low 15s. So that is a poor lap time from Thomas Tattler. I don't think Daniel Tillich's time is going to be much quicker. But then we do get Marcel Cinchik coming up next, who's a driver who we should expect to be towards the top end. Cillick crosses the line with a 15.8. I expect this lap time is going to be quicker.
I would imagine so. He's back in the 39.4s here is Cinchik, and he's also drifted into the 59.6s. So this is a good sign for you fans of Hungarian Marcel Cinchik, who I must say is looking really sharp out there on track right now. Needs to usher in, though, still a decent final sector as he now comes out of the bus stop chicane and bursts down the straight up towards the line. Last year's spring season champion comes across the line now, surely to floor Tillich. He does, and by a considerable margin, by a good 0.5, so 2:15.314.
That's a good lap time. Again, I was told 15.3s, 15.2s, maybe a certain someone could maybe sneak a 15.1 onto the board, but right now that's a great lap time from Marcel Cinchik, and one that I don't believe we're seeing a better one coming in from Jamie Fluke at the moment. I think it's going to slot in a little bit behind Marcel Cinchik, but still ahead of Daniel Tillich, probably something around the 3 or 4 margin, maybe a higher 3 or a lower 4. Let's see what he does. Jamie Fluke across the line. It's actually a higher 0.4, so not ideal for Jamie Fluke, but here comes Ferris Stanley.
Yeah, Ferris Stanley with a respectable 39.5 with a 59.7 in Sector 2, so will almost certainly do better than Tillich and Tattler, you'd fathom, but needs to put in a decent final sector here for BS Plus competition in their usual BMW. Back on the throttle once again as Stanley now rushes towards the line, a shake of the head. He's not happy. 1 iota as he now crosses it. 36.2 in the final sector grants him a 2:15.506.
Let's see what the sector times are coming in from Dom Blyer. First sector's decent. Second sector's not too bad either. I think this is faster than Fluke, but not quite as quick as Marcel Cinchik. We'll see how the Williams Mercedes works into the final complex of corners. Obviously heavily onto the brakes, chucks it up over the curb. The first part of bus stop, he's got a lot of information to pull from the likes of Dara McCormack and such around this circuit, and he's got plenty of experience around here in his own hands. Obviously in sim racing, racing over on ACC. He moves his way into second position. Not bad, not great though.
No, certainly not the best that we've seen, but plenty more to offer for other drivers out on track, including this man, Isaac Price, 39.5. Not the best 39.5 that we've seen, however, in that first sector. The second sector with a 59.707. So the second sector, I think, probably shows a degree of improvement. Coming up towards the line in the Porsche, where's Isaac Price going to be? 5th fastest, just ahead of Daniel Tillich.
Bono's next one to come through. We've got some big heavy hitters coming in the next part of this session. Obviously, Bono himself, you've got Sebastian Job, you've got Josh Rogers and Moritz Lerner. Will Chadwick not taking part in this, as we were alluding to, for FaZe Clan. It's a technical issue on the part of Will Chadwick. So, unfortunately, we won't be seeing him out on circuit. He wouldn't progress anyway, he's not good enough. But Bono will come up towards the line. Might be decent for a 0.5 here. Might even be lower than that. It's much lower than that. The Guild Racing driver goes to second.
Certainly does. How much longer, though, is Chinchik and House going to hold on to their positions up at the front? Because here comes Sebastian Job, 39.475 is certainly competitive in the first sector. 59.7 in sector 2 isn't bad either. So Sebi Job now looking to land a severe blow to Marcel Chinchik and Bono House as he heads up towards the line. Can he topple the Hungarian at the top of the tree? Sebastian Job across the line. No, not quite. By mere hundredths of a second, Sebastian Job goes into second place.
Let's take a look at these sector times coming in from Joshua Rogers. First sector, not actually that great, but the Porsche doesn't really run too well. Second sector, much quicker. So the Porsche obviously clearly running very well in that middle sector. It might be struggling then with a little bit of straight line speed. We'll watch out for that during the race. The Porsche Commander driver heads his way through the final corner. A circuit he knows how to win at, as he'll take to the stripe and head to first with a 15.2 final sector. Very strong for him. Final lap time coming in.
Yeah, that final sector was great for Joshua Rogers. Moritz Lerner looking for something too. His sector 1 time is looking pretty special, 39.4. The second sector, not too bad either, 59.801. So needs a decent third sector just to add the cherry on the cake here. But can the man from Mouse Sim Racing pull something out of the bag at the very last moment as he now heads towards the line? Moritz Lerner here this time around at Spa, only enough for 6th fastest, a 2:15.4.
Wow. Impressive lap time coming in from Josh Rogers again. That first sector not ideal, which I think would give some concerns. They'll be well aware of that, but give some concerns potentially for the Porsche Commander team that maybe the car's not running rapidly up towards Les Combes. I've been told he can go pretty quick around here, can Joshua Rogers. And whilst lap time and qualifying is one thing, the race is going to be a very, very different kettle of fish. 7 laps, I believe it will be in the race, and 7 laps for them to survive around here. But the most important bit is they've got to survive that very first lap of proceedings and that race down into La Source. And, of course, the race up towards Les Combes. We'll bring you the grid in just a second once all things are finalised from the session. And, of course, Sebastian Job there, who's shown some good pace. I think the outstanding qualifying lap in all that is surely it's Bonahouse's.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, we did say that Guild needs something decent just to carry them through for the rest of the round. But I must say, if you're Joshua Rogers, you're coming into this now in a fine vein of form. I mean, those sector times were blistering, coming off the back of winning the round at Hockenheimring and then following it up at Road Atlanta. Truly is special. And now this time has put his best foot forward, looking for a triple header and a clean sweep throughout the Drivers' Championship. That would be a sensational feat. But there is Bono House. Now, big opportunity here for Guild. Obviously, House carries such a weight of expectation in a way, just given the fact that he's had so much success in the past, adopting life as a sim racer from a very young age and still very much fighting up at the top. Moritz Lerner coming into it too. Mouse, also another team that we should see improvements from.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Moritz Lerner, I've said it time and time again. I've avoided picking him as a driver that I think will move through on various occasions, mostly because in Jönköping I picked him a few times and he went out in all of them. I have picked him in this one. We'll take a look at the starting grid. Of course, Will Chadwick is not in this race for knockout 1. Thomas Tatler will start from 11th position, then in the final spot on the grid after a slow lap from him. Daniel Tillich will be starting from 10th, with Isaac Price in 9th, Ferris Stanley in 8th, and Jamie Fluke outside of the top 6. That sees Moritz Lerner starting from 6th position, just alongside Dominic Blyer. Bonahouse with a fantastic qualifying effort into 4th position, Sebastian Job into 3rd, and then Marcel Chinchik and Joshua Rogers make take up the front row. That is the full season and spring season champion of 2023, starting first and second. Who's coming out on top between the pair of them? Is Josh Rogers making it through all 3 races? Are we going to see someone pass into triple digits when it comes to races completed in ESL R1? Oh, so much to go through.
Juicy, Lewis, juicy. And the big question is who's going to come out on top coming out of La Source, because obviously that is very much where we like to see obviously battles commence, and then obviously coming through Rouge and Radion, they'll probably do battle again. But amazing to have these 2 figureheads at the front of the order. Of course, like you so rightly said, Chinchik winning the spring season major, then had the fall season major fall into the hands of this man who really did execute it brilliantly. And of course, Porsche Coanda having more success back at Gamers 8 alike as a team. And now looking ahead, obviously looking to try and storm or cook up a storm in the EWC. But take us away, Lewis.
Yeah, here we go then. Short run down towards turn 1, 2 kilometres down towards the next braking zone. Who's going to come out on top? How much 3 wide we're going to see? From what we've been told before, we're going to see quite a lot of it. It's Josh Rogers in control as we get racing here for the first race on the final part of the Drivers' Championship before we head to Riyadh. Great start from Marcel Chinchik, who's got to the outside, and a big send to the inside coming in from Sebastian Job. I think it's Marcel Chinchik who was trying to sneak around the outside to take over the race lead, and he can't quite do it. We drag our way down the hill then with Joshua Rogers leading from Sebastian Job, from Marcel Chinchik, from Bonnerhaus, who has to back out for any attempt on the Hungarian as we go single file up and over the crest. It's not going to be like this in DelayCon, George.
Not at all. It's still Porsche, though, out in front with Joshua Rogers at their helm. He's being hunted down, though, by Sebastian Job. Marcel Chinchik down in third, being chased by Bonnerhaus as the 2 Audis come together 3 wide, coming in towards Lakecom with Chinchik holding the Tiger line, brushes through past Joshua Rogers, and now trying to attack Sebastian Job as they now come through towards Malmedy, the Hungarian, hungry for P1 in this initial stint. Can't quite do it, but is now being faced by Joshua Rogers now coming into Rivage. Also for the back, Bonnerhaus going at it with Dominic Blyer.
This is the racing we didn't get last week. My goodness me, Road Atlanta was absolute chaos. This has been fantastic thus far. Let's not speak too soon as Dom Blyer squeezes out Bonnerhaus there. So silly from Blyer, and it's actually cost him a fair amount, because working his way through comes Jamie Fluke, comes Moritz Lerner, comes Tumis Tattler as well, as he's going to get squeezed out himself. Bonnerhaus dropping back down the order. Oh, it's not gone ideal, but that's what happens when you squeeze someone off.
Well, on the face of it, I mean, Bonnerhaus looked to be in dreamland off the back of qualifying, but now it's turned into a nightmare. He's dropped back into 8th place and is now rubbing shoulders with Isaac Price in behind as well. Wheel to wheel, they'll stay. Both those drivers actually competing in the F1 Sim Racing Championship together, but now on the outset, now dueling it out here at Spa, this time in ESL R1 competition, as now they hurtle through out of Campus and Stavlo through Corbet Paul Frere. Sebastian Job leads 6/10 now as Chinchik drops into second in front of Joshua Rogers this time. It's amazing to see the swing come into play. We saw them do battle coming through La Source, and indeed it did twist, heading up through towards Eau Rouge and Radion. That slipstream is so powerful.
It really is. It is potent around here, more so than a lot of the circuits that that we see. Mostly because of, for one, the speed, but for two, it's you're kind of going uphill, and the slipstream just kind of does make even more of a difference in there. So there's quite a lot going up towards Lakecom where the slipstream will work into effect. So just because there's half a second between Marcel Chinchik and Sebastian Job, I expect to see side by side between those two. That said, both Marcel Chinchik and Josh Rogers have been well known for being patient in races like this. Whether that will happen on this occasion, we'll have to wait and see, because the slipstream is quite bad when it comes to its kind of how volatile it'll be. But we'll have to wait and see. Those lower positions, though, it's not going to be as simple as here comes Bonnerhaus to try and get past Don Blyer onto the Kemmel straight as they head through the Kemmel curve. Is Moritz Lerner safe from Tumis Tattler? Is Sebastian Job safe from Marcel Chinchik? Sebastian Job lifted out there 100%.
Yeah, he certainly did, allowing Chinchik to go through. Bonnerhaus having to escape as he rubs with Dominic Blyer. Big error there coming through in towards Malmedy, and in fact, House might have to give that position back.
I see. This is the bit, right? I don't believe he should, because he was pushed out there. He was side by side and had plenty of time, and Don Blyer squeezed him out. And that's the second time Blyer squeezed him out, because obviously he did it with Bonnerhaus at no name before and has just done it there. I like Dom quite a lot, but that's poor driving.
Yeah, could yet be Stewart's intervention there once again. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, we'll bring you any update as soon as we hear it. But at the front, it's Marcel Cinčić. Thomas Tatler for Team Falcons sat in 6th place. So currently, Team Falcons with a car going through into the semi-finals for sure. Should it stay like this? And there's quite a gap between Blyer and Tatler here as well. And unfortunately for House, he's got a lot of work to do. Remember, he started 2nd row of the grid and now sinking to P8 after a very difficult start.
Yeah, which is a shame for the Guild Racing driver who's clearly got plenty of pace around here. We'll see if Josh Rogers might sneak one past his rival of yesteryear. And again, as they had a slight break in their rivalry, it has certainly returned. And it is Coanda versus Redline. It is them trying to get past Vitality. Will there be any moves up? To be fair, the top 3 in this, you can see battling for the victory overall in the final later on this afternoon. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. As Marcel Cinčić is able to hold on to the race lead, there is almost certainly going to be a switch between them going into Lake Con. But look, they're being joined in this fight because Jamie Fluke, Moritz Lerner and Thomas Tatler are all closing back in. 6 drivers separated by 2 seconds.
Yeah, which could make all the difference then, climbing up through Arouge and Radion and up the long Kemmel straight, but still Cinčić holds all the cards out in front and still holds the fastest lap of the race. In the distance, Joshua Rogers just tucked in behind Sebastian Job is obviously looking to try and get the run coming through Arouge and Radion. Will have the slipstream in his Porsche to then potentially escalate an overtake before they reach Malmedy. And I tell you, someone else who might have a chance to do that, that's Sebastian Job himself. They're now running as a 3, heading up through towards Lake Com, side by side again. Here between Cinčić and Job. Rogers coming through as well. A 3-way swing here this time as Cinčić goes from the lead down to 3rd place.
Oh, I know it's time trial day in the Tour de France, but that was team time trial-esque between that lot there. Marcel Cinčić just lifting off quite nicely. Josh Rogers following Sebastian Job through. No major dramas. The big switch there. At the moment between this lot, they'll be talking about points. The thing is, between Josh Rogers and Sebastian Job, those two don't necessarily need much more when it comes to points. I said before, I think really 100 points is going to be the cut-off, which Sebastian Job will be passing over 100 points after this. The problem is Marcel Cinčić is only on 57 points. That's the cut-off, by the way, for the top 9, not the top 21. Marcel Cinčić is sat in 11th position of the championship on 57 points. He's got 22 points before he even gets past the next person. He is the person that actually needs points in this trio, and I'm sure Rogers and Joe will be aware of that, and they'll probably make Marcel Cinčić's life that little bit harder because they know that if he gets into that top 9 and competes for the Drivers' Championship in Riyadh, he will be competing for the Drivers' Championship. He has won one himself.
And you can bet your bottom dollar that they have very clear memories from what happened last season as well with Team Vitality, formerly known as just Team RHG last season, going on to take big points. And obviously Cinčić wrapping up the Spring Series title as now we see Jamie Fluke going at it. Obviously he's trying to defend against Thomas Tatler in behind as well. Tatler now favouring the inside, coming through towards Bus Stop as they both give chase to Moritz Lerner. Great defensive effort from Jamie Fluke, managing to keep Thomas Tatler in behind. Whether it was just a case that there was grip loss there on part of Tatler, I'm not sure, but seemed to back out of that one fairly quickly.
Yeah, maybe, but then also maybe there's the whole thing of Tatler's inside the top 6. If you waste time in this battle, Butterhouse and the likes behind are going to rejoin this fight, and this is the really awkward bit that realistically, Moritz Lerner, Jamie Fluke, Thomas Tatler, if they don't fight, they might well work their way through. But if you try and get a little bit greedy, that's where you can really slow down. And that's where the group behind work their way past. Here comes a switch for the race lead because Josh Rogers got the speed now, and it's going to be 3 wide because Marcel Cinčić is going to send one to the inside. Maybe it's not the wisest, but he wants to be back at the front because, again, he needs those points. Side by side for 2nd position. Sebastian Job doesn't quite back out as he makes contact just a little bit with Josh Rogers, just pitches the nose slightly. I think he was trying to back out from it, but I think Rogers in turn was backing out from trying anything on Cinčić, so Sebastian Job was kind of like having to almost doubly back out of it, which isn't great.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sebastian Job is sat in 6th place in this driver's standing. Bear in mind, there are still enough points for those that are in P's 10 downwards, that are in the potential one final chance bracket, that they could yet still creep into the top 9. Your positions aren't yet safe just yet. One major twist today could change the entire face of the top 9. So Sebastian Job can't afford to make any mistakes despite how talented he really is. Marcel Cinčić back at the front. Joshua Rogers with that fastest lap now currently coerced right into the back of the Audi R8 LMS as they now cruise down into the next double right-hander through Campus and Stavilo. Still ever cool, Joshua Rogers. Moritz Lerner also in 5th place, keeping himself ahead of Thomas Tatler, with Bono House now in 7th place and trying to close up onto the back of Tatler. House seems to have found himself again, and the pace seems to be back in his favour.
Yeah, I mean, look, there is chance for some more drama in this race, that is for sure. And if Bono House has any aspirations of working his way through into the Drivers' Championship, even into the top 21, it needs to be now. If he is outside of the top 6, he is definitely not going to the Drivers' Championship in Riyadh. It's almost certain. I mean, he'll move up into the top 21. Actually, no, he won't even at all. I was going to say he might move up there briefly, but once everyone else has completed the races, he won't. At the moment, he needs to get into that top 6. If he doesn't progress through into the semi-finals, it is all over for Bono House and plenty of other drivers. Yeah, the likes of Isaac Price, Ferris Stanley, Daniel Tulloch, and of course Don Blythe. Everyone below that cut-off line, they need to be inside the top 6 right now, because they're not even really close at the moment.
No, not at all. Jamie Fluke has got quite a gap between he and Job, and Rogers and Chinchik further up. Further back, Moritz Lerner still very much chasing him down. There's only a mere gap of around 0.3 of a second between them this time, and obviously the climb leading up through towards Laycom is going to favour Moritz Lerner, and it also favours Joshua Rogers, who now puts himself ahead of Marcel Chinchik. Job tried it up the inside again, but Chinchik again reneging the opportunity here for Job, who now has to stand in 3rd once more. But Rogers now leads once again, a position he is oh so used to. We just caught there Chinchik mouthing a few words under his breath, probably just feeling the sting a little bit from Job in behind.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is with Job leaving his nose in there, it's risky. It's risky. He did get a penalty last round, of course, for the 3 wide, but it was Marcel Chinchik involved. Now it was Marcel Chinchik and Kaiki Oliveira, wasn't it, down into the final chicane at Road Atlanta, where Sebastian Job turned in, and a lot of people will be like, oh, it was Kaiki Oliveira's fault for making it 3 wide, but he was fully there. And Sebastian Job turning in was where the drama was caused. A little bit of a replay as to the move here, as Josh Rogers was able to sneak his way past. Marcel Chinchik was like, oh, you both slipped? Yeah, don't worry about it, lads. As he was able to fire his way through, and you can kind of see at that point, Josh Rogers actually wanted to back out, Sebastian Job wanted to back out, but then they all kind of backed out onto each other, which was always a little bit uncomfortable. I did get a note, by the way, from Felix van Delft, who's passed on the estimated points. He reckons it's 120 points you need to be in the top 9 and 45-ish to be in the top 21, which does kind of make sense, actually, because of how many points have been scored. Max Benneker's in 9th position, he scored 80, which means he scored 40 around, roughly, which would put it at 120. So he's a smart boy.
He is very smart, is the one only Felix van Delft, as they now cross the line once again. Rogers this time taking them through lap 6 of 7, penultimate lap of the race, and Rogers with a 4/10 advantage, though that gap is going to come increasingly down. Well, it's going to come down dramatically, certainly as they now look to climb up through Arouge and Radion. Ferris Stanley receiving a time penalty as well, so that's certainly not going to help him. As you can see, the red check mark next to his name, that certainly isn't a positive like the fastest lap that Marcel Chinchik has against his name, so that will play against Ferris Stanley. You can consider him out of this contention in this very race, as now Chinchik goes on the attack of Rogers, well, literally riding his rear right now, and I don't think he's actually going to pull the plug on 1st place, or is he?
No, he was tapping the brakes. He did not want to go for a move, and I think with the gap that Sebastian Job had kind of given, I don't think Sebastian Job wanted to do anything either. They're at the moment just settling with their positions. They'll probably switch on the next lap, because it is the last lap, of course, the next time we go round the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. But I think that was a wise moment from Marcel Chinchik to not go for anything. We've seen him do this time and time again with Chinchik, and it's why he ended up competing for the Drivers' Championship in Munich, is because he knows when to be aggressive. I think the same is happening with this 3 as well, between Fluke, Lerner and Tatler. I think they can fight a lot harder than they are fighting. I think they are choosing not to, because it is better for them to be in the top 6 and go and score some more points later on this afternoon, rather than try and score an extra couple of points here in the quarterfinals and the knockout stages and potentially lose out on progressing at all.
Well, I mean, it's all about consolidating your place in this round as such. I mean, obviously, if you're Moritz Lerner, you're not going to want to stack your chips into the centre of the table during a quarter-final knockout phase, you should say. But, I mean, I suppose looking at this on paper, they are in the top 6. This will get them a place into the semi-final. Now, the question is, in all this, because Bono House is getting close to the back of Thomas Tatler, House can't afford to hang back, because everything hinges on this race. here at this stage, because if he doesn't get into the top 6, then his day is done.
Yeah, indeed. There was a little bit of switching around there, I think, but nothing too major. We head down into the final chicane. We're about to begin the final lap here. So 7 more kilometres in the first knockout race. It is Josh Rogers at the front of the field. I do suspect there's going to be a switch of position for the race lead this time by. And again, Sebastian Jobe with the slipstream, the way it works, Sebastian Jobe could have the speed to retake over the race lead. Well, he wants second position now as he gets down the inside into La Source. That's not the wisest place to try, because it's a big straight after this.
Yeah, I think obviously thinking that if he can get ahead of Chinchik, Sebastian Jobe, I should say, well, maybe he can then focus on trying to battle for the race lead at the top of the Kemmel Straight. But this time around, I don't think it's affected them too much, because Chinchik is right on the rear this time of Joshua Rogers. So we are going to see a 3-wide affair on the run up through towards Lake Com. Oh, Chinchik trying to cover him off as they now make their way up through towards Lake Com. This time it didn't work. The Audi R8 LMS pitching itself closer and closer to the outside. But Jobe, despite the challenge, despite the defensive efforts from Chinchik, was still able to get past and also ultimately take the lead of the race.
Definitely not done yet, though, as we prepare ourselves for the final moments. Those positions further back, by the way, look at what has happened. Moritz Lerner has had a significant problem for Mouse and Thomas Tatler. The two of those have come together off camera, and now Don Blyer and Bunnerhaus are inside the top 10. Top 6 rather. What has even happened in this race?
Good Lord, Tatler and Lerner at the tail of the field. They were both in the top 6 and both would have ascended for Team Falcons and Mouse, but seemingly that's not going to happen. At this point, Bono House in 5th, Dominic Blyer in 6th place with Jamie Fluke and ART. Could be a huge result for Jamie Fluke in terms of getting himself through to Riyadh, as we now see them coming through the Lafanier chicane this time around. That's the contingent of Bono House, Dominic Blyer, Isaac Price also on the cusp of this. This is not over, Lewis McGlade.
No, it certainly isn't. Here comes the slipstream then. Let's see if we're going to get any moves coming down into the final chicane. The first race this evening, it has been very exciting, got to be said. I'm now looking forward to the rest of this evening. Certainly put whatever happened back in Road Atlanta behind us as Josh Rogers looks to the outside coming towards Blanchimont. The gap is too large for them to close down on Sebastian Jobe. You'd have to say out wide goes Marcel Chinchik. Josh Rogers will look to the outside now as he tries to commit to a move, but a defensive line coming in from Marcel Chinchik can't go on the attack. Going through the final corner, it is a 23rd victory for Sebastian Jobe in ESL R1. Whilst the fighting all happens behind, it's Jobe from Chinchik, from Rogers, then from everyone else. Let's see who comes across the line in the top 6. It's Jamie Fluke, I think it's Don Blyer, and I have absolutely no idea who else has come across the line.
Fantastic result for Sebastian Jobe, back to the top once again, a position he is oh so used to, and ahead of 2 champions in the past, the spring season champion and the fall season champion. This man was the one to topple him. Of course, we've still got 2 more races to come for these guys. Obviously, semi-final action just around the corner, but first and foremost, we've got 3 of the knockouts to bring you. But Chinchik, no doubt, will take positives from the fact that he is still in this fight. Further back, though, it was all about that last gasp attack. I mean, Isaac Price was right on the cusp of breaking through. He was effectively wheel to wheel. It was a drag race between he and I think also Bono House, it was, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, I have no idea what the top 6 is. We'll get the provisional results in just a second, but then, of course, race control are going to need to look at everything. What even happened with Moritz Lerner and Thomas Tatler there into Lake Com. They were comfortably inside the top 6. Before we knew it, suddenly it was Don Blyer and Bono House that certainly were. And again, what a crazy way to start the evening's racing. And again, what another fantastic victory. 23rd victory for Sebastian Jobe. He's obviously not highest on the all-time winners list, because that is definitely Joshua Rogers. But again, each time he does, he at least is moving closer on to the highest percentage of victories, which is still in the hands of Joshua Rogers. He does have a higher percentage of podiums, though.
He certainly does. I mean, though, if you look at the history of this man, Sebastian Jobe, he is not short of winning championships. He's won several in the past, and now looking to lay claim to a first ESL R1 championship, which he still is yet to grasp onto. But there is still an opportunity for him to do so, and you definitely would factor him into potentially being a champion in the near future. But when you come up against someone like Joshua Rogers, that is a very hard task. But this time around, he came on top this time. But there's still, well, for these guys, 2 more races to get through out of the semis into the final, so we'll have to sit tight. But it definitely does seem to be the case, and you mentioned this earlier on as well, Lewis, that these could be the 3 drivers that fight it out in our final race later on tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're looking at them, like, I was going to say, who else do you throw into the mix? And I can give you 12 other drivers, like without even really thinking about an eyelid. I can chuck a load of other drivers into there. Here is, of course, the provisional results from the race. Sebastian Jobe, Marcel Chinchik, Josh Rogers, and Jamie Fluke. Dom Blyer scoring some very important points. Obviously, he's a lot further down in the championship. He's 32nd in the championship, so him moving through in the evening, it's actually a big deal. Same with Bunnerhaus, who's on the outside looking in. We will not see any more of Isaac Price, Ferris Stanley, Daniel Tulik. Weirdly enough, Thomas Tattler and Moritz Lerner. Moritz Lerner will end up being counted as being in 11th position rather than 12th, so don't worry about that, just because of Will Chadwick causing all kinds of problems. But for Thomas Tattler, the important bit from that is, and to be fair for Moritz Lerner, they're now going to be on the edge of their seat for the rest of the evening, because they'll be looking at what points everyone else scores. I think Moritz Lerner is no longer a part of the Drivers' Championship. I think he'll be outscored enough by other drivers unless he gets incredibly lucky. Thomas Tattler's got 53 points, which is slightly above what our predicted cutoff is for moving into the top 21, but it's not going to be a stress-free run for Tattler over the evening, who's just now got to sit back and for the next few hours wonder what's going to happen.
Yeah, and there's a few other names starting to creep through as well, because if you look at the Guild esports crew, obviously the likes of Bono House, if they continue to score decent points, there could be that huge twist to come later on. So sit tight, everybody. This is far from over. Bear in mind, we've still got 3 more races in the knockout phase alone to bring you here tonight. But qualification starting, as you can see from the timer in the top left, in 4 minutes and 20. But an important victory for Sebastian Jobe. I think it was about sending a message, wasn't it, Lewis? Just to say, listen, you know, maybe Joshua Rogers, you may have won 2 rounds back to back so far this season, but I'm Sebastian Jobe, and I'm the best sim racer in the world.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a quality performer and shows it once more. Will he be going on to take victory a little bit later on this afternoon? We'll have to wait and see. I'd argue, you know, a couple of rounds ago, he was the favourite, to win a round not that long ago, and it kind of didn't all work out in his favour. Obviously, he has won a round. I think it was Monza where he was supposed to win and then didn't, or whatever. It's always a tricky one, just with the expectation. He has the expectation that he is always winning, but then so does Joshua Rogers, so does Marcel Chinchik, and that's kind of like that's the stressful moment for them.
Yeah, true gladiators of their craft, and we have yet to figure, certainly factor in the likes of Luke Bennett and also Max Benneker, many others that have obviously featured at the top in this championship as time has gone by. But it does throw up a very interesting prospect for our next race, because of course we're going to be back in Knockout Race 2 action, and quite a few names that are going to be creeping in. And I must say, I would argue that the next race, Knockout Race 2, Lewis, is going to be made up of a group of drivers that are trying to break in qualification phase, heading through to the EWC, because there's this: Charlie Collins, Marco Pajic, Jakub Brzezinski, Luke Bennett, Kaiki Oliveira, Dara McCormack, Erhan Yovski, Ulas Azildrim, Christopher Dambit, Slav Lam, and Shera Penin as well for Virtus Pro. This is a contingent of names, pretty much, apart from perhaps Collins, that are looking to actually get to within the top 9, or at least, at the very least, in the top 21.
Collins will be sat there thinking, again, based on the points of what we said before, we'll be aiming for about 120 points to stay inside the top 9. So he is aiming for some big things, of course. So there is that. The rest of the drivers, they're aiming to basically be in the top 21. I mean, looking at that, we're kind of talking about that 45 to 50 point cutoff line. So the likes of Ulas Azildrim, the likes of Kaiki Oliveira, they're not that far, and those that aren't that far back behind that, they might have the chance. Seeing a few highlights from the races, seeing Dom Blyer squeezing out, making a couple of bits of contact with Bonner House once more, which wasn't the most ideal thing. Saw Marcel Chinchik taking over the race lead from Sebastian Jobe. Saw the race lead switch a handful of times over that race. I think probably would have switched around at least 4 or 5 times throughout the running of the race between Sebastian Jobe, between Josh Rogers, and between Marcel Chinchik, didn't we, George?
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think we'll be seeing many of them dueling out again as we make our way through the evening. I mean, look at this as well. 3 wide, heading up through towards Lake-On. These 3 juggernauts of ESL R1. Marcel Chinchik with an absolutely stunning double overtake heading through. Now, this is once again the combination of Bono House and Dominic Blyer. Of course, there was a lot of confusion as to what happened to them earlier on, but a great move indeed on part of Bono House. This was the big squeeze from Marcel Chinchik. managed to keep it enough so the BMW stayed stayed on the tarmac, and Sebastian Job would have thanked them. Was this the instant? Yes, it was. So, interesting. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there was a third car involved in that. No, Jamie Fluke.
Yeah, so Fluke was on the outside there. Thomas Tatler was going to the inside, and Moritz Lerner was in the middle. And whether you could say Moritz Lerner gave enough room, but then he would have been pinched a little bit because Jamie Fluke was still there on the outside. That's not an easy one for race control to do, so I think that race won't be official for a little while. But our focus must turn to the second race of the evening, George, because plenty to go through. Are you ready for my list?
I'm ready for your list. Hit me with it, Lewis.
Here's the prediction count. So, by the way, I think I've got quite a few. I think I've got 4 in the last one. So, yeah, I'll take that percentage.
Pretty good.
In this one, Kaiki Oliveira, Charlie Collins, Luke Bennett, Shamislav Marek Lemonem, Erhan Yovsky and Dara McCormack. A couple of other drivers that really could make their way through: Brzezinski, Ulas Zildirim, Danilis Cherepenin, who has moved through but not in the Drivers' Championship, if memory serves. But certainly Ulas Zildirim did, of course, last round and put on some great performance for the FaZe Clan team, who have been getting a lot stronger in the Drivers' Championship, weirdly enough. They could have done that a few weeks ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say one of the dark horses as well is Christopher Dambit, I think, in all this, because he was someone that came in last season, didn't really show a lot, but bear in mind it was his first time or his first entry into ESL R1 competition. I think had a lot of catching up to do, but seemingly during the off-season coming into this season seems to have found his feet rather well. So I think he could be an outside chance to break into the top 6.
Yeah, indeed. There is Dara McCormack, who I'm wisely informed hasn't done as much practice for this as he would have normally wanted to, because he's been slightly busy dealing with certain things on the Williams side of things. After ESL R1 last week, was basically instantly heading out to the 24 Hours of Spa, which is a long weekend as far as memory serves. So I had less time to practice for this than he normally would. Thankfully, it's a circuit that he's raced at a lot, has won at a fair few times, and I think the expectation is that he should be relatively fine, but it is always a note to chuck out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I suppose at least then he can do his do some extra track research ahead of
it is laser scanned.
So. Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. And at the same time, whilst he says that he hasn't had a lot of preparation, I'd argue that he's had a different type of preparation for tonight's event. But Luke Bennett now out on track, another driver as part of the 4-man red line contingent that are now heading through in the top 9 as of this moment. He would have witnessed his teammate Sebastian Job go ahead and take victory in the last race, and now red line have a chance here with someone with such quality as Luke Bennett, who has really grown into the championship again in a very impressive first sector already. A 39.484. It's not a bad way to start, Lewis.
No, 39.4 in that first sector is pretty decent. Based on what we saw in the previous session, obviously that is a 10th.5 faster than what we saw from Josh Rogers. But I'm not sure if that Porsche Command is particularly good in the first sector. It comes on strong in the middle sector, where we're expecting a 0.6. Of course, Rogers ended up going a couple of tenths faster than that, so lost out in the first, gained it back in the second. But the BMW does seem to be hitting basically those sector times on the button, so 0.4, 0.6, 0.1 for the 3 sectors that we're working our way through as Bennett heads his way down towards campus in the final sector. Let's see what the sector 2 split is, George. Is it going to be a 0.6?
Yeah. It could be. Let's sit tight. I mean, Luke Bennett's looking in rude health right now. 59.7 isn't bad. It's not the best, but it isn't horrendous. It's a fair 59, I think I'll say, as he now makes his way towards Blanchimont. There is a degree of frustration now showing on the face of Luke Bennett. Let's see what the third sector can bring him as he now flies through Blanchimont this time around, and keeping it within the white lines. You've got to be careful not to run out too far wide coming through that final sector this time. Now into the final 2 corners on this track, making sure you keep it tight to the inside on the outside of the curb and then out towards the home straight. Let's see what this final sector can bring for Luke Bennett. Let's see whether the time is equatable. 2:15.386. Not too bad at all. I would say around 700 off where he would like to be to obtain pole.
Yeah, I think like a lower 3 is pretty solid. I thought he had a slowdown then just because of how long it took him to get to the line, but no, it's just the drive on the corner. It's fine. I just had a bit of a panic. Better sector times coming in though for Kaiki Oliveira, who might sneak one here on Luke Bennett, depending on the final sector. It's been a quality lap thus far from the Brazilian as he heads his way up towards the line. Can it beat the 15.386? The question about to be answered. Yes, it can. Yes. 15.332. Fantastic.
That's a stunning lap from Kaiki Oliveira, who since moved from Furia now to BS Plus competition. Charlie Collins now looking to etch his name into the mix as well. The first sector, not the best, but it's a 39.6. It's not horrendous either. 59.5 in the middle sector. Sector 3 could make everything count here for the young man, now representing Porsche Commander in his first official full season for the team. And I must say, that time will place him third fastest, but only by about 0.2.
Yeah, but that's not good for Collins. He could find himself outside of the top 6 with that one. Depends on what sector times we see coming through here. Good middle sector, but a mediocre first one for Brzezinski. Although, to be fair, for Porsche, that's actually pretty good in the first sector. Never mind, I'll take that one back. The second sector is probably not ideal for what we'd expect from the Porsche. G2 Esports here, Jakub Brzezinski coming up towards the line, see what he can do. I think it might be slightly behind Collins. It's slightly ahead of Collins, 15.481. I think it's getting slightly worse for Collins there.
Yeah, absolutely. Semislav Lamanek now next up, and a 39.4 in that first sector is where he needs to be. Second sector isn't too bad either with a 59.785. The pole now sends it for Team Falcons into the final chicane, obviously reeling off the back of losing Thomas Tatler in our last race, and now looking to Semislav Lamanek to perhaps enter his car into the fold for semi-final action later on tonight. Goes third fastest ahead of Jakub Brzezinski and Charlie Collins, so a great lap from Semislav Lamanek, and mere hundreds from Luke Bennett and Kaiki Oliveira.
Yeah, looking at some of the drivers left to come, the likes of McCormack, Yayovsky, even Ulas Zilderim, Christopher Dambitz, I expect that those drivers will be ahead of Collins. I think Collins could be in some deep trouble here. It could be quite a close session. I think one driver I'm not expecting to go fast down based on these sector times is Jimmy Antunes, who'll work his way down towards the line. Antunes to go into probably 6th position, I think, based on this correction. It's 4th. Great final sector coming in from the Apex Racing team drivers. Here comes McCormack.
Yeah, 39.4 in the first sector is brilliant for the Irishman, Dara McCormack, who has been stellar in the past. The first driver ever to go back-to-back in terms of round wins. Remember, that was last year. Now looking to come back this time for Williams. He's on the cusp of breaking through into the potential top 9s. Obviously trying to get qualification for the EWC. Comes across the line this time around. A shake of the head we just witnessed. 36.2 in that final sector. Enough to place him second fastest and only 200ths away from Kaiki Oliveira. Oliveira put in a stunning lap.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was a shake then. It was more like tilting it from side to side. That was like, this is all right. This is fine. I think he knew that it was like, that's definitely a midpoint 3. As McCormack crosses the line to go into 2nd position. Erhan Yayovsky then, a driver who needs some good results right now, finding himself far down in the Drivers' Championship. Would desperately like to take at least 45 points to see if he can secure his way through into that top 21 mark, rather. Goes to 4th. That's decent for the Vitality team.
Certainly is. Puts them in a very good place. And bear in mind, Erhan Yayovsky's had his troubles this season. Sherepenin coming up next and has laid down a 39.5 in Sector 1, but Sector 2 looks certainly not ideal, to say the least. It is pro, with all eyes on Sherepenin to perhaps bring them home the big prizes here. I think he might come loose away from the rest of the field. He might finish just below Collins. He should finish below Collins. He will finish below Collins, above 0.3 of a second slower than the man in P8.
First sector pretty decent for Marco Page. The second sector pretty mediocre. Of course, somebody who has won a round in ESL R1. It was round 6 in the spring season at the Nürburgring, and a fantastic performance as well to make it a 3rd consecutive victory for a Mercedes back team. Of course, the 2 before that were Dara McCormack. Marco Page would like to see himself in an Audi R8 up towards the front. He's already seen his teammate Butterhouse progress his way through. What does Page do across the line? Only good enough for 9th. So things looking slightly better for Charlie Collins, but he's probably going to be on the back couple of rows, that's for sure.
Yeah, 39.6 in the first sector for Ulas Zilderim, and a 59.5 in Sector 2 as well to match. So not a horrendous lap. We'll need something special, though, in the final sector to upset the top 6, I would say. But Ulas Zilderim proving time and time again how versatile he truly is where it comes to sim racing. Now heading up towards the line for FaZe. Let's see where Ulas Zilderim goes. Does go into the top 6 ahead of Jimmy Antunes. That's not a bad lap for Zilderim.
Yeah, that's pretty handy for Ulas Zilderim. Can Christopher Dambitz throw something into it as well? That middle sector's not that great, though. That's the problem. It could be around the 0.5 of Marco Page. Might still sneak his way past Charlie Collins, although I don't believe so with that middle sector. I think he's just lost out a little bit too much time. But let's see what Dambitz can do as he heads up towards the line. Where's he going to end up? He's in 11th position with a 5.84.
Yeah, rough time for Christopher Dambits. The first sector looked decent, though. But how about this man, Kaiki Oliveira? A stunning lap here to set the trend, ready for the race coming up very, very shortly. And a great lap as well for BS Plus competition. Proved to be one of the figureheads, one of the leaders coming out of Furia in Brazil, and has now switched across to BS Plus competition, back in a BMW. And I must say, looking really strong here for tonight's race. Dara McCormack back again, and seemingly back to his reasonable best. The pace is definitely there for McCormack, so no doubt we will see him take the fight to Kaiki Oliveira for a potential race win. Also, keep your eyes peeled on this man, Luke Bennett, who we all know can perform well in big player, big time situations.
Yeah, of course, it'd be interesting for the front row between Dara McCormack, between Kaiki Oliveira. It's a lot of wins between the pair of them, and by a lot I mean they're all in McCormack's favour.
Well, let's take a look at them from back to front. Daniel Sherapenin down in 12th. We then have Christopher Dambits in 11th place for Mouse. Marco Pejic for Guild in 10th. Then Charlie Collins and Porsche Coanda in 9th. Not ideal for him. Jakub Brzezinski in 8th place with Jimmy Antonez in 7th. Ulas Zildrim for FaZe in 6th. For Semislav Laminek for Team Falcons, a brilliant 5th. Erhan Yovski on the second row in 4th, with Luke Bennett joining him in 3rd place. The front row, though, saved for Dara McCormack and the Williams team, with Kaiki Oliveira, a sensational pole effort with a 2:15.332, puts the BS Plus competition team on pole ahead of this knockout 2. And I tell you what, you've got to give him a great chance of taking a race win here. Huge points could be on the table for BS Plus competition.
Yeah, they really, really could be. You know, he could be in a very solid spot, but again, we'll have to wait and see. Like I said, there's been 14 victories between the two drivers on the front row. Weirdly enough, there's been 14 victories for Dara McCormack. Kaiki Oliveira has never won a race in ESL R1, which I think is a fascinating prospect to see. He has had 9 podiums in the 58 races that he's done. I've said before that his top 6 percentage is actually very good. It's above 50%, his chance of being inside the top 6. But again, the podium record 9, but 0 victories. Could this be the day? Could it be the 10th podium that sees Kaiki Oliveira seal it as a victory?
Could well be. You would never count him out. There's Erhan Yovski, who needs a big result here tonight. Obviously sees himself well outside the qualification for the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. There is Luke Bennett, obviously part of the 4 red line contingent that sit in the top 9 and looks set for automatic qualification to the finals in Riyadh. There's Dara McCormack, also trying to break to within the top 9. Hasn't had it easy this season in terms of the Drivers' Championship. Williams, obviously, with such a strong outfit, they perform well historically in this series. Kaiki Oliveira, though, all eyes on him. Could tonight be the night that sees him take his first ever race win in ESL R1?
Maybe. Again, we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of chances for them to sneak their way up the order. But again, some big drivers that are slightly behind. I mean, Dara McCormack's going to be desperate to take the victory because he wants to score some decent points here because he's on 53 at the moment. We've said about 120 is the cut-off to be inside that top 9. He needs to score some decent points here. You know, finishing 4th or 5th, it's not really going to be good enough for McCormack. But we did see a very different style of driving from the Irishman at the last round, where he was honestly not going for the victory. He was being very patient. Will we see the same here today, George?
Well, you never know. We've got a very colourful striped car on the left-hand side of your screen. That is, of course, Kaiki Oliveira's. Now they send it down through towards Le Source, and it's pedal to the metal. And it is go, 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 go. Great start indeed for Dara McCormack on the front row. Looking to try and levy his way past Kaiki Oliveira. Might have come undone, though, however, as Erhan Yovski slips through past Dara McCormack. Luke Bennett also going past as well, and Semislav Laminek also getting off to a very good start as they now look set to climb up through Rouge and Radion. Nowhere near 2x2. Dara McCormack facing a little bit of contact with Ulas Zildrim, very nearly going off track, but still at the front. It's Kaiki Oliveira who leads. Goodness me, a major tie-up further down. It looks like Jimmy Antonez is in the heart of it.
This is not looking ideal. Sneaking his way through. Charlie Collins gives over to the slipstream to Marco Pejic. He tries to sneak around the outside of Ulas Zildrim as Jimmy Antonez, you're absolutely right in the middle of it. Charlie Collins is going round. Charlie Collins has gone for a spin. He's made contact with Brzezinski as well, and I think Collins' chances of progressing, they may well have gone up with that, at least into the top 9. I don't think he's moving through into the semi-final, and I don't think he's getting into the top 6 of this race indeed.
He came into tonight 2 points ahead of Enzo Benito. Benito on the cusp of breaking to within the top 9. Remember, he's in 10th place on 79 points. Charlie Collins on 81 coming into tonight. And if Charlie Collins does finish stone cold last, he scores nothing. That could yet place him below the top 9, which would mean he doesn't get automatic qualification for the EWC.
Which is, again, crazy talk. It's absolutely wild to think that could be the case here for Charlie Collins. I mean, realistically, with the points that he's got, he's absolutely taken part in the Drivers' Championship in some degree. It's just he'll be one of those first heavy hitters that we've talked about being in the top 9 of the Championship that will not be in the top 9 of the Championship, which what that does mean is it opens up the opportunity for someone behind, because, of course, for someone to get inside the top 9, someone else has to leave it. So for the likes of Enzo Benito, Marcel Chinchik, Dara McCormack and the likes behind, they are now seeing an opportunity as one of the top 9 of the Championship is faltering here, and it is an opportunity for them to move forward. Let's see if Dara McCormack will sneak his way past Lemon M here. Has to sit behind for now.
Certainly does. Dara McCormack is 27 points behind Max Benneker in terms of the championship table coming into tonight. Benneker sat in 9th place on 80, 53 for Dara McCormack. And I tell you what, getting a victory here in the quarterfinal would grant him 25 points, which would go a long way to at least closing that gap up somewhat. Of course, we haven't seen Benneker yet tonight, so sit tight, everybody, as now they make their way up on lap 2 of 7 through towards Eau Rouge and Radillon. Kaiki Oliveira still unperturbed up at the front, still holding on and harnessing an advantage of 4/10 between he and Luke Bennett, but Bennett still not leaving his rear and will have Slipstream heading up through towards Les Combs. Someone else who is also chasing for Slipstream is Dara McCormack as he looks to close up on Semislav Lamanek. The Team Falcons driver seems very resolute to the fact that obviously Dara McCormack is going to get past. He certainly is. The Irishman now up to 4th and looks to ascend further, needs more points. This is such a vital round for the Williams driver.
Yeah, indeed. Luke Bennett and Haniyovsky being wise behind Kaiki Oliveira, but I think they might have that turned up a little bit as McCormack will apply the pressure. Again, within that top grouping, you know, Luke Bennett is comfortable inside the top few positions. Kaiki Oliveira, I mean, he's comfortable inside the top, well, I say comfortable inside the top 21. He's in 21st position in the championship, so he could do with a couple extra points. Haniyovsky is the one that really needs to score strongly in here, because he's obviously in absolutely nowhere really in the championship and needs to work his way up inside that top 21 after a dismal start to the Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, obviously the general complexion of this, the maximum amount of points you can score or receive after each online round is 85. Ideally, Haniyovsky would want all 85 if he can, just to give himself the best chance possible. But that seemingly is going to be very tricky to do, given the fact that he is currently operating in 3rd and he has got Luke Bennett and Kaiki Oliveira standing in between he and Race Victory here alone in this quarterfinal phase. And also, he's being hunted down by Dara McCormack, who will, I'm sure, leave no stone unturned, and Zemislav Lamanek following suit, as well as Ulas Zildrim. Speaking of which, McCormack now all over the back of the Macedonian as they head down towards the bus stop chicane. I don't think he's going to quite pull the plug just yet, but I must say it looks very ominous right now, seeing McCormack get closer and closer to the back of that Audi R8. Surely there's only going to be one solitary moment that takes McCormack through to the inside of Haniyovsky's Team Vitality Audi.
But it's just about where you do it, you know. And to be fair, you know, McCormack will be well aware of that. He had the drama, of course, the last round with his, teammate, brand associate with Kevin Ellis Jr. The two of those made contact a little bit at T1. McCormack's driving wisely. He knows that he needs to score points. I'm sure he'll have a game plan. I'm sure he's already got a number of points that he needs to score in his head. He is a very smart driver, after all. But right now, he's looking at the top 6 have separated their way from the rest of the field. So the most important bit is being checked off, that you're involved in that top 6. As here comes a switch for the race lead, because Luke Bennett's going for it.
He certainly is, side by side now with Kaiki Oliveira, so he's managed to brush past Kaiki. Well, has he? I mean, Oliveira's still fighting back as they come through Malmedy. They're still going to maintain wheel to wheel here between the two BMWs. All of this allowing the cars behind to close up, which will open the door for McCormack, who is going to try it down the inside. Looks for a move here on Haniyovsky. Can't find it. Stellar defense here from Oliveira, who still maintains the lead. Semislav Lamanek also threatening on the back of Dara McCormack. Stellar racing between this bunch up in the top 6. But still Bennett forced to wait in behind Oliveira in 2nd place.
Yeah, indeed. And like you say, I'm surprised that Kaki Oliveira was finding that hard. That said, it shows how desperate he is to take his first victory in the ESL R1. It's been a long time coming for the Brazilian. And like you say, no, I think he's got a very good chance of doing so. But to do so, he's got to beat out a lot of drivers. And to be fair, it might not be 5 drivers that he has to beat. It might be 6, because Pajic, looming large in the background, is dragging that Guild Racing Audi R8 right up to the rear end of this 6-driver battle for victory, as Ulas Yildirim might try and find something past Lamanek going into the final chicane.
He might yet do so. Ulas Yildirim, of course, fresh from the F1 Sim Racing World Championship, has taken part in a full campaign of that. Also representing FaZe now here once again in ESL R1 competition, has proven that he can cut the mustard in various different championships, in various different cars, driving GT3s and single-seaters, as now Jimmy Antonez comes under distinct pressure as 2 Mercs go wheel-to-wheel. This time Shera Penin losing out to Antonez as they come out of the bus stop chicane, potentially opening the door for Dambits coming in towards turn 1.
Sadly, between this group, though, it just doesn't matter. They're not progressing through. They're not going to be scoring enough points to move their way into contention to get inside the top 21 of the Drivers' Championship and progress through at least at a bare minimum into the last chance qualifiers. So we're already ticking off an awful lot of names here from this evening. I think of the drivers that have already gone out there, Moritz Lerner is definitely one to tick off as definitely not going to be taking part in any further action in the Drivers' Championship, and might all be adding a few more drivers to that list, as here comes Bennett once more for the race lead.
Certainly is, once again, wheel to wheel, and I think Bennett's got enough of the car in front in order to harness it, and yes, indeed, coming very close, though, to his fellow BMW combatant, that, of course, being Kaki Oliveira. Erhan Yuyovski currently teed up in behind in third, with Dara McCormack waiting in the wings as well. Semislav Lamanek having a great race so far as well, currently sat in 5th place and tucked in behind McCormack. He's doing what needs to be done here, and especially after losing Thomas Tatler at the very start here, Lewis. Semislav doing a great job here for Falcons.
He's doing a great job, but then again, we did see some late race drama on the very last lap of Knockout 1, and I don't think we're going to get away scot-free here in Knockout 2. We've already seen bits of drama, but when you've got a 6-car train that's all very close, it could well become 7 for the race lead before we reach the checkered flag. There is a lot to deal with in this race, and a lot of stones left unturned thus far within this grouping, which just means that once those stones do get turned, suddenly we might well see a little bit more elbows out action, and elbows out action can sometimes lead to whopping crashes. So with 3 laps left to go in this race, whilst Luke Bennett is at the front of the field, it does not confirm that it's going to be him taking the victory by any stretch of the imagination.
No, so Lamanek this time around each other quite well. Lamanek also a former single-seater driver in he was hovering all over the back of him right now as they fly into towards the final chicane at bus stop. Lamanek doing his best to try and fend him off, and has done so. Obviously, Ulas Yildirim just waiting for the right opportunity. He's quite cool and calculated when it comes to making big decisions out on track. But watching behind, Marko Pajic starting to close up the gap as well for Guild Esports. Obviously, they themselves chasing bigger prizes, bigger points. Of course, we've spoken about Bono House's ascendancy into the semi-finals earlier on. Marko Pajic would love to join him, but at this moment in time, fully focused on the job at hand, and that is just to get past and into this top 6. Ulas Yildirim now flying over a Rouge and Radion. The Kemmel Straight yet to come. Semislav Lamanek knows he's going to be under distinct pressure as the Porsche now starts hovering in the rear spoiler of the Audi. They're going to go 3 wide as they head now in towards Lake Com. You got FaZe on the outside. No. Contact once again. This time Team Falcons here. Switch back though from Ulas Yildirim, but he's lost the car, and the frustration on show for Ulas Yildirim. The Turk thought he had them both. He went for the double switchback, and also, shock horror, Dara McCormack also facing issues here this time at the hands of Marko Pajic.
Yeah, and I've got to say, right, 2 things from that. One, I think the only person to blame from the second bit of that going into Lake Com was actually Ulas Yildirim. I think he was biting off an awful lot with that whopping switchback, but the contact going into it when they were 3 wide, I think that was McCormack moving over a little bit in the braking zone. So I don't know if he might get away with discovery. If it is a penalty, it's likely, based on what we've seen in previous rounds, it would likely be a 1-second time penalty, which would cost him some important points for sure, but not a top 6. I don't suspect the penalty will be any harsher than that, but I do feel the second part of that was on Ulas Yildirim's shoulders. He was, when I saw him try that up and under, I was like, oh, that's risky. And
Looked crafty.
It was crafty. Yeah, that's for sure.
Very crafty. Didn't come off though, unfortunately. But you know, another one for Guild here. They are both. They now have got another car in the top 6 for now. So Marko Pejic with another distinctly decent performance, and Sherepenin receiving a 3-second time penalty due to causing a collision as well. So that's at least one driver that has received a penalty so far. Dara McCormack having another look, this time down the inside of Zemislav Lamanek, who still holds on to 4th regardless. So once again, we will see an Audi tie up with a Mercedes, with another one in behind as well. Obviously the sister car of the Guild Esports team just currently waiting in the wings. So we've got 2 Audis against a Mercedes. Haniowski also closing up to the back of 2 BMWs and looking for his chance to strike. Jimmy Antonez also receiving a penalty. He's got to give it 1 position due to causing a collision. So 2 penalties being dished out here, Lewis.
Yeah, and that'll actually help the likes of McCormack if he does end up getting a penalty. And it'll relieve the pressure from Pejic, because what will happen is Antonez will drop back behind Sherepenin, which will then pull them a couple of seconds off the rear end. Either way, the battle for the race lead is brewing here. Haniowski had a look. Kaiki Oliveira will take over the race lead heading down into Les Combes. There was a look coming in from Jovski, and he thought, look, I need points here, and as much as I want that race victory, a little bit too risky to try and make it 3 wide down into Les Combes just yet. He might try it on the final lap.
Yeah, could yet do so. Kaiki Oliveira, though, has defended brilliantly once again, keeping Bennett and Jujovski in behind, with Dara McCormack, Semislav Lamanek waiting in the wings in 5th, with Marko Pejic coming into this as well. So we've got 2 separate fights happening within the top 6 fracas here. Jimmy Antonez driving a great race as well in 7th, but does have that penalty against him. Now, let's take a look at this moment once more. Now, obviously, forget the 3 that are right out in front. This is the 3 that we've got to look at. I think he just lifted early, Lewis.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, so the initial angle that we had, it looked like McCormack squeezed. From that up above, McCormack doesn't move. I think there's an awkward bit of contact in there. McCormack doesn't move. To be fair, none of them, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing there, none of them did anything really wrong. That was just a racing incident. I think Elias Zilderim, like I said, I think he bit off a little bit more than he could chew with. It was a risky attempt to try that, and I think he paid the price in doing so. For me, I don't believe any driver in that deserves any form of penalty. It was just the first angle. It might have been a squeeze from McCormack, but seeing it from up above, nah, it wasn't.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think definitely a racing incident. We have got, though, Oliveira with Bennett coming very close to him, actually, coming through bus stop chicane once again, but no move being made just yet. Jujovski now pushing Bennett around out of the final 2 corners. But yeah, it certainly did look like that way. I mean, Jujovski showing a deal of frustration. Not sure what that's necessarily about, but seemingly not happy. Whether it's because Bennett's blocking him, as we see some more wheel-to-wheel action this time, I think, between Sherepenin and Antonez coming in towards turn 1. But definitely did seem that Jujovski was upset about something, Lewis.
Yeah, I think it's just a frustrating style of racing, not understanding how we can get past Bennett and Kaiki Oliveira. Maybe it's to do with the straight line speed. Maybe the BMW's quick comparatively to the R8. That can get quite frustrating. But either way, I don't know exactly what it is. I just know that he is frustrated. Battle for 7th position, and the driver's most certainly not progressing through today. Antonez, then Sherepenin, then Brzezinski, then Dambits. There's going to be some switches here.
Yeah, I think there could be. You've got 4 cars that are effectively in this fight, as now we see them come wheel to wheel again. Antonez trying to scrap with Jakub Brzezinski as they come through Malmedy this time. Sherepenin in behind those 2 with Christopher Dambits as well, locked together in this fight. And it looks like on the face of it that Brzezinski has just narrowly missed out in that exchange, with Antonez still holding on to that 7th place. Sherepenin further down in 9th, just waiting for every opportunity. We're joining back now with our leaders here, with McCormack, who has got a reasonable gap to Lamanek in behind him. And I think Lamanek at this point more concerned with Pejic, who is in 6th place and has got room to breathe behind, so more focus perhaps on what's going on in front of him.
Yeah, indeed. As again, it remains a close battle in this group, though, with only a few corners left to go. Oliveira and his chances of being a victor for the first time in ESL R1. Well, it seems that 10th podium, George, might well have victory written all over it. What a win this would be for BS Competition. Not long to go. He's got a second nearly clear of Jujovski.
Well, it doesn't happen very often for them. Obviously, BS Plus competition have been part of this championship since its very beginning, and Kaiki Oliveira representing them mightily well since moving across from Furia, as we now see them making their way down towards the final couple of corners. Yuyovski now under pressure again as Bennett now goes on the attack for second as they go wheel to wheel. Bennett committing, but it looks like Yuyovski's got him this time, but crossing the line. Hooves will be stamping for BS Plus competition. It's victory, a first one for Kaiki Oliveira. The Brazilian wins here in ESL R1 for the very first time. What an emotional moment for that young man who came across, as I said, from Furia into BS Plus, gets them a win and also one for himself as well. And that speaks volumes. The illustration of what it means to him right there and then, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, an important moment for he and the team. And like I say, what an impressive performance. You know, just seemed to piece himself together so brilliantly through that race. And like I say, just got the right pace at the right time. Let's put it that way. And I say it's an impressive performance from him and a well-deserved victory.
Well, it's been a long time coming. We've seen great performances from Kaiki Oliveira in the past, but that was special. His defensive efforts were mighty. Maybe we'll see something like that when it comes to semi-final or even final later on. We'll have to wait and see, but another stellar performance on hand for him, who has come close before. Obviously, podiums haven't been out of the question for Kaiki Oliveira, but that elusive win has thwarted him every single time. But he has got it now, and you never know. That could be the cork in the bottle. Once removed, he could go on to get, you know, many, many more in the future. Kaiki Oliveira confirmed your race winner in knockout 2, with Erhan Yuyovski finishing in second, defending against Luke Bennett in the final 2 corners. Obviously, it doesn't change the fact that they're both going through to the semis. Dara McCormack also going through as well, and a very important visit for them. Obviously, McCormack 12th in the championship coming through tonight. Semislav Lamanek for Team Falcons. They make their way into the semis with now 2 Guild Esports cars going through to the semi-final. That could be huge with Marco Pejic getting through. Jimmy Antonez out. So is Jakub Brzezinski, Daniel Scherer-Pernin, as well as Charlie Collins. Major shocks losing him when we did. Also losing Ulas Yildirim and Christopher Dambits finishing in 12th place. But definitely the story in all of this is Oliveira's win, but also you could argue the 2 other major stories, more points for Dara McCormack in his pursuit for a top 9, and given the fact that Collins is now seemingly out of the picture in terms of top 9, you know, it throws a bone to McCormack.
Yeah, like I say, it gives that opportunity. You know, Collins not scoring well enough there, and McCormack scoring a decent haul of points. Yeah, but then there are other drivers as well that are even close. Like Enzo Benito's only a couple of points behind, so he's going to likely be one to move through. It's not easy. It's too early in the evening to really be talking about who's definitely in and who's definitely out, with the exception of those that we know that are definitely out. Like, for example, Charlie Collins is definitely not in the top 9. That's the thing. We just don't know who that driver is to fill that spot. Moritz Lerner, who obviously came into it basically being in top few positions in the top 21, he's definitely not going to be. But either way, some replays of the race.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Obviously, it was very busy, but Kaiki Oliveira seemingly out of danger up at the very front. We saw as well running off very wide the Williams of Dara McCormack. There as well towards the front. Well, this is the moment where Charlie Collins would go for a spin, losing him very early on. A few cars pinballing into him as well at that point. And then Eau Rouge and Radion again, we saw some carnage. This time, I believe that was Kuba Brzezinski in the background, unfortunately just losing tread. This was quite the moment as well. 3 wide coming into the Lecom chicane, and it looked like that Jakub Brzezinski was looking to take full advantage of it. Scherer-Pernin running off wide. Jimmy Antonez also part of that as well, and this was the major moment that saw the end of Ulas Yildirim. A little bit of contact on the entry through towards Lecom, though he found the slip, just caught the front right on the Williams of Dara McCormack. It was one step away from brilliance, but at the end of it all, that little touch changed everything. But this was a fantastic fight between 3 great drivers, Lewis.
Yeah, I don't know if it was one step. I think it was actually a couple of mil away from perfection there from Ulas Yildirim. But it is what it was. Again, saw some great battles up towards the front. A couple of good ones as well towards the back, but not so good for Christopher Dambits, who went for a bit of a spin, unfortunately, there at Revive. But again, what a brilliant fight it was for the race. We saw some great action in that race. Yeah, I know there's a little bit of careless driving here and there, but I've got to say that the 2 races that we've seen thus far have been very enjoyable here at Spa.
action-packed, I think it has to be said. And we always quote and say that Road Atlanta was one of the highlights, I think, of the Drivers' Championship season so far. The driving standards may have taken a bit of a detour, but, you know, looking ahead to tonight, we've seen something, I think, totally different, which is great to see. And, you know, obviously, you know, like we were saying, I mean, Ulas Isildirim, you know, appreciate, obviously he's out of contention now, but we could have been talking about him tonight with adulation that he would have made the move of the championship right there, because that was literally moments away of potentially being a huge moment for FaZe.
Yeah, indeed. But, you know, again, it is what it is. Sometimes you've got to take those risks. You know, what was it? You miss 100% of the shots you never take. And there's the whole thing of, you know, you've got to be ready to lose if you want to win, because you've got to be able to risk it. You've got to put it on the line. And Ulas Isildirim certainly did. Unfortunately, it did not work out on that occasion. I will just say, by the way, results are confirmed from Knockout 1. So if you didn't join us earlier on for Knockout 1, it will be Sebastian Jobe, Marcel Chinchik, Josh Rogers, Jamie Fluke, Don Blyer and Bonner House going straight through into semi-final 1. Isaac Price, Ferris Stanley, Daniel Tulik, Timus Tattler, Moritz Lerner, and of course Will Chadwick not progressing because Will Chadwick wasn't in the race because technical issues, whatever, and the rest of them having some big drama, and that obviously adds to the 6 drivers that will be progressing through from quarterfinal for the from the second knockout. So in 2 great races. I wonder if we're going to see the same in knockout 3 though.
We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, the grid lineup, here it comes. Speak of the devil. We have got Yuri Kasdorp in for Mouse. Kevin Siggy lines up for Redline. Yuri Toman in for Team Vitality. James Baldwin looking to make it 3 guild cars heading through to the semis. Enzo Benito in for FaZe. Mitchell de Jong for Porsche. Yoni Tormela in for G2 Sim Racing. Dennis Schrodinger in for the Williams outfit, as well as BS Plus Competition. You never know, could get Robbie Stapleford through, as well as Kaiki Oliveira. Johan Harth for ART. Matti Sipia in for Team Falcons, and Oleg Zholobov lines up for Virtus Pro. So quite the lineup here this time around. Some strong faces in this fight here, Lewis. Probably some of the eye catchers here being Kevin Siggy, Yuri Toman, arguably as well further down, you know, maybe the likes of Mitchell de Jong, who hasn't had it easy this season. No, indeed, but I'm not convinced that Mitchell de Jong's going to be one of those drivers to move through. I do think James Baldwin will. I think Baldwin's going to come into this pretty strong. Obviously, he's way below the points. Realistically, what we're expecting is he needs to score about 31 extra points this evening to get inside the 45 points that we kind of, somewhere between 40 and 50 points that we expect that you need to have to move into the top 21. I do kind of think that Baldwin might be able to pull that one off today. The guild team has looked pretty strong. Obviously, we've seen that in the hands of PH and House thus far through the evening. I think he might be moving through. So I think it's going to be Toman, Siggy, Baldwin, Benito, Stapleford and Hart who will be moving through on into the next group. But again, you know, the likes of Yoni Tormela, Yuri Kasdorp, who I didn't pick, sorry. You gave me some information beforehand, and sorry, I didn't pick you. I don't feel bad. Mitch de Jong, Matty Siepler, Oleg Zholobov, Dennis Schrodinger. Again, Oleg Zholobov's had some great pace and some great showings for the Virtus Pro team since, again, you know, those being one of the new teams for this season as well. Same with obviously Team Falcons and Guild. Yeah, I mean, Matti Scipio's got a reasonable chance as well. Obviously, for Team Falcons, who haven't had a bad night. Semislav Lamanek has gone through to the semi-finals, and who knows, it could be Scipio who joins him. Don't forget as well, folks, by the way, if you want to get involved in terms of the survey for ESL R1, we would like you to get involved. Make sure you use !survey in the live chat, and you can have your say as to what you think of the championship and also the broadcast as well. And as you can see from the top left, the timer is now ticking for qualification for Knockout 3, so we'll very shortly see the drivers make their way out onto the track and fighting it out for those final spots in the semi-finals. Bear in mind, these will be deciding semi-final 2's grid lineup. Of course, top 6 in this knockout race. In knockout 3 will then make it through to semi-final 2. Knockout 4, which will come up afterwards. Top 6 from that will also join them in semi-final 2. But looking ahead, yeah, fantastic lineup here once again. Dennis Schrodinger back in to contention here in ESL R1, representing Williams once again. Wasn't necessarily featured in the closing stages of last season. We saw him for the first time, though, back in the first spring season rounds back at Katowice, Lewis. And, you know, he doesn't disappoint necessarily. He hasn't necessarily blown anyone away at the same time, but great to see him back in the Williams fold. Yeah, he did the first 6 rounds of ESL R1, the first ever ones that we did, and then basically took a big old hiatus, didn't do any of the full season, obviously didn't do Gamers 8, and obviously has returned to ESL R1. In fact, the first round back, he got through into the final, which was always pretty impressive. That was back in the Teams Championship. Unfortunately, from that point on,
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, has not made it through into a semi-final since the round at Daytona, where Williams were actually looking quite strong. They got all 4 cars into the final there. So for the likes of Dennis Schoeniger, maybe this one. Again, maybe it is a tall order, kind of looking at some of the stats and some of the other drivers as well. Oleg Zolobov's got through into the semi-finals twice this season. That's why I said he could be, or at least that was in the team's championship. It still counts as the spring season. Hasn't done it yet in the drivers' championship. Still think it's going to be a bit of a tall order for him and the Virtus Pro team to do so today.
Yeah, some decent names in this fight as well. We spoke about Yuri Toman's consistency as well. Joni Tormala, another face that is so experienced and very versatile when it comes to sim racing, though this might be a tough fight for him this time around. Enzo Benito, someone who is in great form coming into tonight. Lewis, someone who is seemingly on the cusp of breaking to within the top 9, and with Charlie Collins being out of the equation, it does essentially put him in the prime spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say, I think Enzo Benito, at least since the Drivers' Championship started, there he is. I think Enzo Benito has, in my opinion, been arguably the standout driver thus far. I'm having a little look at my stats. I think only 3 drivers, as far as I can see, have done all of the races of the Drivers' Championship thus far. It might be a few more than that. Hold on. Yuri Toman has definitely done it. Jeff Rietveld has way more than that. Never mind. Oh my goodness, loads of drivers have done it. All drivers that have done all 6 races so far that have progressed through into each of the finals. One of them was Charlie Collins. Obviously, he can't do that anymore. One was Enzo Benito. Then I've got Jeff Rietveld. I've got Yuri Toman. I've got Josh Rogers, Kevin Ellis Jr., Kevin Siggy, and I believe those are the only ones that have done all 6 races this season. So the fact that Enzo Benito is on that list, it wouldn't have been too much of a shock not that long ago. But I think he kind of lost his way a little bit through the full season. He has certainly found it again.
Yeah, I would say so. Another man who has certainly not lost anything, he's probably gained, if anything, is Kevin Siggy. Didn't necessarily have a bad season last year, but I would say there were many opportunities that went begging for him in our last campaign, and obviously had his own frustrations back at Gamers 8. But back here this season, 3rd in the championship as we're looking at it, and only 10 points off Josh Rogers at the top of the championship table coming into tonight. So do you sense perhaps this is a big opportunity for Kevin Siggy?
I don't know. The thing is with Siggy, he's always had the pace. He has taken 14 victories over the spring season, fall season, and then this spring season as well as various victories in Gamers 8. The thing is that I've always seen, because I did this in the fall season, right at the start of the fall season, where he started out as one of the strongest drivers, was absolutely rapid at the start of the fall season. When we went racing for that first round, kind of dropped off a little bit in the second one, but then kind of refound that pace. Had a great round where he finished first, second and first, obviously to grab his first ever final victory. Picked up a slew of podiums, and I was expecting him to be one of the drivers that we really talk about as competing, but then sometimes it just fails to click right when it needs to for Siggy. I hope that doesn't happen now. I did see a clip though, I have seen it recently. I did take a screenshot as well of me going around the outside of Kevin Siggy at turn 6 and 7 of Austria. So even some of the very best in sim racing can be shown up by some of the other very best, George.
I bet you'll never let him forget it, either, Lewis.
Absolutely not. He's fuming about it. See, he's cross that I brought it up on this broadcast. He's absolutely devastated. What timing that was.
I wouldn't want to be in your DMs later on. Goodness me, I can already see the angry paragraph as now we watch as the cars now take to the circuit here back at Spa, this time for knockout 3 action, and there is a familiar sight of a Team Falcons Audi R8 LMS here at this point, and Matti Sipia looking to follow suit from what Semislav Lamenek managed to pull off in our previous race that we had. Obviously, it was a good race for Sleminem, it has to be said. Great chance here for Matti Sipia to potentially join him. So who knows? Do you sense an opportunity here for the Finn?
I sense an opportunity for everyone, mate. There's always the opportunity to work your way through on a round where that's filled with such drama as this. It's just about nailing the lap. I think whilst you can overtake round here, I don't think you necessarily need to be in on the front row to be victorious in this race. but I do kind of think that you need to be in the top 6 to be in the top 6 at the end of the race. I just think if you're 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, as much as it's possible, you're in the real danger zone, and you've got to take quite a lot of risks to move yourself up there. First sector from Super is pretty decent.
Yeah, looking pretty strong right now. 39.4 in Sector 1. And the Audi R8 looking in rude health right now. Team Falcons obviously coming off the back, as I said before, with Semislav Lamanek taking the qualification into the first semi-final. So will feature later on here tonight. The Audi R8, though, this time being driven by Matti Sippiä in hopes of perhaps joining his fellow counterpart coming through Campus and Stavolo, this time after setting that 39.468 in Sector 1. We'll now look to follow suit with a stellar time, but this time of 59.8 isn't necessarily ideal, but at least it doesn't fall over the 60-second count. So still a great chance should he be able to hook to get a Sector 3.
Yeah, which is kind of the one where you've got the least to do. You've got basically a flat-out run through Blanchemont and then into the braking zone at the final chicane. Matti Sippiä working his way through then into that final chicane, and he'll head out through the final corner again. First and second sectors, they're okay. They're kind of around the money, but I think this is probably going to be a 0.5 or so as he crosses the line. Might be a 0.4 as Matti Sippiä hits the beam, and let's see, it's not even that. It's a 0.6. That's dreadful.
Wow, rough time, and you could just see it was very much illustrated in his reaction crossing the line, not necessarily happy with what was laid down. Now it's time for the check. Yuri Toman to enter his time into the fold, 39.4 in Sector 1 with a 59.8 in the second sector. Doesn't necessarily blow us away here, needs a big third sector to try and get himself past Matti Sippiä as he now rushes his way down towards the line. Doesn't look overly happy as he now crosses it. 2:15.655 is Sippiä, 2:15.475, only enough by around nearly 2/10, not even 2/10 higher than Sippiä in first place.
Picking up some real-world on-track action was James Baldwin around Spa. Took to his second Spa 24-hour race as he'll work his way through the final chicane. Out towards the line he's going to go. A little bit of understeer. The car wandering just a touch to the final chicane. Should be able to beat Yuri Toman's time here, though, with if the final sector's decent. Does indeed do so. 3.96 for James Baldwin onto provisional pole.
It's a good sign here for Baldwin and a good sign for Guild Esports, looking to try and enter yet another car through to the semi-final phase. Robbie Stapleford with a 39.5 in the first sector, 59.8 in Sector 2 as well. Certainly wouldn't necessarily challenge Yuri Toman's time at the front, and maybe even will find himself lower than Matti Sippiä as he now heads up towards the line. This time for BS Plus competition, still reeling off the back of Kaiki Oliveira's success in our last race. Does jump higher than Matti Sippiä by mere thousandths at this point, or mere hundredths, either way you want to put it, or in fact a tenth.
Well, we'll chuck some numbers in there and question George Morgan's maths and his ability to speak. It's fine, mate. I've got your back in no way, shape or form. Dennis Yoga comes through the final chicane. This is not going to be a great lap time. That middle sector is very mediocre, unfortunately, for a driver who's struggled since his initial return to the ESL R1 Championship back at Daytona. The struggle continues.
Struggle certainly does continue. Yuri Kasdorp comes up next with a 39.536 in the first sector with a 59.904 in Sector 2. This time for Mouse looking to try and deliver something of a clinic here for this team who have had their own troubles, though Kasdorp was impressive in our last round back at Road Atlanta as now he powers out. A little bit of understeer starting to creep in as the Dutchman now flies up through towards the line. Let's see what Kasdorp can bring to the forefront. Grimacing slightly, but jumps ahead of Dennis Schrödinger.
Yeah, indeed, and Kasdorp does need some decent points. Currently sits 23rd in the championship. I'm doing some live points, so he's actually dropped down a little bit. He's on 25 points. Again, probably needs to score about 20 over the round to move through into the top 21 and confirm that position. He's only a couple of positions below that cut-off line, but obviously a lot of drivers yet to score any points today because they've not raced yet. We're only halfway through the knockout phase after all. Jan Art then across the line finds himself on what we expect to be the cut-off line at being at 45 points as he will move his way to 4th in the session with a 15.5.
Yeah, not outrageously. Well, actually matching times with Robbie Stapleford here. Both of them sharing 15.563s. Mitchell de Jong setting a 39.6 in the first sector, which isn't the best, but not the worst. 59.6 in the second sector as they now fly out through of the bus stop chicane. Porsche Coander, of course, we witnessed Joshua Rogers performing at the height of his prowess earlier on tonight. Couldn't say the same, unfortunately, for Charlie Collins, but Mitchell de Jong up into the top 3 with a 2:15.553. Now that is 100th faster than Robbie Stapleford.
And again, 11 thousandths slower, and he'd be back 2 positions. Shows how close that is. As Enzo Benito's first sector is okay, second sector's not great. It's probably tracking to be around the same. In fact, it's probably tracking to be quite close to Mitchell de Jong, to Robbie Stapleford, and to Johan Hart, although I do reckon it's going to be slightly behind Johan Hart, and he doesn't seem particularly pleased by it. It's ahead of them, never mind, and only by about 100th of a second. He's shocked by it. Do you see that face? Surprised.
Incredible. That is why Benito is one of the best. As now Kevin Siggy flies around Blanchimont this time. 39.4 in the first sector is very decent indeed. Sector 2 with a 59.7 puts him right within the scope of potentially a top 4 visit here. Let's see what Siggy can do heading up towards the line. Will probably get close to James Baldwin's time, maybe just behind Toman as he does cross it. Goes second fastest with the 2:15.447, but still yet frustrated.
Shows how good the lap time is there from Baldwin, and to be perfectly honest, I'm not 100% convinced that Tourmala or Zholobov are going to be the ones to beat it. Guild are turning things around here in ESL R1, which will be very happy for them. Preparing for the Teams Challenge, of course, which all teams part of the ESL R1 are already in. It's just the Drivers' Challenge we're talking about here. Slowdown penalty for Yoli Tourmala. His lap is done. He'll be starting from 12th position. Oleg Zholobov, the next and last driver to come across the line. Disappointment for the Finn.
Yeah, unfortunately for Yoni Tourmala, it does look like he's going to be placed right at the very tail end of the field. This time, though, Oleg Zholobov with a chance for Virtus Pro. 39.5 in Sector 1, 59.8 in Sector 2. Certainly not outlandish times here from Zholobov, but at the same time, could yet grant Virtus Pro something a little special. Maybe even notching himself higher than Schrödinger, maybe even Kazdor, maybe even within Matti Scipia as he now closes up towards the line. Just in behind Scipia he goes. Not too far away, but Baldwin prevails today.
And just remember back to Munich, when he absolutely needed a victory, he was going toe-to-toe. It was race 5 of Munich, of the spring season final. When he needed a victory to get into finalist mode, to make sure that Marcel Chinchik, who was already in finalist mode, needed to make sure that didn't happen, needed to make sure that he won. He delivered the goods. James Baldwin goes very strongly around here, arguably the best race we've ever had in the ESL R1. He's going to have a tall order, though, to beat off this driver here. Of course, Kevin Siggy, second position, someone who can get a bit aggressive, can get his elbows out, and can get a little bit frustrated. Let's see if the two of those who've gone toe-to-toe a fair few times. Of course, Yuri Toman and his top 6 and podium record, very impressive. His victory record, not quite as much.
Well, I mean, with Siggy seemingly frustrated at this moment in time, obviously not coming into this into tonight's action in the best of moods here at this point, I do wonder whether that's going to be a huge factor in terms of how he performs tonight. Obviously, given the fact that we also have Toman up there looking to fight, also Baldwin, this could be quite. This could be quite a race. Take us through the grid here, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's been a long time coming, as we'll see Yoli Tourmala starting from the rear of the field, of course. Dennis Schrödinger there will be starting from 11th position. Unfortunately, so no penalty for Tourmala and a slow lap for Schrödinger. Yuri Kazdor having some problems with 10th position. Oleg Zholobov in 9th. Matti Scipia down into 8th position. And Johan Hart outside of the top 6, but could have enough points already to potentially qualify for the top 21 of the Drivers' Championship. Robbie Stapleford looking to move his way up into the mix in 6th position, with Mitchell de Jong in 5th, Enzo Benito in 4th, Yuri Toman taking 3rd position, with Kevin Siggy starting on the front row behind James Baldwin, who the last time we saw take a victory, well, it was day 1 of Riyadh last year. Can James Baldwin get a victory here to potentially move himself into position to go to Riyadh once more for the Drivers' Championship? We'll have to wait and see.
Seemingly never know. And I tell you what, we could be in for some late drama in this Drivers' Championship, leading through towards the deciding factors for Riyadh. Obviously, there's many drivers looking to try and break into that top 9. And we could yet see quite a different complexion heading into later on, obviously post-final, of course, when we get to that point. But there is Yuri Toman. I tell you what, we've got quite the 2 front rows here at this point. Obviously, when you factor in the likes of James Baldwin and Kevin Siggy and also Yuri Toman as well. You know, when you've got those kinds of names up there and fighting here, Lewis, I mean, it does make your mouth water somewhat.
Honestly, it's an excellent front couple of rows. And again, these are all drivers that, to be fair, we can maybe expect to take victory in the final later on. James Baldwin, yet to take a victory in a final in the ESL R1. Obviously, we have seen Kevin Siggy do so. We have seen Yuri Toman do so. We haven't seen Enzo Benito do so, but we've seen Enzo Benito be in fantastic form throughout this season thus far. What is going to happen in this race, we'll have to wait and see. Again, the top 6 of these drivers will move through into semi-final 2. When you hear us talking about the top 9 or the top 21, that is about the Drivers' Championship. When you hear us talking about the top 6, that is about this race. They're heading through the final chicane now, and it'll be the control of the Guild Racing driver of James Baldwin, looking for his first victory in the Guild Racing colours, his first victory since Riyadh last year. As we get racing here at the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, Baldwin leading down towards the first corner with an excellent launch. A move to the inside coming in though from Mitchell de Jong as he's trying to work his way forward. Kevin Siggy with a bit of a squeeze, contact with that grouping behind as they work their way down the hill. A spin as Matti Siepler goes through a bit of a spin. I think Yuri Kastorp getting caught up in that in his mouse car as they're 3 wide down towards Radion.
They certainly are now crawling up through Rouge and Radion. This time it's James Baldwin who still has the advantage. Yuri Toman still sat in second, but you can just see the trail of cars in behind, including Kevin Siggy, who is all over his rear spoiler. Mitchell de Jong in the fight as well, had a little bit of contact off the back of Siggy, trying to marshal his charge ahead of Yuri Toman earlier on, but Toman seemingly doing well off it. Siggy now in trouble as now Enzo Benito goes on the attack of his former teammates as they crawl through Malmedy and head downhill. Still Siggy holds on to third, but Baldwin undisputed out in front.
Yeah, indeed. And like I say, he's running away a little bit. He's got 4/10 of margin back to Yuri Toman. This will be a very sweet victory if he's able to take it. But again, I do suspect the slipstream is going to allow Yuri Toman, Kevin Siggy, Benito, de Jong, Art, and, well, let's be honest, the rest of them to squeeze their way back up to our race leader as we head down into P1 for the first time. All single file here. The next real overtaking opportunity comes down towards the final chicane as de Jong out a little bit wide. Johan Hart, I mean, if you go out a little bit wide, Johan Hart will definitely pounce. As the only thing, we've got a 10-car train here. I think Yuri Kastorp wants a little bit of battling here just so we can close his way all the way back up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if they maintain the train, then it does open potential doors here for Kastorp, nonetheless, to still join the back of the field. There he is in the distance, trying to close up to the back of Yoni Tormala. The gap still stagnant at around 0.8 of a second for now as they fly through out of the middle sector, through towards the latter sector for the first time, and down Blanchimont in towards the bus stop chicane. Now, this time, Siggy on the back of Toman. Will he plumb for a move heading in towards the final chicane? Definitely looks like he's carrying the speed through. Will the BMW enforce a late move? Not quite. I think he's going to be a little patient and await for potentially his opportunity going up the straight. But we have got action further back with the Mitchell de Jong's Porsche now coming under pressure here from Johan Hart as they stretch now towards turn one. Opportunity though here for Mitchell de Jong to consolidate his position out on track. He has the inside favourable line as well, and I think actually might have plumbed for a move on Benito. He has, as they now run wheel to wheel on the outset. 2 Porsches colliding together as the phase driver still holds on to his 4th place, at least for now.
Helps the top 3 though. Look at that. It's built to a 1.2 second gap as they hit the crest of the hill. As a side-by-side behind all that as Dennis Schillinger goes side-by-side with Yoni Tormala as they hit the top of the hill. Somehow the pair of them keep facing the correct direction and move their way up towards Lake Con, but it was a little bit dicey between the grouping as there is Johan Hart trying to squeeze his way past Mitchell de Jong. Cannot do so. Race lead still maintains in the hands of James Baldwin, Yuri Toman and Kevin Siggy behind. Then the next trio is Benito, de Jong and Art before we get that gap back towards this battle as Dennis Schillinger keeps Oleg Zholobov and Yoni Tormala at bay, who still manages to fend off the Virtus Pro driver.
Yeah, stellar performance from Tormala in terms of his defensive efforts, but I think he will be found out eventually if he carries on. Obviously, it doesn't help when Dennis Schrödinger is putting in his own defensive efforts as well as his attacking efforts. Obviously, he's quite a physical driver, is Dennis Schrödinger, not afraid to put the big moves in. We join now back with Mitchell de Jong in 5th place, who's trying to close back up on Benito. Further back, Johan Hart, with Robbie Stapleford now also coming into this fight, and has actually managed to put a couple of tenths or so, few tenths in between he and Dennis Schrodinger in behind. In fact, make that near enough a second and a half indeed at this point, as they now head down into the double right-hander of Campus and Stavolo. Baldwin still out in front, still clear by around 4/10 as we now ride on board with Kevin Siggy, who is trying to stay within the realms of Yuri Toman. Of course, the gap's now currently sitting at 3/10 in between he and Toman, much like the gap is only 4/10 between Baldwin and Toman right now. Very slender margins that can soon be brought in with a trip up through Rouge and Radion. I mean, you could even find that gap close up even at this portion of track coming through Blanchimont in towards the bus stop. But as they all clamber on through, still Baldwin leads.
Yeah, indeed. But again, you kind of have to wonder for how much longer 2 laps complete in this race once they cross the line. Robbie Stableford closing up to the back end of the top 6. And again, it's the top 6 drivers in this race that move their way through into the semi-final. So if you're in 7th position, sure, you're scoring some all right points. You want more than that. You want to be moving through into the final. You want to be moving through at bare minimum into the semis. As we'll see the slipstream instantly being broken there by Enzo Benito, just pulling over to one side to not allow the slipstream to be dished out to Mitchell de Jong as they head back up the hill. I think Yuri Toman might be a bit more patient on making a move on James Baldwin. I don't think Kevin Siggy's going to have the same level as Mustachio enters the slipstream.
Yeah, using a little bit of magic with the twitch of the moustache. Kevin Siggy now goes on the attack. He might get the 2 here as well, because Baldwin pitched right in front here of the fellow Audi R8 LMS in behind as well. Siggy not going for the double, opts to stay within and behind James Baldwin, and in between Toman and Baldwin themselves as well, getting pushed along almost by Toman on the run down towards Rivage. But Siggy getting the move done in grand fashion, and now with the fastest lap against his name as well, seemingly the pace is in his pocket.
Yeah, indeed. But then, you know, the fastest lap, it's kind of one of the rounds where I would expect the fastest lap to not come from the race leader because of the slipstream. You know, especially if you're working your way up, if you've got a lot of room to work in the slipstream, you've got like 0.8 of a second to work into in the slipstream. Obviously, you're going to set a lap time that's faster than what is possible than you in clean air, because dirty air in these GT3s, whilst it is there, it's the slipstream is more powerful than the dirty air that it kicks off as well. So it's why it's more advantageous to be in the slipstream than it is to be outside of it, as you would see in some things like Formula 1, where they'll back off to a certain distance because the slipstream doesn't give them as much of an advantage to counteract the dirty air. Either way, it's a second between Yuri Toman and Mitchell de Jong, who is finding his form just a little bit to keep Johan Hart and Enzo Benito at bay. I wonder when the last time we saw Mitchell de Jong moving his way through, because obviously he's a quality driver, but he has had a couple of problems this season. He got knocked out in the quarterfinals in the previous round. The last time he was in a final was at event 2 of the Teams Championship.
Yeah, absolutely right. Siggy down on the back now of James Baldwin, getting closer and closer to the back of the Audi R8 LMS. And currently it's the case that you've got the BMW stuck between 2 Audi R8s, with the 3 of them with a slender gap to Mitchell de Jong further back. It's a gap that spreads just over a second at this stage, with Johan Hart now in 5th, trying to lurch closer and closer to the back of Mitchell de Jong in his Porsche Coanda, as they now make their way up the hill through towards Eau Rouge and Radion. It's certainly going to be James Baldwin out in front, but for how much longer? Because Kevin Siggy won't have any fears of perhaps using that drag just to bring himself into the fight and in contention for the lead of this race. Enzo Benito in 6 will be prevailing and will go through should he stay in this position. Johan Hart looking to ascend, though. He's going to try and take on Mitchell de Jong for that 4th spot, and does indeed jump up, takes the outside line coming in towards Les Combes, gets the move done way before the apex. So a great move there for Johan Hart, the Frenchman, now up into 4th place, with Mitchell de Jong now facing Enzo Benito in behind.
Indeed. Again, they're all involved in the top 6, which is important, but they're looking to score some points. Enzo Benito would like to move his way into the top 9 of the championship. Johan Hart probably more securing a top 21. He could move into the top 9, but realistically it's more about getting himself a top 21 of the championship. Robbie Stapleford, the stapler. We have seen some impressive performance. He's been into the semi-final 3 times already this season, which shows the form that he's actually been building on. Unfortunately, none of those have translated into a final appearance for him, but he has just watched his teammate take his first ever victory, so maybe Stapleford is thinking, I can make that 4th from 6th of moving through into the semi-finals this season, and maybe even eye up a cheeky entrance into a final a little bit later on this afternoon. There's 3 more laps though for him to work his way through, as Yuri Kasdorp's picked up a penalty. I think that might be for lap 1.
Yeah, could well be. We did, of course, see the huge coming together at the very start of the race, with Matti Sippiä, unfortunately, was a victim of that one, as they now fly through Blanchimont this time. Still Baldwin out in front. Siggy trying to close, and yes, a 3-second time penalty going the way of Yuri Kasdorp, so that pretty much brings an end to his racing today, as now Siggy has a little look down the inside of Baldwin, coming in towards bus stop this time, and following suit in behind comes Yuri Toman. The gap now starting to come down slightly in between Johan Hart and Toman as well, so the cars now started to get bunched up again. We're now watching Mitchell de Jong chasing after Johan Hart. We saw Robbie Stapleford in the background as well, only 3/10 in behind Enzo Benito, so Stapleford certainly not out of the question just yet. Obviously Kaiko Oliveira going through after winning in our previous race. Obviously on the face of it now, with Benito currently occupying 6th place in this quarter-final, with 8 points going his way, more or less. Obviously on the face of it, with Charlie Collins barreling out in that last race, Benito should take his spot into the top 9, as now Mitchell de Jong flies up around the outside of what looks to be the car of Johan Hart in behind now. Great move, and indeed Baldwin has lost out to Siggy in front.
Yeah, indeed, the eye-watering display that could see James Baldwin taking a victory here. Not quite going to work out just yet. I'll have to work for it a little bit more as Kevin Siggy hits the front of the field. We know how good Kevin Siggy can be. We know, you know, how many times he's won. He's already won a couple of times, 3 times in fact, this season, to make it 14 victories in his ESL R1 career. But do remember that Kevin Siggy was arguably assured. It was team event 2 where he won race 1 and race 2, and was arguably assured to take the victory overall. And then it didn't quite work out. He only had 10th in the final. That was at Orchard Road, if memory serves. And like I say, things. Was that Orchard Road, or was Orchard Road round 3?
Pretty sure Orchard Road. I think it was round 3. Orchard Road.
I'm
trying to look.
I don't remember.
Trying to think back.
What I haven't. I think Orchard Road was round 2, because then you missed round 2 and then round 1 of the Drivers' Championship. That's
correct.
That was. Yeah. So Orchard Road was round 2. Yeah, it's fine.
Absolutely.
We are good at this.
we set the world to rights, but yeah, certainly Kevin Siggy leads the way. Baldwin down to 2nd, Yuri Toman still trying to chase after him. The gap now starting to come down between Mitchell de Jong and Toman, so they're almost inviting the Porsche Coanda car back into this fight now. This time Toman getting a lovely drag coming through towards the bus stop, does not opt for the move against fellow Audi R8 counterpart James Baldwin, as the Guild Esports car reels off the back of losing the lead, but may come back to fight Kevin Siggy once more as the race barrels onwards. Of course, they'll now proceed onto the penultimate lap of the race, lap 6 of 7. Siggy out in front, Baldwin now chasing him down. Yeah, indeed. I think Baldwin's, like I say, he's going to be hungry for it. It's been a long time between victorious drinks. To be fair, even podiums, he's not had that many realistically since his last victory in ESL R1. Of course, we saw him competing for the championship back in the spring season. He takes a lot of the curb there over on the right-hand side as they head up the hill. He works his way into the slipstream. Penultimate lap of the race onto the Camel straight, works his way through the Camel curve. Does not go for a move, interestingly enough. He sits behind the slipstream, and what that's going to do is going to allow Yuri Toman to sneak his way past, not just 1 but maybe 2. He gets his way past as Mitchell de Jong picks up a penalty as well behind. There we go. It's a 1-second time penalty for contact earlier on in the race. He's dropped behind Johan Hart, who set the fastest lap of the race, 1.2 seconds back for the race. This is not done yet, a side-by-side between Benito and Stableford for the final transfer spot. Yeah, and obviously with, I'm not sure whether, obviously Robbie Stapleford knows it, but with Mitchell de Jong receiving that penalty, it does open the door for Stapleford to break to within the top 6, but he does need to make sure that that gap is within that 1-second window of Mitchell de Jong further up. At this stage, Mitchell de Jong will hang on, I believe, to a top 6 place. Stapleford, obviously on the cusp of breaking through, has still got quite a gap to close on Mitchell de Jong further up, but we'll have to wait and see when we come on to the final lap of the race. Still on lap 6 of 7. Siggy out in front, Toman into 2nd after Baldwin lost out twice. He lost out to Siggy earlier on. He's now since lost out to Toman. Johan Hart has also closed up to the back of them as well, with Mitchell de Jong, who remains in 5th, but whether he'll stay there, I'm not quite sure. He could yet lose 5th to 6th, and he could yet lose 6th as well to Robbie Stapleford in 7th place, so the drama is still very much there. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot to deal with in the final 7 kilometres here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, but who's going to be coming out on top?
top. Kevin Siggy and Yuri Toman will do battle at the front. I think James Bolden will try and work his way back into it, but Johan Hart is now within a second of the race lead. So what looked like it was going to be a trio driving around for the race victory now becomes a quartet. And hey, chuck in Mitchell de Jong's as a quintet, really, between the top 5. Ente Benito and Robbie Stableford a little bit too far behind. But this is going to be very interesting. Who's coming out on top here, George? I simply do not know.
Well, this is less than ideal for Mitchell de Jong because, of course, he's getting caught up in this, should we say, this brick wall that sits in front of him here, which will invite both Enzo Benito and Robbie Stapleford to break within that 1 second time penalty that Mitchell de Jong does have. So this could see Mitchell de Jong, despite him finding the pace to catch up with this bunch, it could seemingly kick him out of contention for tonight's final. As now we go 3 wide for the lead of the race. Baldwin favouring that outside line. This could be tremendous for the race lead. And indeed, Baldwin sends it, commits, takes the lead here on the final lap. The lead that he lost earlier on to Kevin Siggy, seemingly losing out to Yuri Toman only a lap or so ago. Takes it back when it counts, the final lap, and Baldwin is on top.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Well, I mean, where do you find that kind of move? Straight around the outside, not of one, but of 2. The bravery required, especially when you're outside of that top 21. That's absolutely ridiculous for him to have tried that. I said he had to back out. Surely there's going to be another attempt or something from Kevin Siggy into the final chicane.
Well, you'd think so. And another driver who's lost out is Benito because Stapleford's in the top 6 now. So there we go. There's been a huge twist there as the phase driver has lost his place in the top 6 zone. So Stapleford, as it stands, will go through regardless whether Mitchell de Jong has a penalty or not. And as I'd hazard anything, I'd say de Jong is safe at this stage, even with the 1 second. So massive twists here in this ending portion of this knockout 3, but a tremendous drive from James Baldwin to snatch the lead back away from Siggy and Toman. He now is in the pound seats to take 25 points in this quarter-final.
It's not that simple, though, because here we head then down into the final complex of corners. The slipstream's being kicked out towards Kevin Siggy, towards Yuri Toman as well. What is James Baldwin going to do? He's going to have to take the defensive line. It's been a long time since we've seen James Baldwin take victory in ESL R1, and it might have to be a little bit longer. Kevin Siggy gets to the outside. He's got the inside as ahead to the final part of the chicane, but no, James Baldwin returns to the top step of the podium in ESL R1 with victory here at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. Kevin Siggy and Yuri Toman round out the podium with Mitchell de Jong, who'll finish behind Johan Hart. You can see there James Baldwin victorious. He is moving towards the top 21 in the championship. Still needs to score some decent points after this, but wow, how sweet will that feel?
It's been a long time since we've called James Baldwin a winner here in ESL R1, but this time we can call him one. And Guild Esports having a fantastic night tonight. Kevin Siggy with a shake of the head, still the frustration on show, but he still will feature in the semi-final later on tonight. But we have one more knockout to bring you. Yuri Toman, of course, coming across the line as well to qualify through. But James Baldwin, after competing at the 24-hour of Spa, driving for Garage 59 in the McLaren 720S, he's had to now jump into an Audi R8 LMS in the virtual sense this time around, but has adapted seemingly very well. And Guild Esports looking extremely strong tonight. Probably the best performance we've seen from Guild in ESL R1 history. And
he'll be on a very exclusive list. I'm trying to remember if there is actually anyone that would be on the list as well, of drivers who have taken victories in multiple cars. That's a really good question. Is there any...
It's an interesting...
Any other drivers? I'm trying to think now, because even thinking of drivers that have driven in 2 different... Obviously, Max Benneker will be one of them, because he's driven and won in an Audi and in a BMW.
Jamie Fluke?
I don't believe Jamie Fluke or Kevin Ellis Jr. won when they were in the Audi R8. I believe they only won since they'd moved into a Mercedes. Most other drivers have only ever driven one car. In ES.
I'm trying to think back if they were in the Audi for Road Atlanta, but maybe they
No,
weren't.
it was definitely Merc for Road Atlanta, and they didn't win. Like Jamie Fluke only had a few podiums season 1. Kevin Ellis Jr. had a few podiums as well, but not victories. What a fascinating thing to have just pondered there. So please, answers on postcards to who else. And we've got Benneker, we've got Baldwin now, who at least provisionally will be classified as our race winner here in Knockout 3. Kevin Siggy in 2nd position with Yuri Toman, Mitchell de Jong, Johan Hart, and of course Robbie Stableford there in 6th spot. Ente Benito will be just outside of the top 6 with Dennis Schuniger, then Yoni Tormula, Yuri Kastorp trying to flash his way into a mass, and Oleg Zolobov and Matti Siepler rounding out the field. What a dramatic race.
Very dramatic. Fantastic, though. Fantastic win for James Baldwin and a double overtake on the final lap. Clinical, it has to be said, Lewis. And we saw, obviously, the switch back from Ulas Azildren that didn't quite come off earlier on. You know, that is a sensational move from Baldwin. And I think just goes to show his class when he needed it the most. Because, obviously, big points were needed tonight for Guild. Big points were needed for James Baldwin as a whole. He missed, obviously, the previous round due to competing in Spa in the 24-hour. But to come back the way he has done, not missing a step. If anything, he's ascended up the stairs now to another level of brilliance here in this championship. And if he continues in this vein of form, you know, the opportunities are endless for Guild.
Yeah. After knockout 4, we'll update you with the full points from the Drivers' Championships. Yeah, obviously, we need to have that all finalised and stuff. There's a lot to deal with between now and then, as we'll see some of the replays from what's happening in the early stages of the race. There's some drama there on lap 1, some of the bits that we didn't see. A bit of squeezing come around as Mitchell de Jong was trying to squeeze his way past Johan Hart to slightly outside of the track limits. But James Baldwin was leading, and he was looking strong. Big move coming in there from de Jong down the inside of Enzo Benito. That allowed the top 3 to check away.
Yeah, he very nearly pulled it off as well. It was just enough for Benito to clamber back and maintain the place. This was a great move as well from Siggy, just coming through up on the inside. Was thinking about maybe doing the double, but Baldwin held his line and kept him at bay. But obviously Siggy doing enough to hold on to second at that moment in time. Joni Tormela as well, fighting hard as well in the background for G2. And then, of course, we saw the Porsche Coanda of Mitchell de Jong going side by side with Johan Hart on the straight, leading up through towards Les Combes. It certainly was quite the fight. And then again, we saw this little moment brewing as well. Siggy seemingly taking the lead of the race at that time as well, with Yuri Toman then settling into second. Toman then on the attack once more. These three would do battle time and time again. Baldwin eventually down into third, but it wouldn't be that way for too long. Of course, he had his chance then to take the lead of the race, did so in great fashion, took the wide outside line coming through towards Les Combes. Toman backed out of it. Siggy was pretty much left in no man's land, and Baldwin had the line and he had the speed to carry it through in towards Les Combes. It was just a delectable overtake.
Yeah, indeed. It's just so brilliant. The commitment to send it straight around the outside with the bravery there, just absolutely brilliant. And again, it's a circuit. I still remember it. Again, race 5 at Munich. His send around the outside of Marcel Chinchik at that very corner to have secured himself victory. Just absolutely epic racing, and James Baldwin proves that he can do it around Spa. He'll need to do it in the semi-finals, although I have it at the moment on my little points sheet. I have James Baldwin being on 39 points after that, because the 25 points for victory, and he had 14 points coming into it. The expectations you need around, as I said before, around 40 to 50 points. Realistically, probably let's aim for the upper end of that. Let's aim for 50. He's only really sort of 6 to 11 points away from actually potentially moving into the top 21 and being safe.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets a good run in the semi-finals, obviously secures qualification into the final later on tonight, then that could be that could be his opportunity, obviously, to break through. So who knows? It's still very much all to play for. I mean, if one thing's for certain, obviously getting into that top 9 is going to be some task. Enzo Benito, seemingly, I think, off the back of that performance, stamping at least his ticket for now. Obviously, still a long way to go to even talk about confirmed top 9ers, but obviously dropping out of it. Charlie Collins, for sure, off the back of what happened in this in the quarterfinal action so far. But of course, we still have knockout race 4 to come. That will feature one man who is in P7 in the Drivers' Championship coming into tonight, Jeffrey Rietveld. What do you make of his chances tonight, Lewis?
I don't know. I mean, he's done a lot of races, obviously. We've seen a lot of experience. He won the first ever race in ESL R1 around here, so expectations are that he could do quite well. But he is in quite a strong split, as you can see. You've got some big names in there. Of course, one of those, 5th place on that entry list. Max Benneker. It's going to be a scary one to beat.
Yeah, well, Max Benneker aligned with Josh Rogers as one of the first winners of a round in ESL R1 action when we hark back to Katowice, where this all started in Poland back in 2023. Further down as well. In fact, let's just take you through the list. Jeffrey Rietveld lines up for Redline. We've got Nikodem Wisniewski for G2, Dane Warren for Porsche Coanda, Thibaut Kazubon for Team Vitality, Max Benneker for Mouse, Daniel Pajtor for Williams, Ibrahim Khan for BS Plus Competition, Kevin Ellis Jr. in ART, with then have Jakub Matuszewski for the Team Falcons, Michael Schmiedel for FaZe. We then have Mikhail Baikov for Vitus Pro, and then we have Matt Emery for Guild Esports, looking to obviously add yet another Guild car into semi-final action. But all eyes on Big Kev, it would seem. Second in the championship coming into tonight, is only behind Rogers by a single point.
Yeah, indeed. I will say it has all changed around a little bit. It's courtesy of the
well, yeah, since semi-final.
Yeah, exactly.
At the moment, I should say.
At the moment, again, if we were to confirm that 120 points was the cut-off, which obviously we don't know, we're finding that one out. At the moment, realistically, Josh Rogers and Kevin Siggy, those two are safe. They're on 133 points for Rogers, 127 for Kevin Siggy. Those two realistically are safe to be in the top 9 of the Drivers' Championship, which means they'll move through automatic progression into Riyadh's Drivers' Championships. Then 116 points, Kevin Ellis Jr., 116 points at the moment. Luke Bennett, obviously, Luke Bennett has completed a race, Kevin Ellis Jr. has not. Luke Bennett, Yuri Toman, Sebastian Job, they're on 116, 115, 112, and they have done their first race this evening. Then you get Jeff Rietveld, a big jump back to Jeff Rietveld on 85 points. Inside the points paying positions at the moment, or inside the top 9 rather, who we expect to move out. After completing their first race of the evening, Charlie Collins and Enzo Benito are inside the top 9. They will not be in the top 9 of the championship. I will confirm that to you now. They will absolutely not be in the top 9 of the championship at the end of the evening.
No, well, there we go. It just goes to show how the places are won and lost in an instant. Daniel Pajtor, who was impressive last time out at Road Atlanta, be looking for hopefully something decent here tonight. But I mean, some of the main players that we want to obviously look at, I would suggest are probably the likes of Jeffrey Rietveld and Kevin Ellis Jr., who are looking to stamp their tickets firmly for the top 9. Though you could say that Kevin Ellis Jr. has got one hand on it right now, coming into tonight with second under his belt. But obviously we'll be looking to try and hold on to it, maybe even finding something a little more. But other names we can look out for, I mean, obviously Thibaut Casbon, not necessarily been the best season for him this year, obviously coming in, replacing Risto Capit at RHG, now known as Team Vitality. The season hasn't necessarily gone to plan, Lewis.
No, which at least, again, driver's perspective-wise, Thibaut Casbon's been very... not great. Again, it's kind of the same as if you, not quite to the same degree, but if you look, if you compare Thibaut Casbon's Teams Championship season, where they actually wasn't that bad, to his Drivers' Championship season, if he'd have done the performance for his Teams Championship in the Drivers' Championship side of things, the first 3 rounds and the last 3 rounds, if he'd have done it that way round, he'd actually be looking really quite all right, actually. But it's just, it hasn't really worked out for him in this. And Jovski, if you put his first 3 rounds as his last 3 rounds, then he's actually, I think he's almost in the top 9. But again, that's not how it works, as Jeff Rietveld's controlling the car with his mind from Luke Bennett's house.
Truly sensational. The force is strong with this one. Amazing. 39.5 though in the first sector, and not quite a 39.4, which is where we'd like to see it, Lewis. But you never know; things can change in the second and final sector.
Exactly. Again, we've seen also the BMW typically has gone stronger in the first sector compared to, say, for example, the Porsche. So I think a 39.5 in that first sector is not great. I mean, it is a long run from La Source all the way up towards Les Combes, but let's kind of see if we can spot the body language of this car. In the hands of Jeff Rietveld heading down the hill. Looks pretty tidy into Pil, maybe a little slightly wide off the apex as to where you'd want to be, but the car's certainly not looking particularly slow. We'll obviously get an understanding as to what the dealio is once we head into that second sector split. It looked not ideal going into the first part of Fania.
No, maybe a little twitchy. Coming through Campus and Stavilo now. Let's see how tight he is to the inside. Seemingly not too bad. Just running, extending as much as he can onto the white lines. No trouble, though, for Jeffrey Rietveld. Coming through out of Corbeil Paul Frere. 59.8, though. Not an ideal second sector split, though.
It's poor. Realistically speaking, it's not great for Jeff Rietveld, I'm afraid. And chances are, I think this lap time's slipping through his fingers, George. I'm not going to lie, I don't think this is going to be a good time at all.
and he could yet see himself out of the top 9 should this form carry through to the race. Obviously, still other drivers to lay down their times, and many of them obviously the most competitive drivers in the championship. Rietveld now out towards the line. Let's just see what this time enlists. 2:15.604, seemingly 3/10 really off where he needs to be.
Yep, and not ideal. Kind of, we sort of expected that. The first sector wasn't great. The second sector looked a little bit mediocre, unfortunately, for Jeff Rietveld. And I can see that one qualifying him a lot further down the order, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, though, for Bykov, the middle sector here is not exactly any better. And I think this is actually going to be end up being like a 0.8 or something, maybe even slower than that. Bykov up towards the line, 15.604 to beat. He isn't going to do it for the Virtus Pro team as he hits the beam. It's an 8.98.
Certainly is. So at least, I suppose, as far as Rietveld's concerned, he's not going to be starting from the back, but an improved time here on show here for Thibaut Casibon. The Frenchman putting up a 39.4 in the first sector, a 39.7 in sector 2, though, is a little bit off. Probably would have ideally wanted to find an additional 10th or 2 just to help out the middle sector, but the final sector could help the Audi R8 LMS. Let's wait and see as now the Frenchman heads up towards the line. Will this place him firmly to the top? You'd certainly think so. It certainly will. A 2:15.442. That's not bad.
Certainly not. Dane Warren, next one to come through, and look at that middle sector. 59.5, not quite as fast as Josh Rogers went in the middle sector, but his first sector's faster than Rogers, so it could be up there for fastest lap of the day. We saw a 15.2 from Rogers in the first section. We know Dane Warren is quick in qualifying. Maybe took a little bit too much curb in the final chicane there, so it might end up being a 0.3. If he hits the beam, it ends up being a 3.49. Still a very solid lap time. I think he just hit too much of the sausage on the left-hand side at the final chicane.
That could be pole here at this point in this knockout 4, but we still have quite a number of drivers to take you through before we bring an end to the session. At 39.5 for Nikodem Wisniewski in the first sector isn't horrendous at all. Certainly doesn't, though, throw him in the mix for pole right now with a 59.6 in sector 2, but coming through now down towards the line, could yet put himself higher than Casibon, however, as he now comes across the line for G2 Sim Racing. Not quite, though. Goes third fastest here in his Porsche.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but again, a bit more work needed, unfortunately, there for Wisniewski, who again is looking to be one of the drivers to challenge in the top 21 of the championship. Daniel Pajtor works his way into the final sector. These are good sector times coming in from Pajtor. This is almost certainly going to be a 3 of some description. Although that final chicane didn't look ideal, he doesn't look particularly happy with it. Could be a low 4. It's a high 3. That'll do.
Decent lap for Daniel Pajtor. Michael Schmidl laying down a 39.5 in the first sector with a 59.6 in second sector action as well, with FaZe now looking to add their car into the mix for potential semi-final equation later on tonight. Obviously still a lot more to come before we reach that point. We've got a whole race yet to come, of course, but Michael Schmidl looking to enter his name into the timing tower as he now heads up towards the line. Can he pull off some magic in the third sector? He can go fourth fastest, which isn't bad. The mid-4s here at this point. Yeah, indeed. Again, like for Schmidl, that's fine. 3,000s off of pretty decent, just getting ahead of Thibaut Casibon, but he'll have to settle. Max Benneker, one of the, at least at the moment, from what we know, 2 drivers that have won in 2 different cars. In ESL R1, obviously he was the first one to do it, and is one of the only drivers to have won in all 3 seasons when it comes to a final victory. Of course, Josh Rogers being on that list as well. Benneker crosses the line, 3.36 up to pole position, as expected. It's a fantastic time from Max Benneker, and puts him higher than Dane Warren by just over 1/100th of a second. We then have Kevin Ellis Jr. with a 39.4 in the first sector. Now that is exactly where he needs to be. 59.6 isn't horrendous either. Needs a decent final sector. Could yet find himself battling with Pajtor for that third place. Let's find out. Obviously, it's now the Mercedes, should I say, makes its way up towards the line. Kevin Ellis Jr. second in the championship, goes second in the timing tower here in knockout 4 by a mere 1,000th of a second. That must have been a stellar third sector. That's absolutely excellent from Kevin Ellis Jr. to have got just a second position, like I say, with the tiniest of margins back to Max Benneker. Matt Emery, Jakub Basiszewski and Ibrahim Khan, the final 3 drivers to come in this session, and I don't suspect any of those are going to be setting anything faster than a 3.36, as Matt Emery will work his way out through the final corner. It's going to be around where Bykov is as he hits the beam. It's a 15.974. Keeps it under the 16s at least. Yeah, Jakub Matuszewski with a blistering first sector, 39.457, one of the best ones of this session, in fact, with a 59.8, though, however, in Sector 2, so needs to find something to recover the deficit in Sector 3. As now the pole makes his way through in the Audi R8L, and Team Falcons have certainly not come here to play. They've come here to obviously try and enlist their very best, and in their first season of competitive action in ESL R1, Matuszewski will cross the line, go 8th fastest, which certainly isn't necessarily representative of what he was able to bring to the table in that first sector.
On Twitter earlier on today, BS Competition put out a nice poll. Which of the Zebra drivers will make it through into the final of the ESL R1 today? Ferris Stanley got 25% of the votes. Robbie Stableford got 25% of the votes. Kaiki Oliveira got 50% of the votes. Ibrahim Khan got nothing. Let's see if he can prove the haters wrong as he heads his way through the final corner. Even he's not convinced as he hits the stripe. What's it going to be for Ibrahim Khan? 8th place, not bad.
It's pretty good, higher than Jeffrey Riedfeld, but no one could come close to Max Benneker, bar Kevin Ellis Jr. There was a mere 1,000th that separated the two drivers. Max Benneker coming into tonight 9th in the championship, holding on to the last spot that guarantees a place in the Esports World Cup at Riyadh. Kevin Ellis Jr. sitting 2nd in the championship coming into tonight, and is taking on one of the best in the world. But Kevin Ellis Jr. proving that he himself has worked himself up to becoming one of the best in the world. Representing Apex Racing Team, Dane Warren, once again a stellar one-lap display that we know that he does carry when it comes to sim racing. You've got some forces in this lineup here, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, again, it's only stronger from here, because obviously once we get through the knockout phases, it's the top 6 from each of those that have worked their way through, and it's just going to be hugely dramatic. It's going to be hugely difficult. I will tell you, quarterfinal 3 or knockout 3 has been made official. So the drivers that these drivers will all be looking to compete with, the top 6 for the third knockout: Baldwin, Siggy, Toman, Art, of course De Jong, and Robbie Stapleford. So Ibrahim Khan could move his way up with his teammate and continue on the solid performance that we've seen thus far from the BS Competition team, who have got 2 cars now through into the semi-finals, obviously courtesy of that victory of Kaiki Oliveira and the 6th place for Robbie Stapleford. Matt Emery looking to build on what has been an excellent day thus far for Guild, who have all 3 drivers moving through thus far.
You never know, they could make it 4 with a good performance from Matt Emery. It's going to be quite tough, though, against a field such as this. Jakub Matuszewski, with the blistering pace in the first sector, wasn't able to hook things up in the final 2 sectors, and therefore sees himself starting way down in the grid order. But you never know, the races can provide twists and turns. We've seen lots of them already. There's quite a long lap around Spa, so plenty for these drivers to undertake, as we now take a look at Mikhail Baikov getting himself prepared, seemingly happy with himself or enjoying the occasion here in ESL R1, and great to have Virtus Pro joining us in this series alike. There's Thibaut Casibon no, I was about to say Team R8G. Technically they still are, but they are Team Vitality on their return to sim racing competition. Nice to see Vitality back, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. No, we love a little bit of Vitality. We love seeing how they're ending up in sim racing. Obviously got a huge amount of support. Pretty sure Medi might not be too pleased if you're going to go around calling them R8G at the moment. But that's fine. It's still sort of team. It's okay. It's okay. They're all wearing the right stuff at the moment. I do like how in ESL R1 everyone's in branded shirts. Like, you don't get, it's not like, oh well, here's this branded shirt, here's this branded shirt, and then it gets to like some small team and they're like, oh no, he's just racing around in a random t-shirt that, I don't know, like Guns N' Roses shirt or something. No, everyone's got their proper band, their proper team t-shirts.
Well, this is Paradise City, Lewis. Welcome to ESL R1. Kevin Ellis Jr.
Guns N' Roses.
You wish you hadn't now. Yeah. Goodness me, indeed. Max Benneker on pole position once again, and obviously one of the OGs of ESL R1, one of the former champions. Look back at Gamers 8, of course, where he pulled off truly some of the most dazzling performances. He's on the front row alongside Kevin Ellis Jr. as they run side by side, heading down through towards turn 1. Knockout 4 about to get underway to decide our semi-final grids, as now they make their way down towards turn 1, and it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 and a great start from Benneker. Look at this. Oh, wow. Team Vitality's Thibaut Casibon got that one oh so wrong, and Kevin Ellis Jr. Junior seemingly spun out through turn 1.
Yeah, I think there was a lot happening. You'd need to see exactly what happened. I think there was something with Schmiedel as well. There was certainly some contact behind all this, and it was like 3 wide all coming into one. It's a very poor start, and unfortunately Kevin Ellis Jr. Is the one who had to pay the price. At the moment, though, it's still Beneke leading from Warren, from Kazimon, from Bykov, and from Khan.
Yeah, absolutely. Beneke still holds all the cards up at the front. Dane Warren now for Porsche Commander into second, but being challenged now by Kazibon as they come through in towards Lake Con. They're going to run wheel to wheel. Virtus Pro, Mikhail Bykov in this. Oh, no. Oh, dearie me. Thibaut Kazibon, who was already caught unawares coming through turn 1, has seemingly been undone again coming through Malmedy. And unfortunately, that's him out of the race. 3 races of good driving. Look, we're always going to get some bad bits cropping up here and there. It's just so awkward again. We need to take a look, see how all the contacts were and all that. But a lot of aggressive driving. The 3 that we've had thus far have been absolutely excellent. That's how I kind of expect the semi-finals to go. But just getting maybe a little bit too desperate from some. To be fair, I didn't quite see how that incident happened. Obviously, you had Dane Warren sending it straight around the outside. I think it was just a bit of contact, a really awkward moment, unfortunately, between the pair of them. It will almost certainly go down as a racing incident from what I saw there between Warren and Kazimon. At least that's what my gut instinct was from the one time that we've seen it. Yeah, well, what it has done, it's thrown opportunities now to Virtus Pro with Mikhail Bykov, who has now found himself into 3rd place, with Ibrahim Khan for BS Plus competition in 4th, and also Matuszewski for Team Falcon. So 3 teams that you wouldn't necessarily associate with top 6s, necessarily all the time, have now got great opportunities here. And I tell you what, Ibrahim Khan will not look a gift horse in the mouth here at this point. He needs to try and harness this one. He's in fact going to look for 1 place higher as he looks to close up on the back of Mikhail Bykov, who goes defensive off the back, obviously, of getting tied up earlier on. Matt Emery also trying to challenge Michael Schmiedel. No, Daniel Pajtor looking to try and move his way up and does brush past Matt Emery for 8th place. Nikodem Wisniewski watching on in behind. Let's take a look at the replay, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what happened here. So there was a squeeze as Ibrahim Khan kind of came across. He wouldn't have known there were 4 wide and all that. So that I'm not really sure how race control will pick their way apart. This is what I want to see. So Dane Warren around the outside. Contact. No, Bykov hits the rear end of Thibaut Kazimon there in the braking zone. So I said it might have been a racing incident. Definitely no fault onto Dane Warren's shoulders, but I do get the feeling Bykov might be copping a bit of a whack from a race control after that one, as here comes a switch.
Yeah, Ibrahim Khan now opening up the door on Bykov, so it's going to get from potentially bad to worse. In the background, seems to be something going on, but indeed Ibrahim Khan managing to brush past and into 3rd place on Mikhail Bykov, with Jakub Matuszewski down in 5th, Jeffrey Rietveld in 6th currently, so will be going through should he stay like this, but would much rather see himself go higher and higher in this top 6 just to protect the position. Michael Schmiedel on the cusp with Pajtor in behind, Matt Emery with a bit of work to do to bring yet another guild car into semi-final equation, as now Max Beneke careers onwards. He's now a 2nd clear. Look at Rietveld right now trying to challenge on the back of Matuszewski.
Beneke's almost certainly won this race now. He's absolutely gone into the distance, and just check it out. Meanwhile, everything behind is where we're seeing all the action. Matuszewski with the look coming in from Rietveld as he was trying to get to the outside at Fania. Schmiedel also a part of that. Pajtor involved. Like I say, Emery staring at this, thinking about how he could potentially make it. All 4 Guild racing drivers moving through to the semi-finals for the very first time in their entrant into the ESL R1 championship, which would be very, very impressive as Bykov stares his way forward to Ibrahim Khan, who I know the whole lap 1 thing down into T1, which I think, to be fair, is probably more of a racing incident. 5 wide is not a good idea, which is what it really was. Ibrahim Khan's driving fantastically in this race, and I never say that about him.
Well, he's managed to utilise, I think, Bykov as a wall of defence, really, much like Matuszewski has been, as well as now Jeffrey Rietveld, who is seemingly frustrated about being stuck in behind the Team Falcons Audi R8, now will once again have to stay in behind again as Matuszewski defends the place. So yet another sterling defensive effort from Matuszewski, who knows that he probably can't forego a single car in behind because he's essentially 2 steps away from being out of the top 6.
Yeah, exactly. But again, you got to take take it one step at a time, take it one lap at a time. You know the order's going to change quite a bit around here. If you drop outside of that top 6, I think the most important bit is to not panic. If you panic, that's where the drama's really going to happen. It's just build your way back into it. Look at Darren McCormack earlier on in the evening with the issue at turn 1 where he got dropped down the order. Still kept calm, still worked his way back up into it. Here comes Maciejewski then straight around the outside of Bykov. A little bit of contact between the pair and the Virtus Pro drivers going on the defensive. Jeff Rietveld now. Yeesh.
Wow, we very tight. Very tight. Matuszewski taking the outside line, holds on to 4th. Bykov now separating Matuszewski and Rietveld at this stage. Rietveld still in 6th, but having Bykov in between here, Matuszewski, that is less than ideal.
I mean, look, that's again some dicey racing in all this, but again some exciting stuff. I think we're in for a few good races after this. Of course, after this we're going to be showing the community race, the runners-up race, and then we'll be dealing with semi-final action and then finals. I can't imagine this is going to be a particularly calm and comfortable final for whoever's leading. As much as Max Benneke's leading now by 1.3 seconds, that is the largest gap for the race I think we've seen all day.
I think you're absolutely spot on, and Benneke now careering onwards and away from Dane Warren in 2nd, but I think Warren will just be glad to add his Porsche Coanda car, is now running it slightly wide there. Matuszewski very lucky not to get caught up in the gravel, which would open the door again to Bykov and Jeffrey Rietveld to plumb for an attack, but I think Bykov's got bigger problems right now because he's being pursued by Rietveld, Schmiedel, Emery and Pajtor. Quite a queue forming up in behind. Nikodem Wisniewski also on the tail of all of these as well for G2 Sim Racing, so opportunities across the board. This is far from over as now they cascade through the Blanchimont section. There is Bykov in the distance. Rietveld once again just chasing him down. Enter as well Michael Schmiedel, who was looking at a potential gap around the outside of Rietveld coming in towards the initial point of bus stop, but couldn't quite find it, but a slide as the rear steps away, and Rietveld sensing an opportunity, Lewis.
Yeah, there's nowhere else Rietveld really could have gone there, so he's not actually going to complete the move here. He might try it down into the source, but I think he knows that if he'd have passed there, it would have counted as him passing off the racing surface, so has to settle in behind Bykov despite having nowhere else really to go, and it's allowed Schmiedel to fend off Matt Emery as well as he jumps back into the slipstream. Just about halfway through this race once we've got about to put on this lap, so still plenty of time. Big slides coming in from the Guild Racing driver. It could open the door for Daniel Pajtor to come through.
Yeah, Pajtor now looking all over the back of Matt Emery, who also has a look on the back of Michael Schmiedel, trying to find that little bit of slipstream just to help his cause. Coming up through towards Les Combes, will have the inside as well. Bykov trying to defend away from Rietveld, but Emery now fighting tooth and nail this time with Michael Schmiedel in the phase Porsche. But this time, Matt Emery ascends, moves up into 7th place, and is now one step away from making it 4 Guild Audis into the semis.
How good are Guild doing? You know, this round thus far, it's very impressive that Guild have kind of built on a season which up until this point has been, let's be completely honest here, lacking is probably the best way of putting it. And yet they come to Spa and suddenly firing on all cylinders. Whether Matt Emery gets through or not, the fact that he's even competing for these positions, the fact the team have got 3 cars through thus far, I think regardless of what happens over the rest of the night from now on, it has been a successful evening so far for the Guild Racing team, but they want more because, of course, at this level of sim racing, at this level of esports, at this level of drama, you always want more. It is not good enough unless you're winning every single race.
They want to hedge their bets in their favour, and obviously if you're Matt Emery right now, it could really change the face of his championship because he hasn't had it easy. It hasn't been easy at all for any member of the Guild esports team or the Guild sim racing team, as now they pirouette through Blanchimont, and obviously Bykov could be Matt Emery's ticket to getting to within semi-final contention. Having a look on the back of Jeffrey Rietveld, Bykov made a slight mistake though, and also Michael Schmiedel taking full advantage against Emery alike. It wasn't a slender run at all as far as Bykov was concerned, and now it offers an opportunity again for Jeffrey Rietveld, throws him a bone somewhat. Matt Emery managing to defend against Schmiedel, getting him very tight once again, coming through La Source, enter Daniel Pajtor. Things are getting very fraught here in lap 5 of 7, only 2 laps to go, and including this one as well. Flying up through Eau Rouge and Radion this time. Benneke may lead, but all the action is centred around P6 and P5.
Yeah, exactly. This is where the big drama really is. Daniel Pajtor's entering the mix. Here comes Matt Emery straight to the outside of Jeff Rietveld. Is he going to be able to get his way through? Jeff Rietveld's getting to the inside, though, of Bykov, who's squeezing him a little bit down towards the white line as here we go.
Yeah, covering off Matt Emery as well in the process was Mikhail Bykov, but at the same time needs to try and defend against Jeffrey Rietveld, who has the line, but also having the line is Matt Emery. No! Matt Emery losing it on the run through Malmedy, and he's not alone, because it looks like Kevin Ellis Jr. caught up in another incident, and again, Mikhail Bykov, I'm not sure what quite happened at that point, but seemingly more contact coming through the centre of Laycom, sorry.
Yeah, I think still, obviously, you know, big Kevin Ellis Jr. fans still think he's good enough to get into the top 9 of the championship. I know he's got 116 points, going to lose a bit of ground. I still think the top 9 is on for Kevin Ellis Jr. So at least that one's sorted. Bit of drama there. Obviously, we didn't quite see the incident, but I guess, you know, from Matt Emery's reaction there, almost certainly he believes Bykov turned in. Almost certainly.
Yeah, I would say so, and obviously that's brought an end to Matt Emery's run as well. He was on the cusp of breaking to within the top 6. No doubt hearts will be broken at Guild Sim Racing at this point. They came so close to bringing 4 cars into the fight. Now it throws a bone to Michael Schmiedel this time, who sits in 7th place, who managed to avoid the carnage that ensued coming through Laycom and through Malmedy. Nikodem Wisniewski as well might yet get might also taste the benefits of it too, but Mikhail Bykov could be in trouble here should the stewards rule against him.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, like I said, there's a couple of other instances as well in this race where Bykov might be cost the fortuitous position of moving through into the semi-finals. But again, we'll have to wait and see on that one. Race control will take their time with those decisions. Wisniewski filling up the mirrors of Schmiedel at the moment. You know, Wisniewski's in 22nd position in the championship. So, you know, if he wants to get into the top 21 to continue his run in the Drivers' Championship, same with Mikhail Schmiedel, by the way, who's only a couple of points behind. These two at the moment, with their current position, they'll be out of the Drivers' Championship. They won't even be making it into the last chance qualifier.
No, not at all. So there's still massive question marks over the remainders. Obviously, Michael Schmiedel representing FaZe, who have been working hard to grow their platform in ESL R1. We saw Enzo Benito, of course, trying to make his way through into the top 9. He is, of course, the closest driver to break into within the top 9 and secure an automatic qualification for Riyadh. And obviously, Michael Schmiedel, who hasn't had the easiest time of it in his own right, has been challenged left, right and centre, much like Nikodem Wisniewski further back, G2, who moved across as well, joining the team from Williams. And then further back, Thibaut Casibon, who's also had his struggles. We obviously discussed those leading through towards tonight's action as well. But Max Benneker careering onwards. We've almost forgotten about him at the front. Nearly 2 seconds clear now of Dane Warren. Another confident and calculated Max Benneker performance here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Just absolutely flying. Different planet is Benneker. Let's see what happened on replay here.
Yeah, coming up the inside. Wow. Okay, the gap just kind of disappeared, didn't it, with Matt Emery? But the thing is, Emery was certainly alongside, so I'm not sure on that one. I mean, I think Bykov. I think, if I'm honest, that there wasn't much room left, but at the same time, I don't think there was anywhere Matt Emery could go.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd deal with that one if I were race control. There's a lot to do with that. Did Bykov give it a room? Was Matt Emery far enough alongside? Did Matt Emery hit the curb on the inside, which pushed him out into Bykov, and that was what instigated the contact? Simply do not know. All we know is we're about to head on to the final lap of the race, and here comes the move from Schmiedel. He wants to get past and not worry about anything from race control. I'm sure he wouldn't have even been told by Will Chadwick at the FaZe fan team that there's any potential investigation or anything for race control about Bykov. He just wants to get that move done. Final lap we're heading on to here, George. We're looking at a 19th victory potentially for Max Benneker. We're looking at a first ever podium, though, for Ibrahim Khan.
We certainly are. Top 3 for him for now, and obviously no penalties have come through from race control, so Mikhail Bykov driving the race as he would any other time he's competed in ESL R1. Michael Schmiedel, obviously, like you so rightly say, Will Chadwick is not going to be telling him to wait in behind. He's got to go for it, because if, of course, those incidents aren't penalised, or if the stewards don't make a single decision, then obviously it does mean that Schmiedel could yet be out of contention here tonight. But a little nudge in the rear this time from Nikodem Wisniewski. Wisniewski is now. They come up through towards Acom again. More contact made this time as now Schmiedel runs alongside Mikhail Bykov, taking an outside line again. Oh, off goes Wisniewski, further down. And now this time, Bykov has spun at the same point on track as we lost Matt Emery earlier on.
Yeah, that was all pretty poor and pretty expected. Unfortunately, just the drivers fighting for the final position in the top 6, all getting a bit elbows out. Some awkward bits of contact between a lot of them. Saw some very odd driving from behind all this. Schmiedel now in 6th position, but I'm sure will be investigated by race control as to whether he squeezed or whatever with Bykov. Bykov didn't even seem that bothered by all of it. And to be fair, what has been a mid-level knockout following 3 exceptional knockout races. I'm still pretty excited for the semi-finals. I think we've got some good driving coming up, and could we see a 20th victory this evening for this driver here, Max Benneker, who looks to take his 19th in ESL R1 history. One more and he's into the 20s.
Yeah, with the fastest lap to boot as well. He took pole position coming through to tonight, and Michael Schmiedel, as a result of everything that happened coming through Malmedy, he now sees himself into the top 6. But Benneker in full control, 2.5 seconds to the good, ahead of Dane Warren in Porsche Coanda, and of course Ibrahim Khan, BS Plus competition once again with another car going through with Team Falcons, also issuing yet another driver into the next round. But Max Benneker will hail here in Knockout 4 with a victory after taking a comprehensive pole position earlier on as well tonight. He will now move through to semi-final action, and this time look to try and challenge against the rest that have made it through to semi-final 2. A stunning display from Max Benneker and Team Mouse as they look to chase the bigger prizes. More points on the table all round, with the championship taking another vicious turn. Remember, Benneker coming through to tonight in 9th place in the championship on 80 points. So these points could mean everything in terms of getting himself through to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. There is Dane Warren, understandably quite happy, I would say, with that, Lewis.
Yeah, and again, very solid. Here's a driver probably the happiest of the lot of them. 3rd place, first ever podium for Ibrahim Khan and ESL R1. Of course, these top 6 in that race will go on to join Baldwin, Siggy, Tomenhart, De Jong and Stapleford, who worked their way through in the 3rd knockout race. Excellent performance. A little calmer at the front, a little more dramatic from those behind.
I would say so. Let's show you the results and give you an indication of what happened. Obviously, Max Benneker now taking that lead and taking the win. Will move into the semis along with Dane Warren. Ibrahim Khan, a fantastic effort on his part, with Jakub Matuszewski issuing his Team Falcons Audi into the next round as well. Jeffrey Rietveld heading through to the semi-finals for Team Redline. Michael Schmiedel for FaZe also going through after getting through to the top 6. We lose Thibaut Kazubon, Daniel Pashtor, Nikodem Wisniewski, Mikhail Bykov, Matt Emery, unfortunately not making it for Guild Cars into the semis, with Kevin Ellis Jr. also after colliding and losing out in the very first lap, unfortunately finishing at the very tail of the field. But certainly it was a great performance from Guild, I would say, throughout the entirety of the quarterfinals. But in the meantime, guys, we've got the semi-finals coming up very soon. We're going to be back very, very shortly after the break. So we arrive at the final runners-up cup race of the season, and Nico Nuninhoff, despite being victorious in the first 4 rounds of this championship, mortal it seems after our last race, but managed to recover very strongly. Dominic Ladler in second place after a decent performance last time out as well. Lucas Pompilio, though, was the story. Only 2 starts in this championship, his second one being victorious. But obviously we'll wait and see how Spa differs this time around. Still great performances on hand from the likes of Schatzel and Thunder, with Van Oost down in 6th in the championship, Edmondson in 7th, with Schroeder in 8th, with Tusilifanaxe in 9th, and Mozin in 10th. With a few new faces, though, creeping in to this championship in this final race, a great opportunity for those to get accustomed to this Rennsport platform. Quite a few names further down that have also made new appearances, Chuck Wera being one of them too. But as they now get back underway, they'll make their way around the final 2 corners at bus stop here at Spa-Francorchamps for the final time in the Runners-Up Cup. As you can see, Porsche on the right, also BMW's further back as well, with a Mercedes on the left as they put pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. And as they send it down through towards the source, a very clean getaway, a very huge charge from the Porsche out in front. That's Ladler out in front, but makes a huge mistake. Nico Nuninhoff now also moving his way back through with Edgar Chanakinchi in his first start, 3 wide as they come up through Eau Rouge and Radion. Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, that was pretty dicey off the start, but Nico Nuninhoff up towards the front despite a poor qualifying. Great start from Edgar to have worked his way through. There's a big crash at the top of the hill, though. Oh, my goodness. And it all goes sideways for Van Oost and the likes behind. I think Abadi might be also involved in all that. And somehow Nico Nuninhoff has returned to the front of the field.
Yeah, goodness me, Nuninhoff getting a lovely run indeed. Ger Van Oost, the Dutchman, unfortunately losing it coming out of Eau Rouge and Radion and over the crest through towards Kemmel, and unfortunately has lost any chance of potentially challenging for the lead of this race. Though Nuninhoff now heads down through towards the next right-hander. He's being challenged as well. We've got Chuck Wera, who's actually lost a place to Lucas Pompilio, who has been so good in the past 2 rounds, eventually taking victory in our previous round at Road Atlanta, as now they power out of the Jackie X corner, heading down through towards Pouon. It's still Nuninhoff out in front, and he's ahead of Akinci by 8/10.
And that's Pompilio going a little bit wide, of course, in his Porsche. I think there might be a couple of struggles just getting the tyres into the working window, but it does seem as though Wera is applying all the pressure. Harpler on a first-round appearance, or at least I don't think he's on a round earlier on in the season. As Schatzel also a little bit further down. It's a bit of a shame for Schatzel. Could have taken advantage of some of the earlier crash. Wera, bye-bye. Off he goes into the crowd. That's your line, George.
It is my line. Chuck Wera, that's copyright, my friend. Going off, coming through the double right-hander through... coming through the middle sector here at Spa, but obviously still plenty more laps to be had in this Runners-Up Cup race around Spa. A very long lap around this circuit as they venture through Blanchimont. Once again, Harpler now under pressure from Schatzel in behind. Might open the door heading in towards bus stop. There's Collado, who is now being roomed up on by Ladler as well around the outside. They'll go through the first portion of the bus stop chicane, and that's a great move there from Ladler, who now moves up into 7th.
Yeah, I mean, Ladler needs to work his way back up. The order was leading for the briefest margin down at T1 at the source, and of course came unstuck. It is Nuninhoff once again doing as he does best and leading from the front. We ride on board with Collado, nearly going into the rear end. Could call it a collision. We'll work on that one.
A collider.
It's fine. But either way, he's going to try and work his way past. Obviously, it's such a long run between here and Les Combes, the slipstream and such. There's going to be the opportunity for moves, but I think it's probably more towards the front between like Edgar and Akinci where we might see some moves, or even in that battle behind with Happler, Dominic Ladler and Collado that we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, well, Lucas Pompilio is currently stuck in no man's land. He's got quite the gap in between he and Schatzel. Schatzel's got bigger problems, though, because he's got Harpala, who is now looking to make a move up the inside, as is Ladler, I should say, as they now make their way through. Dominic Ladler with quite the recovery charge on here at this stage, and has figured quite well in the past. Decent talent as well in the Porsche, as they now beckon their way in towards Rivage this time. Nico Nuninhoff now expanding his gap once again. This is very similar to what we've seen in the past. 1.4 seconds now between he and Akinci, as Edgar now looks to give chase onto the back of Chanakinchi the Turk in his first start here in the Runners-Up Cup, looking almightily strong.
Yeah, indeed. It's fascinating to see Nico Nuninhoff, who didn't qualify particularly well. I believe that was intentional. Still working his way through as Gio and Collado almost coming together down into Fania. Obviously, Collado dropping back the single position. Gio working his way up now inside the top 8 and finding some extra progress. Obviously, can close back up to the rear end of the Mercedes and maybe find a move, but instantly makes a mistake. We do see that quite a lot around Spa. Once you've been behind someone for a little while, you get through, you've not got as much of a reference. That's a big moment for Collado going out and over the curb.
Yeah, getting it slightly wrong coming out of Corbeil Paul Frere, but will now run through towards Blanchimont. Hasn't lost too much momentum and is still going to challenge Juillo, I think that is, in 8th place as they come through in towards the final bus stop segment and then eventually move on to lap 3 of 7. Still Collado unable to find the venture, but will find it at the very end of the lap and finds it coming through the bus stop chicane as well. Great move there from Collado, who's now up into 8th place. He's got quite a gap though to find on Harpala for 7th. Still at the front though, Nuninhoff in charge by nearly 1.5. Egger 2.8 off the lead. Pompilio in 4th. Schatzel then with quite the gap in between he and Pompilio of around 3 seconds. So Pompilio very much on his own out there.
Some side by side behind all that between Collado and Gio as they work their way down the hill towards Rouge and Radion. So there's obviously a couple of little looks in the background. I think they might have just slowed themselves down and Collado will come out and ahead of Gio. You can see the pair of them running extremely close as we head through the Camel Curve and then up towards Les Combes. Ladler working his way back up the order piece by piece, 6th position at the moment. I think realistically speaking, the highest he's going to get in this race is probably going to be a top 5 because that 3-second gap up towards Pompilio and Egger, who is having a fantastic round thus far on pace, maybe a little bit too large. I think Lucas Pompilio might continue his rounds. Obviously, this is his 3rd one. He's done 2. He's had a podium in the pair of them, including a victory. I think he might make it 3 podiums from 3 races.
Yeah, he's caught up with Egger, and Egger making a mistake coming out of Jackie X as well, which is going to leave the door wide open from Pompilio here to take that P3 away, and does so coming through the left-hander, coming through Pouon. A fantastic move there from Lucas Pompilio, also at the same time opportunistic. Egger now down to 4th. Schatzel, who we're now watching coming out of Pouon as well as they make their way through the Lafania chicane, having a good run as well. He's got a couple of seconds to find on Dominic Ladler, who is now pushing Schatzel all around this track.
Yeah, exactly. It's just it's kind of one of those circuits where you do enjoy pushing other drivers to the limit as well as finding them yourselves though a little bit out wide. Ladler goes. There's been a slow one for Egger. What has happened to Egger? What has happened to Ladler? Straight over the gravel on the exit. I think he's also been followed by Harpala behind. 3 cars just trying to take very alternative lines around the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. That's a bit wild. Shame there, of course, for Lucas Egger. He'd been running so well.
Yeah, I'm not sure quite what happened to Egger coming through the middle sector, but it definitely spooked Ladler a little bit. He ran off wide. Schatzel now up into 4th, now chasing after Pompilio. So Dominic Ladler is going to have to try and close that gap and work his way through the field again, but I would never count him out because he is just simply so quick. Harpala down in 6th has got a little bit of work to do as well, though not too far away from Ladler, around 7/10 between the pair as now they head through out of La Source. There is Juillo, who is now currently sat in 8th with Collado down in 9th. Chuck Wera then quite the gap between he and Collado, now near enough 4 seconds of the realm. Nuninhoff with the fastest lap of the race still and with an advantage of 1.7 seconds ahead of Chanakinchi with Pompilio, who is now nearly a whole 2 seconds, well in fact 3 seconds back.
Very curious to see how Chanakinchi is going to do in this. Obviously when it comes to GT3 experience, I'm sure has a fair amount of GT3 experience. Clearly some drifting experience as well. Obviously, you know, George, we all know Chanakinchi as being more from the F1 side of things, you know, being more on the sim racing side of things from that point of view. Curious to see how he gets on in GT3 because let's be honest, this is a completely different simulator, and for 2, it's just a completely different style of racing. Whilst I'm sure he's got plenty of GT3 experience, it's just, I don't know, is he going to have some late race pace? Is he going to bring something new to the table? I don't know.
Well, you wouldn't have been foolish to suggest that Janik Inchi would be considered an F1 sim racing professional one day. He was very much thrown into that equation, but has since now focused his attention elsewhere, this time on Rennsport. So very intrigued to see how he favours a move into GT3 racing. And but giving a good account in his first start, obviously wouldn't have necessarily got himself grounded into the championship as of yet, as we've now got Nuninghoff, who's been here since the very beginning, dominating so far this season, and returning after a very difficult round back at Road Atlanta. But I think races like that, such as Road Atlanta, for the likes of Nico Nuninghoff, I think just went and showed that even in the face of adversity, he has got that killer instinct to bring himself back into the fight. Scored brilliant points for himself in that previous round. So, you know, no question, he is a great champion.
Yeah, and he's secured the Drivers' Championship at the end of round 4. As here comes the move from Ladler down the inside of Schatzel. That's a brilliant little look. He's obviously done that one earlier on in the race, straight around the outside of the exit of the bus stop, ignoring the white lines because modern motorsport is fine. And it will be Ladler up into 4th position, completing the move on Schatzel. That's a lovely little move. Again, he did that earlier on. He's got good control of the brakes as the battle in the background between Guillot and Collado continues for 8th position. Collado down the inside.
Yeah, Collado trying to force the issue here against Guilo here for this 8th place. The battle between the two BMWs as they now rub the paint off each other, as they now near enough make contact. How none of them went into the barrier coming through up towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Somehow Collado managing to keep it on the track, and I'm sure he won't appreciate Girillo doing that to him. Might yet try and answer back on the stretch leading up through towards the Kemmel Straight. He will get the run, and he will have the slipstream coming up through towards Les Combes. Will Gillo, though, defend it as they head up now towards Les Combes? This time they'll run wheel to wheel. The two BMWs coming together again, a bit of contact as they come in towards Les Combes. They'll run wheel to wheel again, this time Collado and Girillo once again scraping the paint. Oh goodness me, Girillo has gone round on the outset out of what looks to be Les Combes, coming through in towards Malmedy, and Chuck Wehrer very fortunate not to get caught up in that too.
Yeah, that was a little bit naughty from Collado. There was a nah, see, I want to keep trying, but it's just not worth it. They Collado'd. Again,
they did Collado.
It's fine. It was a bit messy. Just a pair of them were racing each other very hard. It was exciting and stuff. But unfortunately, Guillot's the one that's having to pay the price as he drops down the order. There is a look at Collado. I'm pretty sure if we had some race control in this, they might look down on that and probably gift out a penalty or two. But alas, they're racing their way round. And I think Collado, that'll be the last he sees of anyone else in this race, because he's got, what, 3.5 seconds to the car ahead, 2.5 to the car behind. I think he'll be cruising to the checkered flag in that spot.
Yeah, far too much for him to do here at this point. Schatzel, though, in 5th, chasing after Dominic Ladler, who has had his own recovery drive brought to the forefront. Of course, the Austrian, who, well, certainly showed to be quite venomous in the opening corner, coming through La Source on lap 1. Unfortunately, misjudged the apex slightly, and I think overstretched into the gravel trap on the escape, and then had to try and recover as best he could. But now under pressure from Schatzel in his Mercedes-AMG GT3. As Robin Schatzel, now the German, powers out of the final chicane and onwards on lap 6 of 7, penultimate lap of the race, bursts out down through towards La Source and might yet have a chance going up through the Kemmel Straight. But just look at Nuninghoff again, 2.3, now 2.4 in between he and Janik Inchi.
Again, it's just another stunning and dominant performance from Nico Nuninghoff. But look at the fastest lap going the way of Lucas Pompilio. Is there time left in the race for Pompilio to take over 2nd position and really cement his position in this championship? And where realistically, we'd be sat there thinking, what if Pompilio had started from the very beginning of the Runners-Up Cup? Would he be able to challenge Nuninghoff? As here comes Egger on his return up the order, getting his way past Harpala.
Yeah, great opportunity here from Egger, and Harpala now is going to obviously lose out. I think the leverage going the way of Egger, Lucas Egger, now up into 6th place, and Harpala now down into 7th. So now Schatzel is going to be next on his list, so we could yet see a 4-car scrap here for 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, there is the potential, you know, with a lap and a bit. Well, you know, basically from this point, still nearly 2 laps to go, just over a lap and a half. You know, there's plenty of time. I don't think it'll be for 4th, just I think, you know, Ladler's run away, and he'll be clearing his way from this grouping. Although any slight mistake, and Schatzel's going to be there to keep him company. But look at all that ahead of him, just clean, empty, clear road, which is exactly what you want to see when you want to find your rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously it means you don't have to be concerned about any obstacles that are in front of you. Obviously a few of them who tied up with Egger earlier on would know all about that. But as they now head through the middle sector and they're coming through Campus and Stavelo, there's Harpala, who's just lost out to Lucas Egger for that 6th place. Ladler, who is proceeding onwards, has, like Lewis so rightly said, has got that clean air in front of him too, with Schatzel in behind. Pompilia, though, with the fastest lap of the race so far, has driven it impeccably, now 4 seconds behind the lead runners, as we now see certainly them head through the final sector once again. Nuninghoff once again, a stellar display on hand here from the man who leads this championship and has effectively won the championship, but looking to send it off in style as now they head through the final couple of corners to begin the final lap of the race. Lucas Egger heading through. There's Pompilio now as well, 4.2 off the top, and there you can see Chanakinchi just in front. We could yet see a last gasp fight. Of course, Pompilio winning last time out, looking on hand to scoop yet another podium.
I don't think he will, though. I think it's just a little bit too much of a tall order. 1.3 seconds to close down to Chanakinchi. I think there's just enough of a gap for Kinchi to keep him at bay. Even then, especially when you think of the overtaking opportunities, the only one then really that Pompilio is going to get any chance at is down to the final chicane, which, let's be honest, as a circuit that Chanakinchi knows how to race at, knows how to drive at, knows how to defend at. And I do get the feeling we'll be able to cover that one off quite nicely. But it depends how that middle sector ends up going in the hands of the Tech.
Yeah, we'll soon find out, that's for sure. Plenty of opportunities, though, still exist for other drivers around this circuit. Of course, a very long track in the context of things, one of the longest you'll see on the Rennsport or ESL R1 calendar as they now deep dive in towards Rivage. There's Egger, who is trying to close up onto the back of Schatzel. That is a battle for that 5th place, and Egger working hard here on this final lap to try and see if he can move himself at least the order at least once anyway. Nico Nuninghoff still stretching his lead at the top. 2.7 becomes 2.8, and looking all the more convincing at this stage. Collado, who fresh off the back of the battle he had with Gillo further back. Gillo now down into 11th place. Lucas Pompilio deep ducking and diving through the Campus and Stavelo section in the Porsche, still trying to gain on Chanakinchi for that 2nd place as they now come out of Corbeil Paul Frere.
Yeah, there's not long left to go, and like I say, this gap's too large. I think most of the gaps are fairly large. It's just the one really between Schatzel and Egger where there might be a move, but it does look as though it's going to be a return to form, George, because look who's at the front and look who's coming down to the final corner.
Yeah, Nico Nuninghoff, another stellar display on hand. It may not have been victory last time at Road Atlanta, but he's come back here at Spa, and he's going to put himself back on to the top step. Nico Nuninghoff, with a flash of the lights, wins the Runners-Up Cup round here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Chanakinchi 2nd, Lucas Pompilio in 3rd. Well, welcome back, everybody, to ESL R1 action. Another stellar result for Nico Nuninghoff in the Runners-Up Cup, seemingly back to form. And once again, off the back of seeing some quarterfinal displays already with some dramas, certainly no less than what we saw in our 4th race in the knockouts. But still, nonetheless, there was some great racing to have as well in 1s, 2 and 3 as well. Lewis McGlade back with me once again. Lewis, I mean, obviously off the back of what we've already seen in the knockouts, I suppose we shouldn't be too surprised to see on the final round some major moments occur, but obviously some moments that might have been a little too dicey, especially in knockout 4.
Yeah, certainly so. What it's done, though, is it's changed things up in the championship. Of course, again, we're looking for the top 9 of the championship to move through automatically to the Drivers' Championship in Riyadh, and then the 12 drivers behind, which will go into the last chance qualifying race again on the first day of the Riyadh competition. So Josh Rogers and Kevin Siggy expect with that points haul that they actually should be relatively safe. Bennett, Ellis Jr., Toman, Joe Benneker, they're kind of on the cusp of being safe, but not really. They still need some decent results. Jeffrey Enzo Benito at the back end of the top 9 with still some work to do. Do remember, Enzo Benito is out. Kevin Ellis Jr. is also out. Charlie Collins, who's in 10th position, is also out, so will not be progressing or scoring any more points. Should still be good for the top positions. Inside the top 21 drivers that are also out, just to give you a couple of little bit of rundown with it. Thomas Tatler, 15th or 16th position, 52 points. He's also out. Same with Nikodem Wisniewski and Moritz Lerner towards the back end of the top 20. Those two are also out.
Yeah, so there you have it, folks. Obviously, still a very fraught affair. Benito, whilst obviously being in a position that he's in, he is in 9th place. So still very much will fall foul, I think, to the cars that are lined up in behind. Of course, we saw Darren McCormack not too far from the top 9. He could yet break through, as well as many others that are in this affair. But yeah, incredible. This driver's standing still very unconclusive. We got 3 races to go, and there's a bigger points haul on offer as well. By the time we reach the final, remember, 35 points going to the winner, which throws another 10 points on top of the usual 25 that go to the race winner. So, you know, it all could twist in the final, Lewis.
Yeah, and again, expectations are that it may well indeed do so. Here's a look at the drivers in the semi-finals there. Of course, Marco Page House making it 2 Guild Racing drivers into the semi-finals. They do have a third. That'll be in semi-final 2 with James Baldwin. Of course, 2 Redline cars with Luke Bennett and Sebastian Job. 2 Vitality drivers with Marcel Chinchik and Erhan Yayovsky. We've got the solo driver for BS competition in this one being Kaiki Oliveira after a fantastic victory. They've got 2 more drivers in Robbie Stableford and Ibrahim Khan coming up a little bit later on this evening. One single Apex Racing team driver. I'm sure we'll be working quite close with Darren McCormack and Dom Blyer as well, the obviously the Mercedes representatives. A single Porsche of Joshua Rogers and a single Falcons car of Lemon M. There is Joshua Rogers fresh off a victory. Of course, the winners today so far have been Kaiki Oliveira, have been of course James Baldwin, have been Max Benneker and Sebastian Job. It was a pole position rather for Josh Rogers earlier on in the day. He set the fastest lap time so far here at Spa.
Well, I mean, Joshua Rogers could yet be the one driver to go back to back and take the 3-round wins. Of course, needs to get himself into the final first and foremost, so it's still all to play for. Sebastian Job, though, back again as well, fresh after taking victory in our first knockout round. And then, of course, Marco Pajic joining the fold at Guild and putting in a seemingly decent performance, a very controlled car performance, keeping himself out of danger and out of trouble. And there is the sole ART driver, Jamie Fluke, tremendous driver in his own right, but also not too bad in the commentary box either. Of course, he joined us up on stage back in our full season major final. And there, of course, is Lemon M making it through for Team Falcons.
He needs to dye his hair more.
Lemon M?
Yeah. He needs to re-dye that before we go to Riyadh. Just saying. Just chucking it out there. I will sponsor that by paying £5. 5 of my finest British pounds.
That is truly slim pickings.
It really is. Well, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Look, it's fine. Do it on a budget. It's okay.
Absolutely right. Well, we're now back on track, and here is the BMW, the Team Redline, very familiar liveried BMW belonging to Team Redline, and of course with the names that they've got behind them this time around, obviously with the likes of Sebastian Job coming through off the back of a stellar display earlier on tonight. Throw in as well Luke Bennett, as well as the other Redline drivers that are taking part in the semi-finals. It looks like we could expect yet another strong Redline performance this time, given the fact that Sebastian Job was so dialed in off the back of our first knockout, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, the victory that he had from it, again, looking strong, 112 points to his name at the moment. Expectations are that, again, you know, on the cusp of being safe, but there's a few drivers outside of that grouping that, you know, if he doesn't progress through into the final, those might actually end up to take him over, the likes of Marcel Chinchik and Dane Warren, who could well be on the cusp of scoring some decent points, because, of course, Marcel Chinchik currently on 77 points, Dane Warren on 66, probably a little bit out of reach, to be fair. Chinchik can actually jump up ahead of Sebastian Job. But I don't know. I think, like, relatively speaking, Sebastian Job is safe on the current points haul, but probably a little bit too close. One solid result here, and it is confirmed he's going to the Drivers' Championship in Riyadh. Same with a few drivers out there.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed. Of course, the story has been as it has, obviously around Guild Esports as well, managing to pull off 2 cars in this semi-final, which is certainly going down as one of their best performances. 3 cars, in fact, heading through to semi-final action, if we factor in James Baldwin as well, who will be featuring in semi-final 2. Of course, Matt Emery, very unfortunate not to make it 4 Guild cars in the final or in the semi-final race that's coming up after this one. But still, still, Sebastian Job looking very strong, 39.4 in Sector 1, looks pretty dialed in. Sector 2 looks strong as well with a 59.7, but he's still not happy. Nonetheless, could have probably found better coming out of Sector 2, and also Sector 3 not the best. So Sebastian Job, despite laying down a 2.15 and a competitive 4 to a point, of course, we have seen 2.15.3s tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if there is going to be one. I mean, the drivers in this grid, I mean, you'd be surprised if we don't see low 15.3s, maybe even a 15.2. Is one going to come in the hands of Dara McCormack? The first sector says maybe not. The second sector says maybe so. And again, this time it's not a shake of the head being like, oh, maybe not. This time it's a, yeah, actually, as there we go.
Oh.
15.253, fastest lap of the day. Yeah, that's not bad.
That is exceptional, Dara McCormack. A 39.4 for Luke Bennett in the first sector, a 59.6 to try and topple down Dara McCormack, but this I don't think is going to touch it. If we just seen the lap of all laps here in ESL R1, certainly here at Spa, a 2.15.253. Absolutely remarkable by Dara McCormack. Luke Bennett for Team Redline up next, however, as he does come up across the line, goes second fastest, ahead of his teammate, just by over a tenth. But I must say, Dara McCormack, take a bow.
I think there is only 2 or 3 people on this grid that can maybe beat that 2.53. I reckon. I think Marcel Chinchik might be able to do it. I think Josh Rogers might be able to do it. Anyone else, I don't think they've got the pace in their tank to take on Dara McCormack. Mighty lap time here around the Ardennes. Jamie Fluke will punch his way through the final corner. Sector's looking okay. Could be around the 3 for Bennett. Ends up being a 4.35. So not too bad for Jamie Fluke, because here comes Kaiki Oliveira, fresh off a first victory in ESL R1.
Yeah, fantastic victory as well. Controlled the pace and also at the same time put some stellar defensive moves in place as well. 39.4 in Sector 1 isn't horrendous. A very late 39.4 with a 59.773. Could yet find himself tussling with Sebastian Job. Maybe we'll creep ahead and join Jamie Fluke as he now crosses the line. Does indeed do that. Just ahead by a mere thousandth of a second of Sebastian Job.
Yeah, Job's lap time there looking concerning, it must be said, as he's dropping further and further back down the order. And to be fair, again, every driver on this grid has the capability of beating that 0.499 for Sebastian Job. And Don Bly's tracking, I don't think Don Bly's tracking towards, I think Don Bly's probably tracking towards a 15.5 as he works his way through the final corner. He's seen his teammate go up to the top of the timesheets. Can he nail a final sector here and maybe sneak his way up the order? Oh my goodness, he goes to second.
That is stellar. Williams occupying first and second in semi-final 1. And you must say, Dominic Blyer's lap, enough, aside from Dara McCormack's, to take pole with a very reasonable 2.15.3. Marcel Chinchik with a 39.4 in Sector 1, 59.6 in Sector 2. A big third sector could see him topple Luke Bennett. Should he bring it to the forefront as he does cross the line? Is it enough? As he does so, enough for second. Blisters past. Dominic Blyer separates the two Williams. Team Vitality up to second.
Here comes the big one, though, Joshua Rogers. This is the moment that Dara McCormack's probably not been looking forward to. Seeing the lap time come in from Joshua Rogers. Can the Australian take one over McCormack here? Can he beat that 2.53? The sector times aren't really leaning towards it, but then again, we've seen some fantastic final sectors before. What's it going to be from Joshua Rogers? No reaction from him. He's not really the most emotional of drivers as he heads up towards the beam, hits the stripe, and so it's the exact same lap time as Chinchik.
That is absolutely sensational. Chinchik and Rogers matching at every turn. A 2.15.301 shared for second and third place. Marco Pejic is going to be next. The second sector is not ideal at all. 39.4 though is right in the dance floor for this Audi R8 LMS at Guild Esports. They want to try and topple at least some of them. They might be able to join Jamie Fluke there in P6. We'll wait and see. Is now coming up towards the line goes Marco Pejic, or 2.15.496. Next up, Semislav Lamenek.
Yeah, indeed. And Sebastian Job keeps dropping back and dropping back and dropping back. Will it be an extra position for him? Will he find himself on the final row of the grid? We'll have to wait and see as Przemysław Marek Lamenek works his way down into the final complex of corners, up and over the curve on the left-hand side before he punches the throttle down towards the ground. Is it last place? Is he going to be able to sneak his way past Sebastian Job as he hits the beam? What's it going to be? Last place, I'm afraid. Quarter of a tenth behind Sebastian Job.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he's come up against a very, very strong grid with all the drivers trying to give their best. Bono House with a 39.462 and a 59.7 in Sector 2 here as well. 39.462, should I say, in the first sector as he now brushes through the bus stop chicane, coming through the first corner. Now the second of the bus stop now, powering out down the straight, then across the line. Where's he going to put his Guild Audi R8 LMS? Surely higher than... Oh, it does go higher than Luke Bennett. P5 for the Guild Esports driver. Now that will secure qualification to the final should he stay there.
Yeah, indeed. One final car to come across the line, and it is Erhan Yuyovsky. Sectors are looking okay as he heads his way down into the final chicane then. A little bit too much curb there over on the right-hand side, you'd have to say, from the Vitality car as he heads his way out towards the line. His reaction, not really too much, as Yuyovsky will hit the line. Where's he going to go in the session? Up to 7th place. Not bad, but it is Dara McCormack with an absolute whopper of a lap time to take pole position here in semi-final 1.
Yeah, the first 2:15.2 that we have seen throughout the entirety of tonight's action, and just when he needed it most as well. Dominic Bly very nearly joining him on the front row to make it a Williams lockout, but two drivers making their way through ahead of him. Joshua Rogers being one of them, Marcel Chinchik being the other. We have got an electrifying front 2 rows once again. Obviously, Chinchik looking to fight back, throw Joshua Rogers into the mix, as well as Dara McCormack. Incredible. You have got quite the mixture of constructors. Take us through the grid, Lewis.
Indeed. So Laminac will be starting from the rear of the grid alongside Sebastian Jobe. We wouldn't have been expecting that one earlier on in the day. Kaiki Oliveira, fresh off her first victory in the knockout phase, will be starting from 10th position with Marco Pajic in 9th after what's been a great day thus far for the Guild Racing team. Jamie Fluke will start from 8th position alongside Erhan Yuyovsky, the last driver to cross the line in that. Red line struggling a little bit in this session with their highest placed driver being Luke Bennett in 6th position. Borderhouse inside the top 5 with a fantastic performance, looking for a final. Don Plyer in 4th position. It was looking like it might have been a Williams 1-2 for a little while, but then came along Marcel Chinchik and Joshua Rogers to set a 2-minute 15.301, but they all had to settle to be behind this man here. Dara McCormack taking pole position, looking for a very, very highly required victory. Got knocked down to 6th position in knockout 2, and remember, he needs to score quite well here to get into the top 9. Currently sits 13th in the championship, 24 points behind the cutoff at the moment. That is going to change. It's going to get further away. He needs some big points.
I find it sensational that a 2:15.301 was obviously the time that Joshua Rogers set, obviously matching with Marcel Chinchik, and we're calling Dara McCormack's lap half a tenth faster than both of those, because they were enough for pole in any other race that we have had here tonight. So if anything, it just speaks volumes about Dara McCormack's performance here in this semi-final 1. Jamie Fluke with a final few words to his team, obviously getting set for yet another race here this time, and it's going to be a very hard-fought one, and this man knows about hard-fought races. Kaiki Oliveira, of course, laying claim to his very first win tonight. Joshua Rogers, obviously, has been in this position several times before. Will be looking to harness his very best. Takes a sip of water. Hydration very much required for this one. I get the feeling that this is going to be a roaring race, this one in particular, Lewis. When you've got this combination of cars, 3 different manufacturers on the front 2 rows of the grid, and 3 very different teams, it's going to be absolutely sensational.
Indeed. This is it's going to be tough for all of our drivers, for all of our teams, for everyone preparing for that final run to Riyadh, and for the Drivers' Championship there, which opens out a weekend of racing, which sees a lot of money be on the line, not only for the Drivers' Championship, but also for the Teams' Championship as well, who's going to be throwing themselves into the mix, as well as looking for legacy and history. Can Dara McCormack take a very highly required victory, beating out drivers that he needs to beat in the point standings like Marcel Chinchik? We are just 3 races away from going to Riyadh. What is going to happen in this one? Out through the final corner, they're going to go for a rolling start here with McCormack in control from Josh Rogers, who with the final here will make 100 races in ESL R1. Already a big start as Buddha gets into a little bit of contact with those behind, squeezing their way down to the first corner. Excellent start from Joshua Rogers, who's sending one straight around the outside of Dara McCormack and has the drive off the corner as well. They head down the hill out of the first turn. Rogers will hit the front of the field, but will McCormack be able to fire his way back through? Side by side behind as Marcel Chinchik and Dominic Bly go back in a single file. Dara McCormack settles for second as Josh Rogers hits the front.
Yeah, Joshua Rogers now in the lead of the race. Dara McCormack succumbing to second. Further back, Marcel Chinchik waiting in the wings as now they all go nose to tail to the top of the hill. There you can see Bono House fanning out, as well as Erhan Yuyovski we're riding on board with, getting the run of his life. Coming through towards Lakecom. Back comes McCormack. Blyer in the mix here with Chinchik as now they run side by side. Yuyovski also matching toe for toe with Bono House. Coming through Malmedy. House losing out ever so slightly, but still the nose in front here for Yuyovski. House still maintaining a potential fourth place in this one, but is still working hard to try and hold on to it further back. There you can see the fight ensuing between Luke Bennett as well, who is trying to break himself into the top six. Both redline cars outside of sixth place. Still though leading Joshua Rogers. McCormack could not break him down.
Yeah, but how important could it be for Don Bly to take over third position to help secure some very solid points, some highly required points for Dara McCormack? At the moment, he might slow down the rest of the field for to at least guarantee a podium for McCormack, but really McCormack needs to be outscoring Chinchik because the pair of those aren't that far apart on the points. They're only 16 points separated between Chinchik and McCormack in the points, and the pair of them are outside the top 9 in the points standing, so it could be important for Don Bly to play a role here and play the team game, provided he can get past Marcel Chinchik. A lot to talk about over the 6 laps that will follow after this, and the runs around and around. 42 kilometres left to go in semi-final 1. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, Bono Harris had a very uncomfortable run coming through Stabilo, ran onto the gravel ever so slightly, but somehow managed to stay on board, as now we see the two red line cars now looking to go side by side. Bono Harris going defensive through the inside of bus stop, now tries to attack Erhan Yuyovski for a potential run through a P5, but might have left himself open to an attack from Luke Bennett in his red line BMW. Renee's on the move at this point, but will have another chance coming through towards the source, and does indeed go down the inside this time around. Bennett fancying his chances. Oh no, tap the rear on Bono House, and Sebastian Jobe, I think, kind of helped him around as well in a way. So the two red line cars coming together, seemingly seeing Luke Bennett out of final contention.
Yeah, Bennett's not going to be moving through to the final, which would be a big disappointment for Luke Bennett, but I will say, with the 116 points that he's got, he's safe. He's almost certainly safe. I don't see a scenario really at the moment that's likely where he's going to get knocked out of this one, as McCormack is going back for the race lead. Chinchik up to second position. Josh Rogers then back down to third, as here comes Kaiki Oliveira down the inside of the Guild Racing driver of Payich. You've got Sebastian Jobe around the outside, who's having to squeeze his way through back into seventh position. He's the last hope in this one for Team Redline to move through into a final from semi-final 1. But McCormack back to the front then by 0.2 of a second. There's a bit of a squeeze as Lemonek's been squeezed off just a touch by Jamie Fluke in the braking zone. Oh, and the Apex Racing driver is just about to come through.
Yeah, I think he might have managed to break away past Lamanek and hold position in 10th place by the looks of it. But Dara McCormack now back in front after coming together with Rogers actually down to third now, as Chinchik rises up to second for Team Vitality. Two Team Vitality cars now in the top 6. Erhan Yuyovski pushing his way through and holding on to fifth ahead of Bono House, with Sebastian Jobe on the cusp of breaking through. But just look at the gap between Jobe and House. It's now out to 1.2 seconds. So that is less than ideal if you are Sebastian Jobe. He needs to try and bring that delta back in. Otherwise, that is 2 Team Redline cars out in one semi-final alone.
Yeah, which would be very big. Erhan Yuyovski, with the current position that he's running in, he's almost confirming his place as moving through into the top 21 of the championship, which would be very important for him. But again, he's probably more focused in actually trying to help Marcel Chinchik securing the top 9 of the championship and moving through into the drivers. There's a lot of things for these drivers to juggle, by the way, when it comes to that, over what is just a 7-lap race around here. But Dara McCormack is back at the front at the moment in that top group. And like you say, there's 2 Williams, 2 Vitalities, a single Porsche and a single Guild, which is not the driver I would have chucked into that one. This is how McCormack took over the race lead, and Marcel Chinchik, for some bizarre reason, decided to try and slot the middle of the pair of them, and Josh Rogers probably thinking, all right, that's a weird one, but carry on, I guess.
Quite the moment. Joshua Rogers now coming out of La Source, obviously now down into third after taking the lead of the race on the opening lap. McCormack since taking his position back after landing pole after a sensational lap during qualifying, and now this time Cinčić on the tail of the Williams. A very aggressive race so far on part of Marcel Cinčić, who's now going to look to try and take the lead of the race here away from McCormack here on lap 3 of 7. The Hungarian just glued to the back of the Mercedes-AMG GT3, seemingly not though deciding to make the move despite getting perhaps a decent run heading through towards Les Combes. Further back there is Joshua Rogers as well as Erhan Yovski, who's now joining in the fight. Dominic Blyer then further back with as the second Williams. Jamie Fluke seemingly managing to get past. I think Marco Pejic might have had a moment there because I think he's dropped down to 11th.
Yeah, big shame for the Guild Racing driver, but it is what it is. I mean, look, I will say with this top three at the moment, between McCormack, between Cinčić, between Rogers, you've got, you know, three of the biggest names in the ESL R1. You've got Cinčić, who's the spring season champion. You've got Rogers, who's the full season champion. You've got McCormack, who's competed for both of them and strongly, and has arguably at points been favourites for bits of it. Who's, you know, won so much in ESL R1. Who has been one of the best drivers in ESL R1. The three of these going toe to toe. You've got Erhan Yovski, you've got Don Blyer, you've got Bonnerhaus, again, 5-time Formula Sim Racing world champion, sat there in 6th position, arguably having one of his best rounds that we've seen from him in ESL R1. That is probably the end of the spring, end of the full season, where we saw the best from Bonnerhaus, where he took that one and only victory that he'd ever had in the ESL R1 in the semi-finals. But I mean, you've got to say, it's so impressive. And Sebastian Jobe closing up to the rear end of Bonnerhaus. I don't know if they're going to be able to close up to the top 5 at the moment with the pace they've got, as Yovski's slowing down Blyer.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think Blyer any moment, though, is going to pull the plug here on Yovski. He's been spying all over the back of that Audi R8 LMS and might yet fancy his chance heading up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, but we'll have to wait and see. Was very close to the back of the Audi coming through Blanchimont, but as we now rejoin the battle up at the front, Joshua Rogers, who we're currently riding on board with, now down into third. Obviously, as we said before, the exchange happened heading up through towards Les Combes, with McCormack taking the lead back. Cinčić then threading the needle down the inside of both drivers as they now make their way up through towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon, this time on lap 4 of 7. Through and over the crest they go. Cinčić once again right in the wheel tracks of Dara McCormack here on lap 4 of 7 this time around. McCormack going slightly defensive to the inside, and now Cinčić still waiting in the wings. There's the view from McCormack in the bottom right, unperturbed up at the front. Obviously, perhaps aware that Cinčić is very unlikely to go for the lead. Why disrupt the current situation while you've got a position where 3 of the cars up at the front are able to career away from Yovski in 4th, and therefore centralise the battle between just these 3 cars, which will, of course, act as an insurance policy to them all of them getting through to the final.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, the thing is it's not even just about progressing through to the final. For Josh Rogers, I mean, he probably, like, points-wise, is not really caring anymore. Between Cinčić and McCormack, though, the two of those very much care about how many points they're scoring. It's not just for them about moving into the final. It is about scoring the maximum points possible in doing so. Cinčić's already got 2nd place this evening in his knockout race. McCormack, of course, only finished in 6th position in that, so he needs to really capitalise on the good pace and the good form that he's got in this semi-final. Meanwhile, Josh Rogers will probably cruise round to take another 3rd place and be like, yeah, cool, that's fine, mate. I'll take 100 races in ESL R1 and be the first driver ever to do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. I mean, what an occasion that would be if he achieved it. Obviously, he doesn't obtain that feat, obviously, by coming by winning this particular race. But obviously, it would taste all the sweeter if he was to pick up the points for it. Still, though, out in front in terms of the way the Drivers' Championship is stacked. You know, in terms of coming into this battle tonight, but now looking to go wheel to wheel here with Cinčić as they come into the bus stop, and will take P2 straight away, and a very aggressive line taken into the bus stop, and now sees himself just in behind Dara McCormack. So the door is once again opened up here for Joshua Rogers, coming through from the oceanic regions, now obviously settling home to roost here with Porsche Coanda, where he is featured for so many years now as part of their sim racing outfit, and the success has certainly been driven along with them, and they'll carry on, I'm sure, for yet greater success with Joshua Rogers at the helm of this very team. Marcel Cinczyk also as part of Team Vitality looking for his own opportunity as they now climb up through towards Kemmel.
Yeah, indeed. Here we go then to the outside. Josh Rogers is going to go with the almost assist. It's not really bump drive from anything, but Marcel Cinczyk behind. Little tap of the brakes from Dara McCormack as he'll drop back into third position. No major dramas, but almost again NASCAR-esque racing between the group of them as Rogers will once again hit the front looking for yet another victory in ESL R1. He has the highest amount of victories in the entire championship, the highest percentage as well, as he'll be looking to add yet another one to the list. And all that, Sebastian Job has got himself inside the top 6. He has the highest percentage, by the way, of top 6 finishes, does Sebastian Job in the entirety of the championship. There's a fun fact for you.
Yeah, incredible. And you wouldn't be surprised, though now currently Job operating in the top 6, so at least one red line car will be making it through should it stay like this. Bono House unfortunately losing out, which is less than ideal for Guild, especially when they had every opportunity of striking it rich here this time around, so they're going to be feeling a little bit perturbed by that, but still don't count out Bono House, who is only 4 tenths behind Sebastian Job for now. Dominic Blyer in 5th, still chasing after Erhan Yuyovski, but still sealing the deal on another final visit should it stay like this right now. Joshua Rogers still in control. The fastest lap still in the palm of his hand. Lap 5 will come to an end very shortly, and they will begin the penultimate lap of the race, with Cinczyk then following suit in second, having yet another decent performance, probably more like the Marcel Cinczyk we've seen from last season's run into the spring season championship, and also technically the fall season run coming in towards our last venture, or our last land venture, I should say, back at Sweden. But coming through now, the final 2 corners here at the bus stop, and they'll rush down through towards turn 1. The penultimate lap is underway, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. And Josh Rogers with the control, but will that last? Marcel Cinczyk and Dara McCormack sat behind. Haniowski, Don Blyer have closed their way back in. Fastest lap has just come in, though, for Sebastian Job, obviously taking over 6th position from Bonner House. He'll be desperate to get his way back past and move his way into the final. It is Josh Rogers in a Porsche Commander leading Vitality Williams. It looks quite pretty behind him, to be perfectly honest, as he'll lead his way up the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Rogers still in control, but Cinczyk getting closer now as the gap marginalises down, and indeed Cinczyk is now on the rise as they look to sprint up through towards Laycom. Enter as well Dara McCormack, who is looking to try and take at least 2nd place away from Rogers. Isn't going to be able to do so, though. Rogers doing a great job using Cinczyk almost as a guide, or almost using him as a bout of slipstream just to keep McCormack at bay, and managing to find the overspeed in order to keep hold of that 2nd place, to at least give him a chance to attack on the final lap of the race. But look at this, the crew of cars in behind. Yuyovski has now caught up with the front runners, as has Dominic Blyer. So this 3-car scrap automatically now becomes a 5-car scrap.
Yeah, and the pressure then builds on the shoulders of the likes of McCormack, who need to score some decent points here, where he could end up finishing in 5th place. If he finishes in 5th, I think his chances of getting into the top 9 really are kind of done, outside of potentially winning the final race, and also getting a little bit fortuitous with where other people finish in that, and depends on what happened in semi-final 2, of course. But I do get the feeling McCormack needs a couple of podiums here. He needs a podium in this one and a podium at a bare minimum in the final to score enough points to maybe move into the top 9. It's kind of where he needs to be. I mean, he's on 61 points at the moment, so he does need to score very well. In fact, realistically, he might even need victories in both of them as we get ready to come to the close of the penultimate lap. I wouldn't rule out a victory for McCormack in this race just yet.
No, I wouldn't. We've seen many cars go 3 wide, and many of them pull off the double overtake. I hark back to what we saw earlier on tonight, where James Baldwin would go on to take victory in our earlier quarter-final knockout by doing a double overtake on the final lap in order to take victory at that very stage. And now as they cross the line, they'll begin lap 7 of 7 in this Drivers' Championship Round 3 semi-final 1. Marcel Cinczyk out in front. Joshua Rogers still in 2nd place within 0.3 of a second, with Dara McCormack waiting in the wings to also take his chance. Erhan Yuyovski could yet make it a 4-wide affair, with Dominic Blyer making it a 5-car wide affair potentially too, as they now peel up through Eau Rouge and Radion. It's still Cinczyk out in front. Rogers now trying to close him down as they come over the crest. Once again, Blyer on the attack as they now jump over the hill. I would argue that Blyer might have got a better run, and on top of that will have the slipstream as they come up through towards Kemmel. Cinczyk also doing battle, as now we have a lead fight here. Rogers now taking it. Enter Dara McCormack McCormack, who is looking for that second place against Marcel Chinchik, the spring season champion, under threat as enter now McCormack, who takes second place away coming through Malmedy. A fabulous move from the Williams driver, and Dominic Blyer seemingly up to fourth.
Yeah, absolutely no reaction though coming in from McCormack, because he knows he might need that 7/10 more up to the rear end of Joshua Rogers. But is he going to be able to sneak that one as they head their way down the hill? It's got to be a big send into the braking zone at the final chicane, but will it be the right opportunity? I kind of get the feeling that Josh Rogers is going to be checking out here. I don't think McCormack's going to be able to close his way back in.
I don't think so. The gap is now starting to increase. It's gone beyond 0.6 of a second. Rogers now turning the screw at this late stage to hold on to victory, to harness victory at this point. And obviously, off the back of this, the championship lead should go his way. Still McCormack in second, has got Chinchik still riding his rear wing in behind as well. The rear spoiler has a full view of Marcel Chinchik, who dipped off. I think it was him who dipped off into the gravel anyway, and Dominic Blyer might yet get a chance to make it 2 Williams drivers on this semi-final 1 podium.
Yeah, indeed. Let's wait and see how things are going to go. Dom Blyer lifts out just a little bit. Didn't fancy the move on Chinchik coming down into Blanchimont, but might certainly will attempt this coming down into the final chicane. Flash of the lights coming in from Erhan Yovsky. The outside look coming in from Dominic Blyer. Can't make the move stick into the final corner. Josh Rogers will take a 35th victory in ESL R1. Dara McCormack a very important second place, and Marcel Chinchik will round out a podium as Rogers will cross the line in first place once more. The top 5 though separated by 1.2 seconds. Superb performance. It will be 100 races for Joshua Rogers in ESL R1. He is going to the final.
He certainly will be. Could the 100th race also grant him 3 in a row in terms of round victories in this Drivers' Championship? Dara McCormack with another stellar display as well to still bring home a podium finish and a P2. And yet will cruise into the final with a great chance. Marcel Chinchik was also exceptionally strong as well, our former spring season champion from last season, back again, fighting it out with the likes of Dara McCormack, the likes of Joshua Rogers as well alike. It's exactly what we like to see where it comes to sim racing as a whole, and especially here at ESL R1. And I must say, whets the taste buds certainly for when we go racing in the final later on. But we still have the small matter of one additional semi-final to come to decide the other half of that grid, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. And I will say, you know, Dom Blyer, people like that. Like, Dom Blyer might have a chance of getting into the top 21 of the championship. We'll take a look, of course, at provisional results from this race. So it'll be Josh Rogers winning from McCormack, from Chinchik, from Blyer, from Yovsky, from Bonner House, who's inside the top 6. Koki Oliveira, unfortunately, will not be progressing any further. So great, to be fair, don't rule out Bonner House from actually checking himself inside the top 21. That's going to be very tight in that battle. Of course, Bonner House there in 6th place with Koki Oliveira in 7th, Launek in 8th, Fluke in 9th. No red line moving their way through into the final from semi-final 1 at least. Bennett in 10th, Job in 12th, and of course Pejich there between the two of them in 11th place. That's crazy talk.
Quite a sobering view, isn't it, with Team Redline having 2 drivers seemingly out of the equation where it comes to the final. That is shocking, especially seeing as they were so confident and so cool in taking the results they did in the quarter-final knockouts. I mean, that's a shocker on their part. But obviously, looking ahead, some other names creeping in. Great opportunity here for Bono House. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here, Lewis. This is where it all went wrong for Redline, really. Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett having a moment coming through La Source.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, just a little bit awkward in there, getting tangled. That was the move from Chinchik through the middle to take over second spot. Of course, McCormack up towards the race lead. Couple of squeezes in behind. Launek going around the outside of Jamie Fluke. The pair of them making contact with the pair of them. But again, of course, it wasn't the only battles obviously up there. You've got McCormack, you've got Chinchik. Also had Josh Rogers involved in all of this behind. Had the tight fight behind that with Yovsky and, of course, Dom Blyer. It was all very fantastic. There was Josh Rogers down the inside.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic move from Joshua Rogers. He's just so cool and calculated. He's so precise when it comes to making these major moves. And a fantastic overtake again here on Dara McCormack, pulling along through Marcel Chinchik alike. Sees the Williams Mercedes drop back into 3rd place. Chinchik, though, was dialed in as ever. Would also spring the trap here this time on Joshua Rogers, but it wouldn't last too long. Obviously, Dara McCormack brought within a fight and in contention for a battle for second with Chinchik. Eventually, though, Chinchik looked to have the place back coming in towards Malmedy, but once again, they'd run wheel to wheel. Dominic Blyer also moving into into fourth as well for Williams, and Dara McCormack in the process moving up to second, but no stopping Joshua Rogers here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Again, an excellent victory for Rogers to take another couple of podiums on the evening. Once more from Rogers, and a 35th victory for him as well, which, let's be honest, ain't half bad as he continues on this impressive one. He's now, because obviously, I was going to say actually, because he's heading into his 100th race, it means that he's taken 35 victories. The percentages become suddenly very easy now for Josh Rogers. It's just, yeah, he's had 35 victories. That's 35%. Done. I like this.
Class of his own, really. I mean, I must say he is truly an unbelievable and an unreal talent as a driver. Of course, you've commentated on him many times, Lewis, looking back at his on other series as well as other championships, and now coming in, seemingly spreading that momentum once again through into ESL R1 action, as he has done so since the very beginning at Katowice, where, of course, he would be one of the two drivers to take round victories. Of course, arch nemesis from the past, Maximilian Benneker, would also take one. Here's the lineup, though, for semi-final 2. Let's take you through it. 2 more red line cars feature, Kevin Siggy being one of them. Yuri Toman lines up for a double act of Team Vitalities. There is the second red line car belonging to Jeffrey Rietveld. James Baldwin in as well for Guild. Mitchell de Jong and Dane Warren making up the Porsche Coanda double act. Thibaut Kazubon in for Team Vitality. Max Benneker for Mouse. Robbie Stapleford and Ibrahim Khan, BS Post Competition, doubly represented as well here this time. Johan Harth for ART and Jakub Matuszewski for Team Falcons. Redline have got to make a play here, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, after seeing 2 drivers getting knocked out in semi-final 1, that's a surprise for Redline. Realistically speaking, you know, all of their drivers should be relatively safe. With the position that Bennett and Job are in, the only one that they would really need a solid result from is Rietveld, because he is on the cusp, right? So if Siggy gets knocked out and Rietveld goes through, I still think Redline will be happy, because it's basically confirming them to have 4 drivers in, which, again, just to clarify, if you don't know how that works, it means for the Drivers' Championship, they will have 1/3 of the grid would be Redline drivers. If they could somehow get Enzo Benito and Bonnerhaus into the final as well, into the finals, of course, in Riyadh as well, then half the grid will be Redline or Redline associated drivers, Redline associated, however you want to play it.
Well, it's not as if they're going to come away empty-handed regardless anyway. I mean, they did, of course, storm to success in our Teams Championship that we had very early on, and it was a grand display on their part. But obviously, we'd like to finish strong here in this Drivers' Championship leading up through to the EWC, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh very soon. Of course, this being the final round before we head to Riyadh. Of course, folks, where we're back into LAN event status, and obviously quite a number of drivers looking to finish strong at this point, but a couple of other drivers also looking to try and find their way into the top 21, and James Baldwin would love to achieve that. Obviously for Guild Esports, they have had their own set of struggles, but lately seem to be in a rich vein of form. Max Benneker also returning as well for Mouse after a dominant display in his own right in his own knockout phase, was unusurped up at the front. All the drama was happening further back in the field. Mitchell de Jong, great to see him back too. Has had a little bit of an up and down season, but seems to have found his feet here in round 3. Yeah, which is always a good time to find it when you're approaching the end of a campaign, getting yourself ready. But like I say, there's a lot of drama that's already been dealt with throughout the evening so far. We'll be getting drama again. Do remember, this is the one where we saw Knockout 4, which 6 drivers in this race are from Knockout 4. We saw it be a little bit more elbows out than maybe we were expecting. Are we kind of expecting the same thing here in the semi-final? I think yes. Well, I think we could. I think there's more than enough of a chance for us to see that. Jeffrey Rietveld back again. Team Redline obviously coming off the back of the last semi-final reeling, I'm sure, looking to try and repair the damage somewhat. There is Jakub Matuszewski for Team Falcons, who in their debut season of ESL R1 competition have certainly not disappointed or disgraced themselves. They have been absolutely sensational here this season, and they can build on this spring season success in this run to the Esports as well. Don't forget as well, folks, if you haven't done so already, get the chat, try and get involved with the survey as well. !survey to have your say with regards to ESL R1, and let us know if you've been enjoying the show as well. Why not, whilst we're at it, I love predictions as well. I know, Lewis, you've been sending out your predictions as well. Those of you who are tuning in, please don't hesitate to utilize that live chat. Tell us exactly who you think is going to win this one here in semi-final 2, because of course this is where things get a little bit tetchy. The final 6 places for tonight's final race later on up for grabs in what I think could be race of the championship.
Potentially, like I say, there's a lot on the line here, a lot to deal with, even for drivers like this. Max Benneker comes into this race with 105 points, obviously after taking the victory in the knockout. Realistically is safe, currently sits 7th in the standings. That is with the points from the previous race also taken into account. So with all of that in mind, sits 7th in the championship. Realistically is safe. But it still can turn on its head very quickly.
It certainly can, especially, like I said, when we go to the final, there's huge points on offer because the point system is a little different to what we get in the quarterfinals and the semis. Of course, for P12, you don't score any points in the quarters or the semis, but even for finishing in 12th, you get 5 points in the final. So looking ahead, and if you do take victory as well, you secure an additional 10 points on top of the 25 that you would normally get in quarterfinals and semi-finals. You get 35 for winning in the finals. So that is why it is oh so valuable. Max Benneker will be looking to try and harness that. 39.4 in the first sector. That's not a bad way to start here, Lewis.
It's not bad. It's not ideal, but it's certainly not bad. Obviously, the middle sector, again, you're looking for that sort of 59.6 kind of margin, really, a 59.5, 59.6 in that kind of vein. A mid to low 6, and you'll be competing for a decent lap time throughout the session. Again, they're aiming realistically for a 13.3. I do feel the pole time in this session isn't going to be quite up to scratch with the pole time, that incredible lap time that we saw from Dara McCormack a little bit earlier on in the evening. The sector 2 time, 59.6. There you go. Bang on the money.
Yeah, not bad at all. Nice visit here for Max Benneker. Of course, a driver who is no stranger to winning big championships and really made a name for himself in GT3 racing competition as well, competing in endurance races alike with also sprint format race, which very much follows suit with what ESL R1 has done in the past. Also at the very start, should we say, of his career, competing in the F1 Sim Racing World Championship in its very early days. Benneker coming up towards the line this time. Let's see what the time is. It's a 2:15.271. Very much following suit with what Dara McCormack brought to the table earlier on. That could be pole.
It's still not fast than Dara McCormack, so I'm gonna stand my ground and hold on. But that is a very impressive lap time from Max Benneker. I didn't think the sector times were leaning towards it being a 2:71. Will Dane Warren's lean towards something even faster? He needs a very solid final sector here. I think it's probably going to be more in the realm of the low 3, maybe even a mid 3, maybe even a high 3 based on his reaction. It is indeed a high 3 as Dane Warren will cross the line.
Generally famed for his one-lap pace. I'm not sure whether Dane Warren will be happy or disappointed with that particular one. Maybe just in between. Yuri Toman with a 39.4 in Sector 1. 59.7 isn't ideal for Toman. Would have wanted to position his car within the 59.6s coming out of Sector 2, but now coming over the curbs on the outset of the bus stop chicane, powers up towards the line. Sector 3 could be his saviour or his safety net as he now crosses the checker flag line, and indeed it's a 2:15.377, 11 thousandths faster than Dane Warren.
Well, we've seen a couple of things, first things for BS competition today. Obviously, we saw a victory for Kaiki Oliveira. We've seen Ibrahim Khan take a first ever podium. What can Robbie Stapleton do when it comes to first? He's never had a pole position. I don't think he's getting one with the sector times that he's got on the board at the moment. And I do get the feeling this is going to be the slowest of the 4 times that we've seen thus far, mostly courtesy of that middle sector being very average. And he even shakes his head. It's going to be a 5, isn't it? Oh, it's not even a good one.
Oh, Mystic Meg there, indeed, from Lewis McLeod. As now we're seeing Mitchell de Jong with a 39.5 in Sector 1. Not a bad Sector 2 at all. 59.5 actually could yet bring him to the forefront. Of course, we saw similar sector times from Joshua Rogers in our previous session, so you never know. Sector 3 could be on offer here for Mitchell de Jong in the Porsche. For Porsche Coanda, could they be celebrating yet again, this time with Mitchell de Jong, the man at the head of it, shakes it, well, he nods his head, thumbs catches up as now De Jong crosses the line, goes fastest, faster than Benneker. Another 2:15.267. That is a fantastic lap from Mitchell De Jong.
I want that to be pole position more than anything else, purely because of the reaction. Coming out the final corner, looks at the camera, thumbs up. He's like, I know this is good, mate. That's so sick. God, I love Mitchell De Jong. He's so funny. Johan Hart now, next one to cross the line. The first sector is okay. Second sector is not great. It's going to be a little bit faster than Stableford, but not much. I get the feeling as he hits the line. Exactly that. Into 5th place with a 5.44.
How about that? Maverick Mitchell De Jong with a 2:15.267. Can it be topped? Jeffrey Rietveld, I don't think he's going to do it. 59.749 in that middle sector is going to be a stumbling block. The 39.5 certainly not ideal either, but coming through the final sector, let's see what he can achieve. Obviously, Stableford, you'd think that he would brush past him and Johan Hart, maybe meeting Dane Warren in the middle. No, doesn't topple Hart. Yes, he does topple Hart. 2:15.412 and sets himself in 5th.
Indeed. Again, brilliant stuff. Here comes James Baldwin, fresh off of a victory earlier on in the day, and a very well-deserved one indeed. It did come from a pole position, but it wasn't quite a 2.67 that he did to set that pole position. Needs to dig deep here. At the moment, finds himself inside the top 21 of the championship. And again, a solid result here, and he'll almost certainly confirm that one as he'll cross the line, sets the time. Where does it go? Just 6th place.
What's this? A smile on the face of Kevin Siggy? Am I in Bizarro World or something? 39.4 in the first sector, 59.6 in sector 2. I'm not sure whether those are necessarily times that are going to grant as well, and his face could yet be CGI. A very well produced broadcast of ESL R1 without any shadow of a doubt, with a CGI'd Sixter, as now he makes his way out to the final couple of corners across the line. Where is Kevin Siggy going to go? Enough for 3rd fastest and another 2 to add to the list, a 2:15.276, approximately at this stage around 11, well, in fact, I would say 9,000 slower than Mitchell De Jong.
Yeah, indeed, it's exactly that. Let's see what Thibaut Casamon will do. I will say, Mitchell De Jong, by the way, he's not in the top 9 of the championship. He's not in the top 21 of the championship. He currently sits in 23rd in the championship. What a turnaround that would be to grab that pole position, as Thibaut Casamon will work his way up towards the line at the moment. I think it's going to be a great time for him around where Baldwin is. Oh, even faster than that, to be fair, 3.86, not bad, just behind his teammate Yuri Toman, as here comes Ibrahim Khan.
Ibrahim Khan with a 39.512 in the first sector, 59.828. Certainly won't necessarily be in the dance floor of the top 5, but no less could yet, striking in position on the likes of Johan Hart in a battle for potentially that P8 spot. Let's see if it can topple Baldwin. We'll need a mean final sector to do it. We'll have to see whether he can get past Robbie Stapleford. In fact, needs a big 3rd sector as he now crosses the line. Does indeed topple Stapleford, 2:15.567.
Yeah, it's a big shame for Khan and for Stapleford, to be fair, who looked like pretty decent coming into this one, but alas, it'll have to come down to the race, which you just never really know. Will Jakub Masujewski get ahead of Ibrahim Khan of Stapleford as well? The sector times, first sector's actually pretty much on the money. Second sector's about half a tenth off of where we would expect, but this could be around the 3s. Might be probably closer to a lower 4, to be honest, so around where Rietveld, Baldwin and the likes are. Let's see what Masujewski will do. It's even faster than that. Is a mid-3. Great lap time from the Falcons driver, but they can't topple the boy with a thumbs up.
Yeah, the new Maverick, Mitchell De Jong, now at the very top of the tree, takes pole position. 3 2:15.2s that we have seen added to the timing screen. That is absolutely sensational. Max Benneker waiting to get underway as well. Obviously, this is going to be a very tight affair up at the front. Once again, we're going to see Benneker take on Porsche Coanda, only it isn't Joshua Rogers in the car this time. It's Mitchell De Jong. Kevin Siggy with that CGI smile seemingly wiped away, looking ahead to yet another race this time around, though has seemingly calmed down after his arm flailing from earlier on. Let's take you through the starting grid for semi-final 2 from back to front. Robbie Stapleford and Ibrahim Khan on the back row for BS Plus competition. Johan Hart in 10th place for ART. James Baldwin in 9th place for Guild Sim Racing. We then have Jeffrey Rietveld for Team Redline in 8th. Dane Warren in 7th for Porsche Coanda. 6th place for Thibaut Casamon and Team Vitality, being joined by his teammate Yuri Toman on 5th place. And then Jakub Masujewski, what a lap. Team Falcons on the second row of the grid here in semi-final 2 with Kevin Siggy in P3. Then on the front row we have Max Benneker alongside poleman Mitchell De Jong. Maverick Mitch with a 2:15.267 once again puts Porsche Coanda up at the front. Could it be back-to-back Porsche Coanda victories in semi-final action in 1 and 2.
And it will be a very important victory for De Jong. Again, sits 23rd in the championship. Drivers behind him that could overtake. You've got Erhan Yovski, you've got Dominic Bly, you've got Bonnehaus as well. At the moment, are moving their way into the final. I don't think semi-final one's fully confirmed yet. You've got Ibrahim Khan and Robbie Stable, with the only ones behind him that could potentially overtake Mitchell De Jong at the moment. De Jong could put himself comfortably clear of that with just a few extra points. He'll be jumping up towards where James Baldwin is in the standings. I can see De Jong scoring well here, but it can all unravel in just a single corner, George. We've seen it so many times. That turn one, it's so tight, it's so awkward, and drivers can get so desperate in there, and then desperate at the top of the hill at Malmedy when you work your way through. You know, the drama, it's around every single corner. The most important thing for these drivers: survive the first lap, then go on the attack.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the sticking point is, like you so rightly say, obviously La Source being the crunch point. We see it at Lecom as well. We've seen it in prior races already tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar yet again this time. But obviously you've got Porsche Commander in the mix, you've got Mouse in the mix, you know, various others. Team Vitality as well, with 2 drivers showing up alongside each other, being made up of Yuri Toman as well as Thibaut Casibon. It really is enough to make your mouth salivate. We have got plenty of action to be had before we even reach the final 6 drive to head through to the final race here in round action before leading up to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Every single driver looking to stamp their tickets to get into the final. Of course, a few that are outside the scope, but no, to finish strong in this championship. De Jong pull off a surprise, which we shouldn't necessarily call a surprise given the fact that he managed to pull off a sensational qualifying lap to add his name into the 2:15.2 category. As now they come through the final corner out to the bus stop chicane, you've got Mitchell De Jong on the left, Max Benneker on the right as they head down now towards the line, and it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. And I would argue that was a slow start for Mitchell De Jong. Great opportunity here for Team Redline as well. Matuszewski running side by side with the Team Redline car, currently occupying that 4th place. But now as they come out, Max Benneker losing out twice, and into the 2 Team Vitalities, Kevin Siggy with an almighty start, as did Matuszewski here, Lewis.
Yeah, Matuszewski with an absolutely epic one up to 2nd position. It was a slow start from De Jong, but he was brave on the brakes coming down into turn 1. He's going to lose out here, though, because here comes Matuszewski, and I don't think Kevin Siggy's going to be waiting for an opportunity later on in the race. Matuszewski will get to the outside for the Falcons team, and he's almost getting pushed by Kevin Siggy here. Look at that. Max Benneker looks to the inside, decides not to go for it on Mitchell De Jong, who has to settle now for 3rd position on the inside of Kevin Siggy. But Matuszewski's got a 3/10 lead.
He certainly has. We don't say this very often, but Team Vulcan's lead here in ESL R1. Further back, you've got Yuri Toman going side by side with Benneker, heading down into towards Rivarch. Further back, you've got Thibaut Casibon following suit. Then you have Jeffrey Riedfeld. Dane Warren now losing out to Johan Hart as well. They all go 2 by 2. Noah's Ark heading through the Jackie X corner. And once again, Riedfeld looking to put a stumbling block in front of Thibaut Casibon. Takes the place away from Casibon, and Riedfeld up to 6.
Indeed, that's, again, brave stuff, but they're all laying it out on the line. I think James Bolton will also lay it out on the line because, again, he'll know that he really needs to get inside that top 6. Dane Warren sat behind. I mean, realistically, his aspirations are getting inside the top 9 of the championship, but with 9th place in this, it's not happening. It is not happening. Not even with a 6th place. He needs a couple of podiums, does Dane Warren, to get inside that top 9 of the championships and move his way automatically into the Drivers' Championship in Riyadh. At the moment, it does seem as though he's going to be settling for one of those positions between 10th and 21st in the driver's standings, where he's going to go into the last chance qualifier. That one's pretty much secured for him, but at the moment he's staring at the road ahead and the drivers that are occupying it. Top 3 breaking away.
Yeah, he certainly are. Matuszewski with oodles of pace on display. His qualifying lap was brilliant, and now his race pace looks equally as decent, as now we see some wheel-to-wheel action. Benneker getting swallowed up here by Toman. Toman unable to press the advantage. Jeffrey Riedfeld as well joining him. They're going to run side by side down through towards La Source. As they do so, still Matuszewski leading the way with Kevin Siggy in behind. Once again, you can just see Toman in behind Benneker, still occupying 4th place. There's quite a gap now starting to formulate. 1 1.4 seconds of the realm between Beneke and Mitchell de Jong. And so that is going to cause a huge problem because Beneke is going to miss out on that slipstream and it's going to leave him on a dish here for Yuri Toman.
Something's not right with Beneke then, because he absolutely dominated his knockout race and is now really struggling for pace. As here comes the attack then, Yuri Toman will go through and Jeff Rietveld will also drag it alongside. Max Beneke, why is he going to lift out here? He's looking really for a top 6. Look at that sendo coming in. He had to get on the throttle a little bit more because James Baldwin was absolutely sending one, and if he didn't accelerate a little bit and make contact with Rietveld, he was going to get absolutely wiped out. That was heads-up driving from Beneke, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I wonder whether he's got a pace deficit somewhere in that car. There must be an issue. Maybe it's throttle input. I'm not quite sure, but seems to be lacking some sort of power acceleration. Not quite sure what it is, but seemingly being swallowed up by the cars behind. And, you know, I must say I'm impressed with Matuszewski right now. 5/10 between he and Siggy now, with Mitchell de Jong now down in 3rd after pulling off that sensational pole lap. Yuri Toman in 4th, Rietveld in 5th. I can't understand it because Max Beneke was one of the strongest performers in qualifying, managing to notch together the time that he did, but seemingly falling through the field. And you don't fall like that unless something is awry.
No, the only thing is you can get knocked out of the rhythm by people just going on the attack constantly, and it's hard to actually get yourself back into it because you've now not got any slipstream from the car ahead. Everyone's getting really desperate behind you, and rather than thinking big picture, everyone's just going on the attack constantly. I'm sure that was actually very frustrating for Max Beneke there. But at the moment, like you say, 6th place. I'm sure the pace is fine in the car, but it just, I don't know, it just couldn't quite get into it at the start of the race, just courtesy of everyone going on the attack. I think now he's sat behind Jeff Rietveld. You might actually see Max Beneke not go super duper on the attack as he's trying to allow Yuri Toman to get after it a little bit and maybe start breaking apart this group. But of course, that brings in the risk of being overtaken by the group behind and maybe not progressing way through into the final. It does mean that things have calmed down a lot at the front of the field as Mitchell de Jong sets the fastest lap of the race. Kevin Siggy and Jakub Matuszewski, at the moment, if they don't fight, they're all going through and they're all getting a podium doing it.
Well, absolutely, and it would be a phenomenal victory for Team Falcons as well in the process, and Matuszewski himself as they now climb up the hill. Obviously, Siggy might yet stop that from happening. We've still got quite a few laps to bring you before the end of the race. Max Beneke once again climbing up the hill and chasing after Jeffrey Rietveld, who now opens the door on Yuri Toman further up. You can see as well Matuszewski coming together with Siggy as now Rietveld enters the fight. Max Beneke also now looking to plumb for an attack here on Toman and does get Toman, so no question there's still pace in that mouse BMW. Just a case of Beneke hitting the reset button and now chasing after Jeffrey Rietveld.
Yeah, indeed. And where are the opportunities coming in now for the odd pass? And like you say, it's the chance of a victory for this lot, I'm absolutely sure, is gone. The chance of podium for this lot is absolutely gone. The chance of moving through into the final, though, still on, baby. And we've got loads of time to deal with that. Obviously, you know, we're only on the 3rd lap of proceedings. We've only completed 2, and we're only halfway through this one. There is the opportunity. Rietveld will be feeling the pressure of what has been a fairly disappointing start to the semi-finals for Team Redline. Obviously, losing 2 cars already. They'd be pretty desperate for these two to go through, especially Rietveld, considering his position in the championship.
Yeah, absolutely right. Matuszewski still, though, out in control. 3/10 now, the gap between he and Kevin Siggy. Mitchell de Jong there in 3rd, just over 6/10 of a second. Jeffrey Rietveld with 4 in 4th place, sorry, with 2.8 separating key leader Matuszewski. But the gap now plus 2.2 seconds between Rietveld and de Jong, with Beneke down in 5th place, still managing to stay ahead of Yuri to making the pass that was necessary just to confirm his spot in the final later on, should it stay like this, as now they rush down through towards the bus stop chicane. You've got a sea of cars there further in behind. The 2 Team Vitality cars now met toe for toe with Thibaut Casubon looking to also break into the top 6 to invite 2 Vitality cars into the final later on. But as they now venture on to lap 4 of 7, still a small matter of 3 laps to go to include this one as well. Matuszewski in control here. Kevin Siggy, Mitchell de Jong, Jeffrey Rietveld, Max Beneke and Yuri Toman. That is your top 6. Should it stay like this, they'll go through to the final.
Yeah, indeed. And I will say for Matuszewski, I mean, I was saying about, you know, drivers behind Mitchell de Jong. I listed off quite a few drivers like Ibrahim Khan, like Robbie Stableford, you know, those that have already moved through, the likes of Bonnerhouse and the likes, and you know how impressive it was for them and all this, that and the other. I failed to calculate Jakub Matuszewski, who came into this round with just 4 points to his name. At the moment, if things were to finish as they stand, he'd have 42 points. And because of the points that he'd be getting in the final, he'd be almost certain to be in the top 21 of the championship. That's how quickly this can change. One solid result can completely change your fortunes. As here comes Toman on the outside of Rietveld. Oh, and there's contact.
Yep, Toman might lose out here to even his teammate, but Kazibon actually dropping back just to allow him. Obviously, Toman coming into contact with Jeffrey Rietveld has actually thrown him out of whack slightly, and unfortunately, very nearly left him on a plate for James Baldwin in behind. You know, Baldwin is going to need to pounce at some points in order to give himself a chance to get into the top 6 for Guild and see if they can score one of their season best finishes. But still up at the front, it's Jakub Matuszewski, Kevin Siggy as well in second. Mitchell de Jong coming into this. The 3 cars at the front now started to spread even further apart from Max Benneker in fourth, who has managed to stay ahead of Rietveld and start to build a gap of nearly a whole second between those two. So it's all about the front 3 here as we ride on board with Mitchell de Jong, the man from the States. Within 0.6 of a second now of our race leader, Matuszewski. Siggy still, though, trying to break down the barriers. 2.5 tenths now becomes nearly 2 tenths of a second as they rush around Blanchimont. But Matuszewski, I must say, a mature performance here from the Team Falcons man. Baldwin also on the attack.
Yeah, indeed. And I think Siggy's going for something on Matuszewski, but did not try it into the final corner. So Jakub is able to hang on. Siggy de Jong behind. Like we say, we're looking over at Thibaut Kazibon, who'll surely be assisting his teammate, Yuri Toman here. Kazibon's chances of moving through into the top lot of the championship, into the top 21 of the championship is over. Meanwhile, Toman's got stuff to deal with when it comes to making sure that he's definitely secure in the top 9 of the standings, preparing himself for the Drivers' Championship in Riyadh in a few, month and a half's time, nearly 2 months' time. It's fine, there's loads of time for them to prepare for that one. De Jong, though, I will say, I don't think he needs a victory, but I think it would certainly help his proceedings, as I think Kevin Siggy might be going for it, George.
Yeah, I think he might be. He's right in the tail of Jakub Matuszewski, though I think Renegin on making any sort of move here on lap 5. 3 laps, including this one to go, and Siggy still harnessing that second place. Matuszewski still leading, though, and would love nothing more than to bring home a race win here for Falcons. Doesn't happen very often, as I said. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, first Falcons win, Lewis?
I believe so, because the only one, I don't think Tattler did he? No, Tattler's got 2 podiums for Falcons, but no victory. So it would be a first Falcons victory.
Incredible. What a story. And here in semi-final 2 with a grid as strong as this, that would be some statement.
It would be. And like I say, it's just very impressive. And again, like I say, the fact that it could put him in position to potentially do something special. I mean, even a podium here is going to really help him to maybe do something special for the Falcons team and potentially move into the top 21 to kind of join his teammate Thomas Tatler, who's already in the top 21 of the champions, already in the group, and that will be in the last chance qualifier. He's actually started to pull a gap here a little bit on Kevin Siggy and Mitchell de Jong. It will come down now because of the slipstream, and it will have 2 laps to go. Once we get to the line, so 14 more kilometres of racing is about 16 from where we are now of racing left to go before we'll see who's going to win this race and potentially have a bit more of an idea as to what's going to happen in the final. But this is certainly something unexpected with Matuszewski's pace.
Yeah, it's certainly been stellar. And remember, of course, starting on the second row of the grid and managing to find a sensational time, bringing together a 2:15.3 in his own right. Of course, it's not necessarily the 2:15.2s that we have seen from 3 of the drivers already for the 4. Of course, Max Benneker being one of them. Kevin Siggy also bringing one of them as well, with Mitchell de Jong also having the fastest one to boot, taking pole position. But as they come out of La Source, penultimate lap of the race now firmly underway. Matuszewski still with the lead now. You'd expect Mitchell de Jong to start thinking about making a move, perhaps for second here at this point, because of course he'll want to give himself at least a chance to get 1 step closer to Jakub Matuszewski to take the lead of the race. But obviously it's easier said than done on some occasions. This time we've got fighting between the 2 Vitality cars. Toman and Kazibon currently locked together. I don't think they're going to plumb for a move on each other. They're going to try and protect their situation here. Of course, as it stands, both Vitality cars going through to the final.
Yeah, indeed. Which again, surprisingly so. Jeff Rietveld not quite having the pace. Max Benneker's cleared a second clear, so has refound his pace. I don't think he'll be rejoining this fight, but still, he has at least found his pace to settle himself with the grouping behind. But again, what an impressive run, as we say, like from Vitality. But I just don't get the feeling that I think Toman's definitely progressing through the final. I don't think that they're out of the woods with Casabon, though, because Rietveld's there. And more importantly, Baldwin's there. And I think Baldwin kind of does need to maybe get himself in the top 6, does need to move himself into the final. I mean, joining his teammate, Brother House has already moved his way through. That'd be pretty handy for Guild to have 2 cars in the final.
Absolutely right. I mean, Baldwin might throw all his chips to the centre of the table, I think, on the final lap. We'll have to wait and see. I know that Mitchell de Jong's probably thinking a little bit about that, or whether they'll just wait in behind. Matuszewski, though, you can bet your bottom dollar he's got something to fight for, because the first ever Falcons victory would mean an awful lot to them. Quite stunning when you think about it. 4 red line cars came into semi-final action. Only as it stands will go into the final. Truly stunning scenes here as now Matuszewski runs slightly wide out of Blanchimont. Maybe Kevin Siggy sensing some frailties for the Audi R8 LMS driver up at the front and takes a lot of curb on the inset as well. Just saw a few sparks fly from the rear of the Audi R8 LMS as they now power out, heading down through towards turn 1. And once again, they are as they were on the previous lap. Final lap now well and truly and firmly underway. Matuszewski out in front, Siggy glued in behind. We've got more movements further back, as well as James Baldwin looks to go onto the attack of Jeffrey Rietveld and gets the switchback once again, coming out of turn 1 as all eyes go to the front of the field. Eau Rouge and Radion to come. Matuszewski leads them through in the Audi R8 LMS. Kevin Siggy on the attack. 3 tenths now separating them, and that gap is going to come down some more as Mustachio now looks to strike, heading up through towards the Kemmel Straight, leading up towards Lake Com, opens up the door. Jakub Matuszewski can't defend the place as a bit of magic from the maestro. That is Mustachio. Kevin Siggy now leads the way for Team Redline here on the final lap in semi-final 2.
It's not good of a move, but I mean, he just kept his foot down, and to be fair, I will say, really wise from Jakub Matuszewski, who didn't defend it, didn't do anything stupid. It's like, look, honestly, a podium here is great for me. I'm sure he'll try something down to the final chicane, but I don't think it's going to work. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see a 35th winner in ESL R1, which Jakub Matuszewski would be. Obviously, Siggy's got plenty of wins himself. Mitchell de Jong has a single victory to his name. Matuszewski with none, obviously. But realistically speaking, like I say, it was just wise driving. He's looking at a final here for Falcons. He's looking at a podium here for Falcons. He's looking at, you know, the added points that comes with it and the potential chance of still moving into the top 21 of the championship. Why risk it and put everything on the line against a driver who is already confirmed in the top 9 of the championship? There's no point. Wise driving for Matuszewski. I like to see it.
Yeah, he has been truly brilliant in this one, and his qualifying performance was stellar alike as well. Mitchell de Jong might even think about making a move, though. Of course, thinking about accruing as much points as he can before making his way into the final. But they round Blanchimont once again. Jakub Matuszewski in no place or position to make a move for the lead of the race, though Mitchell de Jong might make a move for second as they now run wheel to wheel, coming through the final 2 corners here at Spa. It will be, though, Kevin Siggy who takes victory here in semi-final 2. It's another win for Team Redline that sees only one of their cars come through to the final. Truly shocking scenes as they had 4 confirmed in semi-final action, but still, Siggy will be absolutely thrilled with his own performance. Matuszewski finishing, I believe, in 2nd place, 3rd place, then going to going further back towards the very end. We'll, of course, we'll confirm the results as we go through. I'm not sure whether Matuszewski managed to hold on or not, to be honest. So he did hold on. Well, tremendous performance nonetheless for Team Falcons. But I mean, the big major shock, 4 Redline cars, only 1 going to the final here, Lewis.
Yeah, it's not all we expect from Redline, but, you know, some days that's how it goes. It's the style of racing that we've got around here at Spa. It's a little bit more unpredictable. It's a little bit more up in the air, counter to what we'd normally see, and guaranteeing top 6 is a little bit harder when some of the control is out of your hands. It's not like what we've seen before at certain other circuits where, take for example, Orchard Road, you qualify in the top 6, you're probably getting in the top 6. Your destiny is almost more in your hands. Here, because of how the slipstream works, not so much. So whilst I'd say it's a disappointing day for Team Redline thus far, and you know, Jeff Rietveld particularly not being in the top 6 will be really important, because obviously he's not going to score as many points now, which would be very important for him in the top 9 of the championship. I think he might actually lose the top 9 of the championship, as we'll take a look at the provisional results.
Yep, Kevin Siggy confirmed your provisional race winner with Jakub Matuszewski coming second. A great performance there for Team Falcons. Porsche Commanders, Mitch de Jong, and then further back, Max Benneker seemingly recovering after the little slip at the start. Yuri Toman in fifth, and Thibaut Casubon making it a Team Vitality double act, moving their way into the final. We're going to lose, though, Jeffrey Rietveld, as well as James Baldwin, Dane Warren, Ibrahim Khan, Robbie Stapleford, and Johan Harth all barreling out of that one. But we do have one exciting final to come later on, I'm sure, with some really strong drivers taking to the field. And I'm sure we'll see yet more magical moments, especially here around the circuit in Stavolo, here at Spa-Francorchamps. But Kevin Siggy coming back on top and in charge. There was a time where, of course, he was in front in the championship fight. Both he and Joshua Rogers taking semi-final victories, and they'll meet again in the final, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, certainly so. I will say I'm taking a look at my provisional results, points-wise, which I trust. When you see them pop up on screen, never trust the commentator's maths, but the spreadsheet's kind of working. I threw it together in literally 90 seconds earlier. At the moment, Marcel Chinchik has actually moved inside the top 9 of the championship. He actually has 87 points. The driver behind him, only 6 points further back, is Dara McCormack, but they also have 14 points to clear Jeff Rietveld. So, to be fair, Rietveld might go out at the hands of McCormack, interestingly.
That's unbelievable. And obviously now we've got some of the major qualifiers that are going to be featuring when we go into the final. But in the meantime, folks, while we await to get this surely historic final underway, we're going to take a quick break. See you in a moment. Would you rather, first of all, race on Road Atlanta forever or Daytona Road Course forever?
Road Atlanta.
Daytona.
Oh, shut up, Siggy.
No. I do not care about Road Atlanta.
It's Road Atlanta. Yeah, definitely Road Atlanta.
Oh my god.
Road Atlanta.
Road Atlanta.
We had some really firework moments at Road Atlanta, I think it has to be said.
Daytona.
Daytona.
Daytona, yeah, Daytona.
That's unanimous? Daytona? Yeah?
Yeah, Daytona.
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 Daytona. Yeah.
All Daytona. But Road Atlanta's fun, right? We had some really good races there last year.
It's bumpy.
It gets painful.
It's painful.
Very bumpy.
Yeah. Would you rather have damage turned on or no damage?
No damage.
No damage.
Depends who you're driving with.
I am not surprised Kevin Siggy said no damage.
I'm surprised I've never hit
He's
anyone.
a petty boy, isn't he?
Have you seen Enzo last year on the braking? Exactly.
Well, he leaves your team for 5 seconds and you're already like...
Very unkind, Kevin.
Yeah. Shocking.
So
No damage.
no damage.
No damage. But I think no one likes damage, do they? Let's be honest.
Damage turned off any day of the week. Yeah, damage turned off definitely.
Damage
I
turned
think I
on.
could call some pretty interesting racing if we had damage turned off the entire time.
I was going to say, I mean, I think we'd see loads of sends, I think, in that instance. But yeah, I mean, whether that says a lot about Team FaZe, I don't know. We'll find out as the season goes on.
No damage.
No damage.
No damage, of course. No damage.
And why would that be? Would that be just because you don't want to, bin it or something like that? Or...
To be honest, like the way that we race, it's always door to door. It's quite hectic. So if we had damage, I don't know, maybe the action would be a little bit less fun.
It'd be over in turn 1.
Yeah.
Would you rather start your day at 7 a.m. and be off at 2 p.m. or start your day at 12 p.m. and be off at 7 p.m.?
7 a.m.
7 p.m. Let's go.
Yeah.
I can't be driving late.
Yeah, the three of us are in the same boat.
I'm doing
Late risers. Late risers.
I'm still a teenager, so it's still normal for me to get up after 12.
Is that the excuse?
That's the excuse. Sebi, you've grown up a little
Justified.
bit. So now you get up at a normal time, you have your Weetabix or whatever you do in the morning.
I actually do have Weetabix. Yeah, spawn.
Start in the morning.
Yeah, start at 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
of course. No,
You're done at 2 p.m.
Yeah, but
I thought you guys at Mouse were united, a united front in ESL R1.
I was surprised Yuri says that because Yuri is usually online in the morning, so I was surprised. We don't go to bed early, but I would rather start at 12. Every morning there's nobody there, and then everyone's answering I want to start at 7. What the fuck?
We're all sim racers here, let's face it. We're not getting up at 7 a.m.
Yeah. So it's what, like midday start then and work late? Yeah.
No, I don't know. I reckon I'd finish at 7.
A.m. What do you mean in the morning? Finish at 7.
Wait, say that again.
Well, no, you start at 7 a.m. Josh, this is what we're saying. You start at 7, then you're off at 12. Well, no, you're off at 2, sorry. You're off at 2.
Yeah, finish at 2 any day of the week.
Yeah, it's the same. For me, same as Joe's because I'm used to wake up quite early, so to be finished at 2.
And you get the rest of your day, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You can still fit around the golfing after that.
Oh, you are? Oh, you're a keen golfer.
Yeah, I'd love a bit of golf.
Oh, love it. Yeah, me too, Josh. Me too, mate.
12 p.m. at 7.
12 and 7.
12, 7.
You guys do not like waking up early at all.
No, not at all.
No.
What is the morning?
Lazy layabouts, everybody. That is sim racing for you. Incredible. Welcome back to ESL R1, everybody. I can tell you that me and Lewis are always up in the morning when it comes to getting ready for commentary. We're not lazy layabouts, are we, Lewis?
No, well, I mean, I have to wake up at God knows what time in the morning for Porsche Asia tomorrow. So, no, we're not lazy layabouts. We're always up early. And also, can I just say, Josh Poulain, my favourite driver in ESL R1, even though he's not even in this round, purely because he said if you get it done by 2 o'clock, you can get a round of golf in after that. let's go. Let's go.
That was answer of the day. That was answer of the day, I think, as far as I'm concerned. I would agree with that. But yes, folks, have your say as well on ESL R1. Type !survey in the live chat. Get involved and let us know your thoughts on the championship and everything around it. We have witnessed certainly a sensational semi-final once again, but now all roads lead to the final. And Joshua Rogers seemingly looking like he is back in his rich vein of form, as he always generally is, but being joined by the likes of Kevin Siggy. And we have got two forces colliding again. Obviously, Redline not having it their own way, though. 4 cars turns to 1, and it's only Siggy in the final.
Which is crazy. It's just crazy to think about. I mean, it just shows the position that Redline are in, where we're shocked. They get 4 cars in the semi-finals and only 1 gets through, and we're like, whoa, that's absolutely wild. And then you're sort of like, well, I mean, is it? Is it that wild? It's just that's the expectation we have for Redline. We come into a round, we expect at least 3 of the 4 to get into the final. It's
effectively teams champions. Teams champions, in fact, so we expect better from our teams champions, but it is what it is. But
just to click that, the teams champions, they led the teams champions in the online bit. It's not they're not champions. They've got 3 more days in Riyadh to deal with before they can be classified as that, mate.
Yeah, we're not going to give it to them straight away. But listen, the way the stats are fronted, that's the way I'm seeing it. What happened? Right. Yeah, but obviously looking ahead, we've got plenty of other names to look at, and I must say Dara McCormack being one of them. I mean, reining in one of the most stellar laps you'll ever see. The first 2:15.2 we have seen tonight as well. We did go on to see 3 of them in the following semi-final, the semi-final 2 as well. But certainly no mean feat, and Dara McCormack seemingly back to his best. Hasn't been the easiest few weeks for him. I think obviously the Drivers' Championship has taken him a while to really kick into gear, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. But he's kicking into gear at the exact right moment. Still needs a solid result in the next race. Realistically, it needs to be a podium, ideally a victory, to really get him across the line. I mean, if he does win the race, he'll be scoring up to it'll be 116 points he'd score, which would take him joint with Kevin Ellis Jr., which should be enough to put him inside that top group. And we were talking about 120 points might be the cutoff, might be about 110. And this is the kind of thing, right? Is if he doesn't finish, if he doesn't win the race, if he finishes in 2nd place, that's 10 points out. It's 106 points rather than 116, and that can be around about where the cutoff is.
Yeah, but Porsche Commander looking strong as well. I mean, we've got to factor in Mitchell de Jong now, who, generally we don't associate with pole positions or anything like that, but pulled it together in our second semi-final and probably needed it as well. Better times we have seen, rivaling that of Dara McCormack, and now at the same time, joins Joshua Rogers in the final.
Yeah, and I think I will say, I think de Jong has already done the work that he needed to do. I think the press is off him. He's already in the top 21 of the championship, right? But he can't score enough points to get into the top 9 of the championship. So he's going into the last chance qualifier, and that's not going to change, right? So he's already done his bit. He's already done his work. So he can go into this with absolutely no pressure, because it doesn't matter anymore. He's already in that last chance qualifier. He's already going to the Drivers' Championship in Red. He's already taken part in that. So why not chuck it? But put it all on the line and go for it. Or, well, to be fair, I was going to say, or maybe go and assist his teammate. He doesn't need to assist his teammate because Josh Rogers has already confirmed as going to the top 9 anyway.
Well, I mean, he could assist his teammate into getting 3 in a row, which would be sensational. Absolutely. Take us through the driver lineup, Lewis.
Certainly so. Well, of course, we've got Butterhouse working his way through with a 6th place finish from semi-final 1. Kevin Siggy, though, of course, taking victory in semi-final 2. We've got Marcel Cinchik, who did get penalised. It did cost him a few extra points. He moved down from 3rd to 5th place. Yuri Toman, of course, makes it 4. We didn't even really talk about this, by the way. We've got 4 vitalities in here. Yuri Toman, of course, in 4th on there. Of course, we've got Mitchell de Jong, fresh off a stunning result in the previous race. You've got Thibaut Casbon. You've got Max Benneker, who looked a little average on the first lap of the semi-finals, but looked absolutely dominant in the knockout. Which Max Benneker are we going to get in this final? Dara McCormack, of course, fresh off of a podium, desperately needs a victory, or at a bare minimum a podium, to see if he can move his way into the top 9 of the championship. Erhan Yovsky in 9th there, and he's at the back end of the top 21, so a solid result here could do so. Dominik Blyer, and to be perfectly honest, the surprise package of the day, Jakub Maciejewski, of course. What can he do? can he potentially sneak his way through into a very solid result here, and maybe even cause an absolute upset by moving into the top 21 of the championship? A lot to talk about in that.
There is, actually, and I suppose what we should be talking about is team vitality. I mean, off the back of getting 4 cars into the final, sort of the dark horses that kind of flew under the radar of sorts. I mean, credit to Marcel Chinchik and also the likes of Erhan Yovsky, Thibaut Kazubon, as well as Yuri Toman. I mean, moving all 4 cars through is no mean feat. We've been talking about Redline not achieving that feat. Vitality have. Does that put them right on the precipice and put them in the pound seats really for this final here, Lewis?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, when you're kind of looking at it, victories today, what we've had, I'm just having a look now, it's BMW for Benica, BMW for Job, BMW for Kaiki Oliveira, and an Audi for James Baldwin, and then of course the BMW for Siggy, and then a Porsche for Rogers, which means the only person that's won has been Baldwin in an Audi. The Audi maybe not looking quite so ideal, even when it comes to like podiums, has not actually picked up that many. They've just been in really solid positions throughout this. Realistically, they need to be helping Erhan Yovsky score some decent points. Kind of really getting after it a little bit on that side. I think Thibaut Kazubon's chances of moving through, they're up there. I mean, it should be pretty possible for Kazubon, but I can't remember how many points he's actually on. So I don't know. It's not going to be an easy one for them. I think, though, this is a bit of a return to form from them from the full season, of course, because they are the full season champions when it comes to the team side of things. With the driver lineup they currently have, an excellent performance in that. They absolutely dominated that championship, like even more so than really what we've seen from Redline. They were just absolutely on fire.
They were brilliant. I mean, you've got some consistent players there. I mean, Chinchik, for his outright pace, you know, you look to him to almost take the big results. You've got Yuri Toman as your ever-reliable driver, and you can argue that Erhan Yovsky can be that too on his best day. Thibaut Kazubon, I would say, probably one of the grand improvers, I would say, since we saw him last season. He's now almost taking a peripheral role in trying to move up into those top 6s, and doing it more often than what he did last year, I would argue, and obviously stepping in ahead of Risto Capit, who started off for RHG back in the day. But obviously a team to watch, and also Yaka, a massive talking point as well. Lewis on the cusp of bringing Team Falcons their very first race win in ESL R1 history, just missing out in those dying laps in semi-final 2. Still can't take anything away from his performance.
No, but again, this is just the whole thing. There's a lot of performances out there that we see that maybe go under the radar, or that maybe are even better than the circumstances there are. It's just sometimes how it goes. And I will say our waffle session looks to be coming to a close in 4 and a bit minutes, because we'll be finally moving into qualifying now. I don't know what we're going to need for this qualifying session. Obviously, it was a 0.25 for Dara McCormack, which is the fastest time that we've seen so far today. We've seen a few 2s. Obviously, we had 3 in semi-final 2. Did have a couple there in semi-final 1. We had Josh Rogers in the knockout phase as the first person to get into the 0.2s in the very first session of the day. We definitely need a 0.2 for pole position, but do we need to beat that 0.25 that McCormack's at? I think yes.
I think we could. I think we could definitely see more than 3 in this session. I think we could see around 5 or 6. I think at this point, given the fact that what's being asked of these drivers now here at this point in this final is they're going to need to bring their maximum. Obviously to be at their very best, and obviously with McCormack setting the bar so high here at this point, it's going to be interesting to see who can respond and bring their best to try and bring them down. But incredible. It's going to be sensational. Obviously, the minutes are counting down. 3 minutes and 45 until we get into qualifying. Folks, obviously, let us know who you're supporting in this final phase of the Drivers' Championship Round 3. We have had a sensational run-in through towards the Esports World Cup that is going to be commencing very soon in Riyadh. Who is going to take the advantage coming out of this session? Obviously, remember, the top 9 automatically going through to the Esports World Cup. The top 21, obviously, well, from Piece 10 down to 21, obviously all fighting it out for those final 3 spots to feature in the 12-car grid that will be racing around the track. Well, for the Esports World Cup in ESL R1. It's going to be stellar. Of course, following suit from many great championships we had last year. Of course, we speak about the spring season championship, the fall season championship. We had Gamers 8 in between. We're now heading back to Riyadh for more ESL R1 action, which I'm sure will be stellar. The question is, whilst obviously they're able to cope in this situation, where obviously they're in an online environment, LAN is a very different beast, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you've got drivers that tend to go a lot better in LAN, which is why probably having someone like Jeff Reevel for Team Redline, having him in the top 9 is actually going to be quite important, even though I don't think he is going to be finishing in the top 9. I think he'll be outside of it. He'll be in the last chance qualifier. The reason why I say that is because he's one of the drivers that goes really well at LAN. Obviously Josh Rogers does. The fact that he put on what was an incredible performance at Jönköping at the end of last year, where he was able to get through into the second day, which was impressive considering how ill he was on the Saturday. I mean, I didn't want to go anywhere near him. I don't know about you. And still, despite all that, was able to come home with the championship. So he clearly felt a little bit better on Sunday, and I'm sure he felt probably a whole lot worse on Monday.
Yeah, without any doubt. Celebrating too hard, no less. But coming into the final 2 minutes, guys, honestly, it's going to be sensational. There are the live pictures from the drivers. Joshua Rogers getting set to hopefully bring home 3 in a row here on the run-in to this Drivers' Championship and secure qualification in the best way possible. Dara McCormack looking to come back to his best form yet to take a round victory in the Drivers' Championship. Would love to do so here and now in the very final phase of the run-up through towards Riyadh. What about Dominic Blyer? Another one to watch. Essentially is good behind the wheel of a sim rig, much like Dara McCormack is. And Williams are very fortunate to have 2 drivers of a grand caliber at their disposal. But obviously, watch out for Vitality, who, without any question, are going to be working together here, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a tough one for anyone to win. But Vitality have strength in numbers, but does that mean they've got the fastest car on circuit? When you're going toe-to-toe with drivers like Josh Rogers, who knows how to get it done. Again, you could be talking about Josh Rogers winning a 3rd consecutive final here, which, as you pointed out quite rightly, would be very impressive. It would be unheard of. We have never seen a driver win 3 consecutive finals. We've seen 2, fair enough, but never 3. Could Josh Rogers be the first ever driver to do it? And again, 100th race.
Yeah, 3 in a row on his 100th race would be some feat, and one long remembered. Of course, he's already hailed as one of the greatest drivers in ESL R1 history. He is the full season champion, and he has got this man in his corner as well, Mitchell de Jong, who seems to have come into the form of his life off the back of the semi-final in our previous race. And of course, Max Benneker, another one you don't really want to underestimate. Top of his game now for so many years. Yuri Toman, ever consistent. It's anybody's here at this point. Let us know in the live chat as to who you're supporting here in this final race. Who do you think is going to take victory here at Spa-Francorchamps in this final race to decide who's going to go to Riyadh, who is going to automatically qualify into the top 9, and who is going to make it through to the top 21. It's all to play for. This is going to be one sensational race.
You'd have to hope so, but you never know. Things can get a little bit too elbows out. We'll have to wait and see how this one's going to unfold. I'm hoping for some high-level racing, some highbrow racing. I just don't really know what we're going to get. It's all going to start with qualifying, though, which I think you do need to get a decent lap onto the board. I said before, yeah, sure, you might be able to get a solid result from starting outside of, let's say, for example, the top 5. But your back's against the wall a little bit as you'll be in the mid-pack. You'll be in that danger zone going into turn 1, into Les Combes, down the hill as well. First lap time we're going to see is that in the hands of Jakub Maciejewski, who's been absolutely phenomenal. Finds himself 22nd in the standings. 37 points to his name. He has the exact same points as Nikodem Wisniewski and Erhan Jajowski. Of course, Jajowski is also with us. I think what that confirms is, considering the points that he's going to be scoring in this, Nikodem Wisniewski is definitely out. I think James Baldwin. Oh, it's going to be close with Baldwin, you know. It's going to be really close with Baldwin.
Going to be very tight indeed. I tell you what, everything about this final is tight. Jakub Maciejewski hoping to bring his very best, the Sol Team Falcons car, very nearly making history in the semi-final, becoming the very first driver to win for Team Falcons in ESL R1. Jakub Maciejewski looking to do it once again here, and he could yet do it here in the final. Never underestimate him. Of course, it was a brilliant lap and also a grand start that brought him to the dance, but a little bit untidy coming down in towards Rivage. He's going to want to try and avoid a few of those, Lewis.
Yeah, that was just very aggressive with the track steps. He's throwing everything at this. I mean, why wouldn't you in this scenario? At the moment, you know, things are looking great realistically at the end of the race, because even if you finish in 12th position, you're going to score some points. So, yeah, realistically, could be on for a pretty solid result here, kid Jakub Maciejewski. But again, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. It's a long time coming for a lot of these drivers. I don't know. This is going to be a tough one. We're seeing the lap unfold at the moment. It's looking all right. What's the second sector split going to be? 39.5 in the first sector. Not ideal. Second sector? Ooh, I'm not sure. Nah, not ideal.
No, certainly not ideal at all. I'm seeing lots of names, though, pop up in our live chat. Matuszewski getting some support. Max Benneker, as well as Mouse. We got Vitality also getting some support as well. Keep them coming in the live chat, folks. Let us know who you're backing in this final race. Team Vitality, obviously, with 4 cars in the mix at their disposal. Jakub Matuszewski, though, coming through into the bus stop chicane here for Team Falcons in the Audi R8 LMS. Powering out now the final corner. The sole Team Falcons driver looking to score big here in this final race. Looks a little frustrated, and for good reason, but I will say this, not a bad lap considering the circumstances at 2:15.476.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, again, not a brilliant start to the session, but with the pressures around, might be all right. Thibaut Casabon, the next one to come up towards the line. What's it going to be? 39.4 in the first sector. It's okay. 59.7 in the second sector. It's not ideal. It's probably going to be a lower 4 than what we've seen from Matuszewski. Might be into the 3 slightly. What's Casabon going to do? It's a 3.22. It's actually pretty solid.
Yeah, 2:15.322. Not a bad visit for Thibaut Casabon. Yuri Toman setting a 39.445 in Sector 1 with a 59.650. Would have preferred probably to be in the 59.5s in Sector 2, but if you can dish something out here in the third sector, it could provide the twist in the tail, could breeze past Casabon and take the lead here in terms of the pole lap race as they head up now towards the line. The Czech checking out, and he certainly will go to the top with a 2:15.274. That's our first 2:15.2 of this session.
Not going to be the last one, though. This is a cracking lap time coming in from Dara McCormack. 39.4 at a Merc in that first sector is pretty solid. 59.5 in the second sector. Hello, in a Mercedes, that's absolutely rapid in the middle sector. What can the Irishman do as he comes out towards the line? Yep, he's happy with it. I think it's going to be a 2-something. What's it going to be? A 2-minute 15.202. Wow. Absolutely incredible from McCormack.
Well, that's a clutch performance if I've ever seen one in the final qualifying session of the final round here in this Drivers' Championship run in towards Riyadh. Kevin Siggy's up next, and he's brought with him a 39.4 in Sector 1 and a 59.6 in Sector 2. Can anyone respond to Dara McCormack at the head of the field? The Sixter might just try it, but it's going to be a struggle up towards the line. Can the Team Redline driver pull this off? Not quite. Mere thousandths between them up at the top.
2:13 is an absolutely rapid lap time. It would have been the fastest lap time of the day had Dara McCormack not said, hang on a sec, with that 2:02 nearly into the ones. That is absolutely phenomenal. Who can beat him? To be fair, I think Josh Rogers is probably the only driver. Maybe Benneker at a push could beat that 2:02. Erhan Ijovski most certainly isn't as he comes up towards the line. What's it going to be for Erhan Ijovski? A 4:09. Next time to come through is the big man himself. It is Joshua Rogers, and the sectors are looking good.
The sectors are looking stellar, especially the second one of 59.453 is special for the Porsche. Can Joshua Rogers bring home a challenge here to roost against Dara McCormack, who holds the lap record of today's broadcast here? 2:15.202 for the Williams driver. Joshua Rogers, twice a round winner already in this Drivers' Championship. Can he take pole away from Dara McCormack? No, not quite. Only enough for third at 2:15.231. Just look at those gaps.
Yeah, indeed. Just absolutely incredible. Mitchell de Jong, after his impressive performance in the semi-finals, well, I don't think he's taking pole position here. And to be fair, based on these sector times, I don't think he's getting a particularly solid lap time. I think he might be behind Casabon, but ahead of Ijovski. But let's see what de Jong can do out through the final corner as he heads out towards the line. De Jong at the moment, obviously the next one to qualify, the 8th driver to have come across the line. It's not even that. It stays in 8th.
Yeah, Marcel Chinchik coming up next, 39.4 in the first sector. The second sector isn't ideal. You need to get within the 5s now to bring a challenge to McCormack at this stage. Chinchik needs to try and dig deep here in the third sector. Does our reigning spring season champion. The Hungarian now flies through the bus stop chicane and now powers out down towards the line. Can he at least ascend to try and challenge against his teammates? Of course, Toman, Casabon and Ijovski all in a train. Chinchik goes to the top of that train, 4th fastest with a 2:15.273. That is now at this stage 5 2:15.2s.
what the sector's coming in like from Benneker. First sector, decent. Second sector, slightly slower than where we want, but pretty much on the money. I think this might be a 2, but I'm not exactly sure as to where it'll be in the 2. He's certainly not going to split Chinchik and Toman, who are split by just 1,000th of a second. But Benneker could go slightly ahead of them, might even be slightly behind. I think it might be a higher 2. Let's see what Benneker can do as he hits the beam. It's a low 2. It's a 209.
That is sensational. 7 thousandths away from Dara McCormack. Bono House comes next. 39.437 in Sector 1. Meets a 59.786. Not ideal in the second sector, but might find itself in between some of the Vitality cars. Ahead of Matuszewski for sure. As now House comes through the final 2 corners on this lap. A little look of frustration perhaps as now the Guild Esports driver makes his way through. Indeed, parts the ways between Kazibon and Yuyovski with yet another Audi joining that fracas.
I mean, I could understand why he'd be frustrated. You put together a T15 375, which is not that bad. You stare at the timesheets and realise there are 6 2-minute 15 twos. Could it be 7? One final driver to come through. Dominic Blyer into the final sector. His teammate has put in an absolute world beater of a lap. I don't think Dominic Blyer is going to be doing so, but can he at least get up there to assist? He's in 12th position. He's the 12th and final driver. He's going to stay inside the top 10, but it's not ideal. What an unbelievable lap from Dara McCormack. A 202. Benneker threw everything at it. Rogers threw everything at it. Toman threw everything at it. None of them could beat McCormack.
The only thing that was missing from that nod was a thumbs up in the style of Mitchell de Jong from earlier on tonight, but still stellar from Dara McCormack. Max Benneker came close, probably in his own mind wondering, what's it going to take to topple this lap? Incredible. It was mere thousandths between the front 2. Benneker came close. Seemingly, the pace still very much in Benneker's hands. The same performance, no less, that we saw, I think, in qualifying in the semi-final that he took part in. He's going to be hoping, though, that it's not going to be the same as the race, though, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, just super, super impressive, super, super dramatic, and building up to what could be a very, very tense final. I don't want to build it up as potentially being one of the best races that we've seen in ESL R1, but let's be honest, when you're staring at that timesheet, it's hard not to dream. Let's take a look then at the starting grid for the final, the last online final before we're in Riyadh. Mitchell de Jong will be starting from the rear of the field in 12th position with Jakub Matuszewski alongside. Dominic Blyer inside the top 10 with a 2-minute 15.4, and then Erhan Yuyovski, the last of the 0.4s. Before we get to Bonner House on a 0.3, and then Thibaut Casabon on a 0.3. And then it is a sea of 0.2s. Yuri Toman in 6th position. Marcel Chinchik alongside 1,000th faster. Then we get to Josh Rogers before we get to Kevin Siggy, who finds himself on an absolutely incredible lap time with a 0.213. Would have been the fastest lap of the day had Max Benneker not set a 209, which also would have been the fastest lap of the day had Dara McCormack said not so much. 202 for Dara McCormack, who desperately needs a victory here. He wants to get into the top 9 of the championship. He has the pace, he has the ability. Can he make it stick?
Well, we'll soon wait and see. He's in the pound seats right now. Front row shared with Max Benneker, who has been in this position before, is a big-time player where it comes to competitive sim racing. That you've got a sea of names in behind waiting for their chance. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe some of the drivers from the very tail end of the field could yet creep into it. Of course, Team Vitality with 4 cars, the only team to have 4 cars in this final. Redline had that chance, but unfortunately, one of their drivers managing to get through into the final. Season champions Kevin Siggy, obviously hoping that he can get away and perhaps even challenge the front runners, but it's going to be an absolutely unbelievable battle with some of the best in the world taking each other on, of course, looking to finalize those places in a bid to tackle Riyadh, in a bid to become the Esports World Cup drivers and teams champions. It is all to play for. Who's going to take it?
Just imagine the heart rate now. 12 drivers on the grid about to roll their way round to the start-finish straight. I could imagine the average heart rate on this grid is probably pushing the 140s, 150s, maybe even a little higher than that average. That's just how crazy and how intense this is. Not long left to go. Strike up 49 kilometers and we will be done with the online season as we prepare this road to Riyadh. It is coming to a close. It is Dara McCormack on pole position, who's about to start the run down towards La Source and turn one. The Williams Mercedes will head down into the first corner. Max Benneker with a decent launch on the outside. Same with Josh Rogers, same with Kevin Siggy. It's a sea of world beaters here in the final as we head our way down the hill. Already a little bit of contact and a little bit of leaning between Kevin Siggy and Joshua Rogers, and here comes Benneker to the outside. He's going to back out and drop back single file behind Dara McCormack, who holds on to the race lead.
Just absorb this. McCormack, Benneker, Rogers, Siggy, Toman, Chinchik, Matuszewski also coming into this fight as well as they burst through up towards the Kemmel Straight. McCormack still out in front. Benneker smells a chance, looks to the outside. Joshua Rogers to the other side as well. Three of the legends of GT3 racing coming wheel to wheel as now Benneker takes the outside line through Laycom, matching stride for stride against Joshua Rogers, who takes him back and takes the lead. Rogers, the fall season champion, takes the lead of the race with McCormack dueling it out with Benneker for second place.
This is incredible racing, but they might lose a little bit of time here. Josh Rogers to the head of the field by 0.3 of a second. Benneker to the outside of Dara McCormack. One of them has to back out here, and it will be McCormack. He has to settle for second position, and now will have to settle for a few corners because he needs Benneker to get after it and close back down on Joshua Rogers, who could be looking at 3 consecutive final victories for the first ever time in ESL R1.
A little twitch there from Max Benneker coming down through Pouan, just getting a little bit scrappy, heading down through and towards the second sector. Obviously doesn't want to allow Joshua Rogers to get away at this point. At this point in time, 3 out of 3 is on the cards in this Drivers' Championship. The run to Riyadh is well and truly on for Joshua Rogers to take the top of the Drivers' Championship, leading through to the Esports World Cup. A stellar performance from this man, the full season champion, being pursued by Max Benneker. Matuszewski just running out wide, coming out of Campus and Stavelo through Corbeil Paul Frere, and now rushing through towards Blanchimont in the Audi R8 LMS. But Rogers consolidating that lead right now. 0.8 of a second the gap between he and Benneker. McCormack waiting in the wings. Here comes Kevin Siggy as they rush down in towards the bus stop. Can't quite find the move just yet. Doesn't want to make it too soon, otherwise it could spoil his momentum heading up through towards Laycom.
Ooh, Siggy out wide here. Here comes Marcel Chinchik. Of course, he's got the assistance of his teammate behind Yuri Toman. There's quite a few Audi R8s being over the pesky rear wing of Kevin Siggy, who's able to fend them off. Jakub Matuszewski down the inside, committing to it, might make contact with Siggy here and spin Siggy. Huge drama. Siggy's already safe in the top 9, but he won't be particularly pleased by that.
No, he certainly won't be. Muttered a few words under his breath, and Matuszewski as well wasn't, unfortunately, immortal from that immediate scrap. Has lost a couple of places in his own right there. The Vitality cars all come together. 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th already on board with Yuri Toman, who is now in the rear of his teammate Marcel Chinchik. Can they work together to keep the cars behind? You can just see them in the distance. Mitchell de Jong tucked in behind Thibaut Casibon, as the sea of Audi R8 LMSs in control all the way down to 7th place, look to try and catch up with the top 3.
Hard work's been done, though, by Max Benneker, and smart driving, I'm sure, from McCormack to sit behind and make sure that Benneker did not need to stare in his mirrors. Eyes forward. Benneker closing down on Joshua Rogers. You got 3 of the absolute best in ESL R1 ready to go toe-to-toe. This is going to be a fascinating battle. I don't think 3 drivers that particularly get along that well. I mean, Joshua Rogers and Max Benneker have been battling each other time and time again over the last, 4, 5, 6 years in sim racing. They have been 2 of the top levels, especially over on iRacing. Dara McCormack certainly younger than the 2 ahead of him with his exploits over on ACC. There's 1 second separates the top 3. You've got the spring season champion not too far behind and could well be closing in with his army alongside as well. This is not done yet.
Well, it's almost as if it's written in a crystal ball, because the 2 front runners, Rogers and Benneker, the first ever winners of rounds in ESL R1 all the way back in Katowice, so they both celebrated success, and now they're back manacled together in a dispute over the lead of this race. Only half a second separates Benneker and Rogers at this time, as we now bring an end to lap 2 of 7. Matuszewski now under pressure once again, this time from Dominic Blyer, who is bringing along Bono House as well as they burst through the bus stop chicane. win, and they'll move on to the next lap. Lap 3 of 7 begins this time. Let's take a look at a replay, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Look at this from Josh Rogers. I mean, I will say McCormack had that one covered off, and Josh Rogers drove 2 wheels onto the grass to make his way past. It wasn't as if like McCormack had kind of half covered that one off like we've seen earlier. But a great move from Rogers to have snuck his way through there. Great battling, just hard racing between a lot of them. Got to be said. 0.3 of a second separating the top 2, though, as I do believe Max Benneker might be going for it. We're on the 3rd lap here of the final at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and Josh Rogers is going to be feeling the pressure because I do believe that Max Benneker is coming. But will he go for the race lead? We'll have to see up the order. He is going for the race lead straight down the inside as we reach the top of the 2-kilometre run from La Source into Les Combes, and it is Mouse back out front.
Advantage Benneker. Rogers now on his tail as they rush out of Malmedy down the hill towards Rivage in the distance there. Dara McCormack just patiently waiting for his charge. You got 3 of the greatest drivers in ESL R1 battling it out here on lap 3 of 7. Still plenty of laps still to come as they come out of Jackie Ick's corner. It is still Maximilian Benneker after settling the lead, settling the dispute, at least for now, coming through Les Combes. Bear in mind there's still quite a bit of time for Rogers to strike back, with McCormack waiting in the wings in 3rd with the fastest lap under his belt. Next up, the Lafanier chicane. They'll once again go nose to tail through. Just look at the gap between McCormack and Chinchik. It is settled to near enough 2 seconds.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just trying to run some numbers here, but I do believe I'll be able to just give you a little update as to what's happening championship-wise. With 3rd position, not 4th, with 3rd position, Dara McCormack, by my numbers, will be in to the top 9 by 1 point. Just 1.
Sensational.
So that is pretty important. Don Blyer off the rear end of the field realistically needs to make up a couple of positions, but I don't think that's going to happen. If he did so, he'd be in the top 21 of the standings at the moment. Masiewski, Haniewski and Mitchell de Jong will all be in the top 21 of the standings. The 6 drivers in this race will be in the top 9. Josh Rogers, Kevin Siggy, Max Benneker, Yuri Toman, Marcel Chinchik and Dara McCormack would be all in the top 9 of the championship if things finish as they stand.
Well, I tell you what a feat that would be. Obviously, McCormack getting through into the top 9, considering the challenges that he has faced. Of course, needed everything out of this round to bring himself within the automatic entry fold into the Esports World Cup at Riyadh. Could yet achieve that by a mere solitary point, as recorded by Lewis McGlade, as well as they come through over the crest out of Eau Rouge and now through Radion. They've got a long straight to take up through Kemmel. Rogers with a chance to answer back against Max Benneker, who took him heading through Les Combes. Rogers is going to try and do exactly the same to him this time. Dara McCormack also fancying his chances, chooses against it, choosing to obviously be a little bit more patient. He still has 4 laps, including this one, to make that move happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot on the line here. I mean, McCormack will want to win because he doesn't want to just get through by 1 point just in case with all the things that could potentially happen. You just want to make sure that you're getting through as comfortably as possible. Also, he has taken 11 victories since his last win in a final, which of course was round 5 in the spring season over a year ago. The last time that we saw Dara McCormack taking a victory, when he took the first ever driver to take back-to-back victories in finals. That's how long ago it was before we saw, since we've seen Dara McCormack be victorious in a final race. We've seen so many times where he's come into a round where he's looking like the pace man and then things don't really line up. Look at him at Road Atlanta where things just didn't work out, at Daytona where things just didn't work out. And yet now we're looking at it, we're being like, maybe things might work out today. We're halfway through this final. You got 1.5 seconds back to Marcel Chinchik. That gap's not done because Chinchik's got no pressure on his shoulders. If these lot battle, yeah, this is on a knife's edge, I promise you.
Done this, I think Chinchik has actually managed to close the gap somewhat, and it's starting to come down just a bit, but obviously not from the leader, as now we're seeing Benneker. Now, once again, Joshua Rogers, both of them have swapped for the lead now since the start of this race. We're on lap 4 of 7, soon to become lap 5 of 7. And then there'll be the mere case of 3 laps to go here in this race. Dara McCormack, once again, very much up close and personal in behind the BMW of Max Benneker and Team Mouse. And heading out of La Source this time around, Rogers still with the advantage, but it'll all be seeped away when they rush up Kemmel, with the opportunity presenting itself, no doubt, to Max Benneker. Maybe, though, Dara McCormack this time could get the run and the momentum coming out of Eau Rouge, and Radion to land his own blow, taking a lot of grass, though, on the inset coming through Eau Rouge. But you never know. Given the speed that he's managed to harness, he's kept it steady, and there could be yet a 3-wide attack heading up through towards Lake Com here, Lewis.
I don't think McCormack's going to make it through. Oh, never mind, I'll be corrected. Thank you very much. As he squeezes his way past Josh Rogers, looks to the outside of Max Benneker. I didn't think he was going to take that level of risk with Dara McCormack. He's worked his way up to second position after setting the fastest lap of proceedings, and Max Benneker hits the front. That is not the last time this trio is going to switch positions. I can tell you that for free. We've got 2 more laps up to Lake Com. They are going to be switching an awful lot. On each lap, they're going to be switching over. I don't know which way this is going to go, George. I don't know.
It's a lottery, Lewis. It's an utter lottery. Running slightly wide, though, Max Benneker on the escape coming out of Jackie X. Doesn't want to get overawed or flustered by the occasion. Equally, neither does Dara McCormack or Joshua Rogers, but all of them have been in these kinds of positions before. Dara McCormack knows exactly what he's capable of. He showed exactly what he was capable of in qualifying. Once again, Yuri Toman in front this time of Marcel Chinchik as they look to close the gap on Joshua Rogers further up. But my guess is that they're trying to slipstream each other to try and close up to the front 3, but it's proving to be a little bit more difficult than first thought. Benneker now out in front, McCormack closing him down by every turn, but enter Joshua Rogers very soon, I'm sure, who's going to look to try and take that place back off McCormack and maybe even Benneker.
Yeah, Yuri Toman and Marcel Chinchik at the switch positions, but I will say Toman's maybe pushing a little bit too hard, throwing everything he possibly can at this. So, like I say, might see a couple of chops and changes. To be fair, actually, hold on, I just wonder one thing with Marcel Chinchik being in that position rather than... Oh, so he would actually be on the exact same points. He'd only be clear by a point. He can't lose another... If Marcel Chinchik goes behind Yovsky, he's not in the top 9. They won't do that, surely. They're not gonna, they know the numbers.
Well, you'd like to think the engineer is in their ear just telling them what to do at this stage, but I mean, at this point, Chinchik can't afford to leave anything lapse. Obviously, a top 9 would be ideal just to stamp his ticket to get into the Riyadh, well, for the Esports World Cup finals in Riyadh. Let's wait and see whether he can achieve it. Obviously, still a couple of laps left. We're on the penultimate lap this time around. Further up as well, McCormack getting closer to the back of Benneker as they now stretch up through towards the Kemmel Straight. The 2 Vitality cars now also tying up together. There's McCormack, who I don't think necessarily wants to forfeit a chance at perhaps taking an opportunity at taking the lead on the final lap. Obviously, he knows if he does take the lead, he leaves himself up on a plate for both Benneker and Rogers for the final lap here, Lewis.
Again, there's so much to play for in this, and you know, all the points up on the line. You got that absolute train of Vitality cars. And Mitchell de Jong's just sat at the rear end, being like, "What do I do about this?" He's the caboose in this scenario, and it just can't do anything. There's no option, because the thing is, as soon as he passes Kazamon, Yovsky will just slow him down. Kazamon comes straight back through. It's an excellent performance for the Vitality team. But yeah, either way, we can't take our eyes off this top lot. We're on the penultimate lap of proceedings. The checkered flag is on the horizon. Benneker is leading from McCormack and Rogers. Rogers is looking for 3 in a row. McCormack's looking for his first victory since last year, since the spring season, round 6 last year, or round 5 rather last year. Max Benneker's looking for his first win since Orchard Road.
Truly sensational. An outright professional. All 3 of the front runners are Joshua Rogers, as we said before, twice a round winner already in this Drivers' Championship on the run through towards Riyadh. Of course, we'd love to make it 3 in a row, but to do that, needs to try and get past Dara McCormack, who is now 3/10 in behind Max Benneker. Benneker still out in front, but can he withstand the pressure, given the fact that they're all going to be asking for more heading up through the Kemmel Straight? Dara McCormack has not left the rear of that BMW whatsoever. A great opportunity here for the Mercedes presents itself. Should he be able to hold it all together coming out of La Source as they now burst across the line? The final lap of the race begins here and now. You can cut the tension with a knife. It is Max Benneker who leads the way. McCormack, the Irishman. Will it be the luck of the Irish this time around, with McCormack waiting in the wings to potentially take a round victory that has not yet occurred so far this season? A big sigh let out here from Max Benneker as he knows he's going to come under convincing reducing pressure coming up through Eau Rouge, and Radion, the Mercedes, is urging closer. Max Benneker in trouble as here comes Dara McCormack, opens up the inside line this time around, into the Porsche as well of Joshua Rogers, trying to find the overspeed and the slipstream. Does he make it 3 wide? Not quite. McCormack toe-to-toe with Max Benneker, and nose in front from the Mercedes. In response comes the BMW. Malmedy next. The Mercedes answers back. The AMG GT3 with the run. Here comes Rogers now as they make contact through towards Rivage, but it's still the Mercedes who leads. Rogers tuck it down deep. He's going to try and take them both coming through to Rivage, but Jackie Exped comes, and it's McCormack who leads on the final lap.
Yeah, but for how long will it be? Josh Rogers closing in. That was risky. To be fair, the pair of them could have crashed. All 3 of them could have crashed out there, and Toma could have snuck his way through. I'm sure it was a heart-and-mouth moment for Dara McCormack, but the heart-and-mouth moments are certainly not done yet. Again, Josh Rogers, the most experienced driver on this grid in ESL R1. This is his 100th race. He is the first driver to reach that milestone. The only way you can get to that milestone isn't just by attending, isn't just by being here, it's by performing, it's by being in the top 6, it's by having a high percentage in that. It is by being in this race and competing towards the front every single time. That is why he has the highest number of victories in ESL R1. He has the highest number of podiums in ESL R1. Will he be able to get past Dara McCormack, who's looking for what would be an unbelievable 14th victory in ESL R1? We work our way down into the final sector. McCormack's going to defend. Here comes Max Benneker to send one straight down the inside. It's 3 wide of the final chicane, as there goes Josh Rogers straight around the outside. It'll be a 100th race and a 36th victory as Rogers breaks history to make 3 in a row in the finals. Benneker in second, and Dara McCormack has to settle for 3rd.
Well, what a final lap we just witnessed. It's a triple dream for Joshua Rogers. He took victory in round 1. He took victory in round 2. He makes it 3 here at Spa-Francorchamps. Porsche Coanda sing once more as they look to proceed to Riyadh with every bit of advantage they can hold on to. Well, given Joshua Rogers' stellar performance again, we probably shouldn't be surprised, but what a standout performer he truly is. A victor here at Spa in the closing stages. They went 3 wide through bus stop. Max Benneker gave it everything. Credit to Dara McCormack as well. Just 3 outright professionals, 3 of the best in the world, coming together here at the end, here at Spa.
I think, again, on my point, I still think McCormack's good by a point. I do believe he is, but what a dramatic way to end an auto. I wouldn't trust my points wholeheartedly. Yeah, never trust a commentator's maths, so there is that. But again, that'll all be run and crunched behind the scenes. They'll all be bringing that as quick as possible. But it is Josh Rogers for the 3rd time in the Drivers' Championship taking victories. Wow, does he go into Riyadh? Whilst I will say, Team Redline might look to be the favourites for the Team's Championship, boy does Josh Rogers look like the favourite for the Drivers' Championship. It is another victory for Josh Rogers in this championship. Max Benneker, of course, taking that well-deserved 2nd place, and Dara McCormack in 3rd. With Marcel Cinchic's run into 5th position, obviously 1 position behind Yuri Toman, it means that both Marcel Cinchic and Dara McCormack, by my numbers, should have 102 points. Jeff Rietveld is on 101 by my numbers. And Jeff Rietveld is in 10th position now in the championship, courtesy of that. So again, a lot to talk about in that. Erhan Yovsky in 6th position, of course, which will be enough for him to move into the top 21 of the championship. Thibaut Casabon, Mitch de Jong, Jakub Masiewski, then Kevin Siggy, Bonnerhaus and Dom Blyer rounding out what was a very exciting final.
It was very exciting, Lewis, and I must say, I think obviously the chat loved it as well. Let us know your reaction to the live chat. Let's take a look at some of these highlights, Lewis. It was a great start all round, really. But big shame for Guild Esports. We didn't quite see that towards the rear, but amazing. It had to be these 3, did it not?
Yeah, honestly, it was just a way. The only thing that would have made that better is Kevin Siggy was involved. But of course, he had the spin courtesy of Jakub Masiewski, which we'll see in a second. Great move there from Josh Rogers straight around the outside. Here comes Masiewski. You can see the black and green car straight on the inside. Just way overcommitted, making contact. It's been a brilliant day for Masiewski. That does not make his highlights reel, that's for sure.
No, not at all. Max Benneker, though, coming back up against Joshua Rogers. These two who have had so much history in the past. Once again, fighting it out on ESL R1 turf, on Spa turf this time in the final round to take us through to Riyadh. And Dara McCormack with a stellar performance as well alike. They twisted for the lead time after time, lap by lap. Dara McCormack threading the needle through the inside of Max Benneker, on the outside of Max Benneker as they came into the apex. Dara McCormack led on the final lap, but it all came to a head at the bus stop chicane here at Spa. Unfortunately for McCormack, getting slightly squeezed by both the mouse driver in the BMW and also Joshua Rogers, but Rogers responding, making it 3 round victories in a row. And definitely looks like he's going to be carrying it through to Riyadh with ultimate momentum for Porsche Coanda. I mean, that sends a clear message, does it not, Lewis? The fact that he has managed to take round victories in sequential 3 consecutive rounds is truly unbelievable.
It's wild. It's such an impressive performance. I will say again, we'll get some confirmed results once the finals come in. Obviously, Rogers will top the points coming into it, and with a 3rd consecutive victory in a final, we're going to chat to him.
Yeah, we can have a chat to Josh Rogers now. He's standing by, waiting for us as we speak. I can imagine it's going to be one of elation. Let's head across and have a chat with him now. Joshua, what a tremendous result. That's 3 in a row in ESL R1 Drivers' Championship competition. You seal the deal on your ticket to Riyadh as well in the process. You must be absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, honestly, super happy. I wasn't sure whether that one was going to happen. Throughout the race, it was always seesawing and trying to kind of put yourself in the best position possible for the last lap. And ultimately, I wasn't able to quite be where I wanted to be down Kemwell on the last lap. And I kind of just had to sit there and watch and hope that they were going to go side by side throughout the entirety of Lecom, which they did, and try and set up and move that way. Yeah, obviously I managed to get past Max in that way. And then I knew if I had any chance of doing it, it had to be in the last chicane. I was really worried I was too far back, honestly. But then when Max got to my bumper in Blanchimont, it gave me a little bit of boost. And yeah, I was able to get alongside out of that. Obviously, it was really close in the last chicane. But, super close racing and really good the whole way through the race, honestly. It was a fun battle, and yeah, in this series you have to race for millimeters, and I feel like we did that, and yeah, it's a good result. I'm happy. Obviously, it doesn't determine anything for Riyadh, but yeah, it's nice to go into that with some good momentum.
Now, us as commentators, we have a lot of stats and numbers and stuff that we all care about that I'm not sure drivers necessarily do. In that race, you have obviously become the first driver to win 3 finals, which I'm sure that is one that you probably care about. It was your 36th win in ESL R1, but you were the first driver to ever pass into triple digits. That was your 100th race in ESL R1. Do any of the records ever mean anything to you, or are you literally just thinking that one race to another, gotta win?
Yeah, honestly, it's not so much for me. Obviously, the wins is nice. There's no real way for me to be able to see that and track the stats, to be honest, unless I had my own spreadsheet. So if you want to send it over, feel free. But no, I'm kidding. But yeah, it's obviously really, really nice. And yeah, I guess to be able to see where we've come and been in the past 100 races, I guess. And it makes it feel like I've been racing for 10 years, but we've done all that in the past year and a half. So no, it's yeah, it is cool. Numbers, it doesn't play on my mind too much, but obviously getting this 3rd win tonight was something that I was really gunning for.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Joshua, looking ahead, I mean, your own performance has been scintillating. You will be heading through to Riyadh with the best momentum possible. But looking back, obviously, for your own team, Porsche Coanda, you lost, obviously, Charlie Collins fairly early on into tonight's round. But an improved performance, you could argue, from Mitchell de Jong, who was sensational in qualifying in the semi-finals.
Yeah, it was honestly, it was fantastic to see. I know Charlie and I were watching the sectors for his quali lap in the semi-final, and we were ecstatic after sector 2, and sector 3 was even better. So yeah, it was great to see, and honestly, yeah, nice for him to get that confidence too. Especially going to Riyadh now. I think all four of us are at least in the Drivers' Championship fight. I'm not sure on the split in terms of last chance and top 9, but to be able to have obviously all of us there for the team's championship, but as well for the drivers' championship, yeah, it's honestly fantastic, and yeah, good to see.
Well, Joshua, a truly tremendous result. We do wish you all the very best heading to Riyadh. Congratulations on making it 3 in a row.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
So there we have it, Joshua Rogers. No doubt, well, I tell you what, thrilled, isn't he? Thrilled, utterly thrilled. I mean, what a result. 3 in a row, triple dream.
He's just annoyingly good. Do you know he did in the spring season so far? He has done every single race bar 1, which was the final in event 2 on the team's championship, where he got knocked out courtesy of a penalty because he was actually in the top 6 in the race. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, truly unbelievable, incredible stats. But here we take out the drivers that are heading to Riyadh. Dara McCormack for Williams Esports. He's going to be sided with Marcel Cinchik as well. Team Vitality also qualifying in the top 9. We have Sebastian Job for Team Redline, through Kevin Ellis Jr. for Apex Racing Team 7. Number 5, Luke Bennett will be heading to Riyadh as well, along with Yuri Toman, also for Team Vitality, following Marcel Cinchik. Number 3, Max Benneker, after that stellar display in that final race in our final round. Kevin Siggy, who was a little bit unfortunate in that one, he is, though, stamped his ticket. He's heading to Riyadh. And of course, our winner, heading through, the absolute solid and strong performer. It's Joshua Rogers, of course, who has taken the top crown in our run to Riyadh. He will be heading to the Esports World Cup in a bid to represent Porsche Coanda in the best possible way. Could he yet be crowned could he be crowned the Esports World Cup champion? We'll have to wait and see. Still quite a bit of time to go before we reach that point, but it's going to be a sensational competition, no less. Looking forward to it, though, Lewis. Some huge names heading to Riyadh already.
Unfinished business for Josh Rogers in Riyadh. Of course, he was a lap away from making history and becoming the Gamers 8 champion before Jeff Rietveld stepped into the mix and said, no, Max Benneker, you can have it. Either way, there is a look at those 9 drivers. Of course, they will be joined by 3 others. There will be the last chance qualifier where we'll see 12 drivers, those that finish between 10th and 21st in the championship, which provisionally for me is Jeff Rietveld. Actually, here we go. I'll see if my numbers are correct now. Jeff Rietveld, Enzo Benito, Charlie Collins, Dane Warren, Kaiki Oliveira, Mitchell de Jong, of course, there with Johan Art, who is obviously... he's done quite well in that. Jamie Fluke, Timus Tatler, Erhan Yovsky, Jakub Masiejewski, and James Baldwin. My numbers are correct. Are you impressed with me, George?
I'm very impressed, Lewis McGlade. Fantastic job. And may I also say, fantastic job for Team Falcons as well, in the first time of asking 2 drivers heading through into that last chance saloon to get into the Riyadh finals. But Thomas Tatler and Jakub Matuszewski impressing. Great to see James Baldwin as well breaking through despite missing a round due to competing in the Spa 24-hour. Dane Warren with a chance of adding yet another Porsche Coanda, as does Charlie Collins. Both of them will be looking to break through. But obviously commiserations to the other competitors that have been with us throughout the course of the season. A few shocks as well, Lewis.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's one for you. Mouse have just one driver in the Drivers' Championship. That's not just one in the top 9, that's one in the top 21. Because Moritz Lerner, Yuri Kausdorp, and Christopher Danbys all find themselves on this page here in purgatory. You've got Thibaut Casbon, who, despite having the best evening of his season so far, 29th position in the championship. A few other ones to really talk about. Obviously, a couple that have thrown themselves up into the mix. Obviously, Don Blyer finishing only a couple of points behind Nikodem Wisniewski in G2, not really getting any major traction in this. It's just crazy. It's just honestly crazy. It's been a wild season, and it's building up to what will be a very wild Riyadh, where basically anything's going to go on track, and it's going to be pretty elbows out. Can't wait for it.
Yeah, I can't wait either. I think we're going to be in for a real treat. Obviously, lots of battling still to come. But, folks, I tell you what a sensational battle it has been through the entire course of the teams and the Drivers' Championship. We have given the best send-off possible into the run to Riyadh after Joshua Rogers makes it 3 out of 3 in the Drivers' Championship. We hope you all enjoyed it as well. Plenty more to come. Be sure to stay tuned for us when we do head to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup ESL R1 finals. Stay tuned into every bit of news you can with the socials as well, and also for me and Luz McGlade as well. Hopefully we'll see you very soon at Riyadh. But in the meantime, folks, enjoy the rest of your evening and also the incoming weekend. Take care. Goodbye.